In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Welcome to the morning news. Let's get into the foolishness that is going on in the news. For those of you who joined me on yesterday, did I or did I not tell you that what Pete Kegbreath was talking about in that press conference that we watched live? Well, it was kind of live. You know, I have to stop the live press conference and give my antidote of the bullshit that this administration is putting out to the public. But we were a little behind when I stopped a couple of times, just a few times. Remember when Kegbreath said that there's always a little churn? He tried to pretend as if that Operation Epstein, the initial Operation Epstein, it was still in effect, even though they are 60 days out from having to have a congressional authorization for the war. He said, it was put on pause when they did the 2-week ceasefire, but it is still in flux. Then what happened yesterday? Then we had the unembarrassed, unserious Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and Kegbreath also announced on top of this Operation Epstein that they had paused, it's Operation something, Operation Excellence, or one of these bullshit patriotic names that they've given these failed missions. We'll call it Operation Epstein. It begins with an E. Operation Epic Fury, I believe it's called. So we're just going to call it Operation Epstein because we do know that it was to get the attention off of these things that Donald Trump don't want out that are in the Epstein file. So we are in war, spending over between $1 and $2 billion every single day. However, you notice that your war fighters are not getting full, complete meals. They're eating dog slop, and very little of the dog slop are they eating. I digress. So, Pete Kegbreath decided to tell you that Operation Epstein was on pause, but if the president tells us that we need to restart Operation Epstein, we will be restarting Operation Epstein. However, we're going into Operation Freedom now. And I told you what bullshit this Operation Freedom was. We're going to tell ships how to navigate through the strait as if they were escorting them through the straits. And Iran had gave them two lines that they were not to pass near the straits on each side of the strait. They told the U.S. military, you better not pass these two lines. On each side of the strait, they had a line that the U.S. military was told not to pass. The new U.S. military is like, we're going to pass this line. And when they tried to start passing the line, they were warned. There were warning shots, and the U.S. military turned around. But they're telling independent vessels, oh, go ahead and pass. Here's the map. We're going to give you a map and have a good time passing the straits. But they came out and told you that they were starting some new mission, and the war fighters were ready, and we have all the munitions that we need if we... No, none of that was... I told you at the time it was coming out of his mouth that was a whole bunch of chunking bullshit. Sometimes we have a little churn, in between missions. That's why so the churn has turned out, he couldn't even churn butter. He was churning bullshit. That's the churn that Pete Kegbreath was churning on yesterday. Let me see. Slappy Slapster, it is so good to see you. Welcome back, Slappy. You're gonna have to do a video, Slappy, so we can catch up. So we can catch up and see how. Oh, I hope Mommy Slappy is doing well, Slappy. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with you, Slappy, but I hope Mama Slappy is doing well. So, we have a Kegbreath out here telling you lies. And as soon as I do news now, Slappy. I don't do any of this sector stuff. I just do political news. It's a thing now. It's a thing. It's a thing now, Slappy. Well, often imitated, never duplicated, as they say. So back to the news. So then comes our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, came out hours later, only to tell you that the Operation Epstein was in fact over. And now this new mission they're on is Operation Freedom. So while Kegbreath tried to make you believe that Operation Freedom was still on, even though it was beyond the 60 days where they had to go to Congress to get approval for any war powers, now Marco Rubio said, oh, no, that's over. I didn't know Marco Rubio was over the Department of Defense. I had no idea that Marco Rubio would know more about what operations our military were actively fighting. I didn't know he had the end game into that over the head of our Department of Defense that Pete Kegbreath likes to call the War Department. I didn't know that. Thank you for letting us know, Marco Rubio, that you are the one who tells us what our military is up to, not of the head of the department. Thank you, Marco. So we had Marco Rubio came out yesterday. And if you are unaware, yes, Marco Rubio came out yesterday and said the Epstein, what is it? The Epstein part of the war is in fact over. So let's get into Marco Rubio, shall we? Let's get into what Marco Rubio wanted to tell you last night. Now, I wake up that's one thing at a time. I wake up this morning and even Marco Rubio announced yesterday that Operation Freedom was now a thing. We're done with the first part that we didn't ask authorization for, so we can separate this and we can start a new 60-day clock that we don't have to ask authorization for. Then I wake up this morning and what Marco Rubio announced about this Operation Freedom, they have totally left Operation Freedom, and now after less than 24 hours, it seems like Operation Freedom is over as well. So this is Operation Keystone Cops and the bitch. Keystone Cops in this bitch, fighting a war, spending $1 to $2 billion a day. But how are you living? How does this affect you and how you live your life? As they spend billions of dollars in starving our U.S. soldiers that they want to. They're the best in the world, but they're starving them. They're starving the U.S. soldiers like they some Palestinians in Gaza. Oh, but they spending billions of dollars a day, but they can't feed the soldiers. It's kind of like they give all these rich people in the United States all of these tax breaks, and dumb motherfuckers can show up at the Met Gala that Jeff Bezos bought into by paying millions of dollars, and you have all these raccoons showing up. You know that Kendrick Lamar song, "They're Not Like Us." Some of your own people are not like you. All of these people who showed up at the Met Gala, there was one young lady that showed up at the Met Gala. You know what? I said, I can excuse her. I can excuse her. Beyonce, Venus Williams, all of the rest. I gave you a good compare and contrast what raccoons will do to get in certain situations. If you didn't watch my show yesterday, go over there and watch my show. These billionaires have all this access. We have a political system that rewards they reward the workers. Yeah, they reward the work that the workers do, but they don't reward the worker, because the CEOs of these companies take in everything that is produced by their workers, and they steadily lay off their workers, won't pay their workers living wage. And if this administration say one more time that wages are going up in the United States, where they're going up where? If wages are going up in the United States, why can't people afford to buy housing? Why are people complaining about gas? They're not complaining about gas because you're buying all their gas. All of these people who work in the administration, they have gas cards. They don't have to pay for gas. So they think that you should be okay with having your gas price doubled in 1 month, because they don't pay for gas. You pay for their gas. Okay. So let's get into what Marco Rubio had to say. There was this one girl at the Met Gala. I loved her gown. Her gown was all Epstein. It was a print of Epstein's jail pictures, Epstein and Trump together, all of the Epstein file papers highlighted, the victims of Epstein with their faces, blacked out so you couldn't identify them, but definitely pictures that were all of the Epstein file shit is what her dress was constructed of. That was the fabric of her dress. And I love that. I love that for this administration. We're going to talk about that again in a few. But let's get to what Marco, because we're spending $1 to $2 billion a day. We should figure out what we're spending it on. And now your hobbled president has gone on mute. He had Marco Rubio take his silly ass out there and announce something different than what Pete Kegbreath announced just yesterday morning. Yesterday afternoon, Marco Rubio, oh, well, I guess I'm doing the press briefing. I guess you are, because you're a silly ass bitch. Let's continue. Here we go. That's fine. When this numbskull gets on stage. Hold on a minute. Seems like he's like, here we go.
Freedom. And the goal of it is to, frankly, if you want to talk about it, it's... Hello. Thank you guys for having me today. I'll be filling in for Caroline today, obviously. So I'll have a brief remarks here, and then we'll get to your questions. As you know, over the weekend, the president announced this project, Freedom. And the goal of it is to, frankly, if you want to talk about it, it's to rescue like almost 23,000 civilians from 87 different countries that are trapped inside of the Gulf and left for dead in the Persian Gulf by this arrangement.
Now, who's to blame for that? Would it be you? Yeah, it would be this administration.
The regime. You know, for more than 2 months now, these innocent sailors and commercial crew members have been stranded out at sea because Iran is conducting something that's not just criminal. It's criminal for sure, but it's desperate and destructive, this blockade of the Straits of Hormuz. Nations from around the world, the overwhelming majority of whom are not even engaged in any military hostilities, are now at risk not just of losing their cargo, but the lives of their own citizens because of this blockade. These ships, you know, you don't leave a ship out there for this long. You start running out of food. You start running out of potable water, essential supplies, and they're at the mercy of this piracy. What it is, it's piracy. And
now piracy is bad today. I reminded you how your own president said, "Oh, it's so fun. We're like pirates out there." If the blockade is so detrimental to the world, why is the U.S. A part of the blockade? Why did the U.S. think, "Oh, well, it's a good idea. We're gonna blockade the blockade. We're gonna blockade the blockaders"? If it's so detrimental to the United States, these people are absolute clowns.
And not only that, but some of them have seen, you know, been open fire on and rained down senseless attacks on several civilian ships already. So, frankly, the way to put it, these are innocent bystanders. These are
You're right. These ships are senseless. These ships that have been rained down upon are ships that said that, hey, we're going to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Hey, we're going to trust that the United States is telling us the truth, and they say we can pass, so we're going to attempt to pass the straits. And then they get rained down bullets on. So whose fault is this? Whose fault is any of this? Okay, let's continue.
Countries that and ships and so forth that have nothing to do with any of this, and nonetheless are being caught in the middle of it and being held hostage merely because Iran could do that, just because of just as the regime brutally slaughtered tens of thousands of their...
Iran couldn't do this if you had properly prepared for the war and listened to the generals who had experience, who told you guys that the Strait of Hormuz would be blocked if you didn't do anything to prepare for that. Now, these are brutal dictators who killed tens and thousands of people. I didn't think that was the reason that was given for the war. Of the 15 or 20 reasons that were given for the war, I didn't think that. Now, they've been doing this for 47 years. This war is about retribution for 47 years worth of whatever Iran has been doing. They killed tens and thousands of their own people. Well, how many people are you letting Big Pharma? How many people in the United States are you letting the prescription drug manufacturers kill? How many people in the United States will be killed because you have taken health care away from tens of millions of American citizens? How many people in the United States will be killed because you didn't extend the Obamacare subsidies, so people's health insurance have increased outside of what they are even capable of paying? Well, while we pretending like Iran is so bad, like while we want to talk about how many tens and thousands of people Iran has slaughtered, Iran ain't our business. They're not slaughtering American citizens. How many people are you allowing to be slaughtered as you allow these big companies to create AI to take jobs away from American people? How many people are going to die because of that in the United States of America? We're the greatest country in the world. How many people are going to die because of that? So we care about people dying? But we are allowing all of this policy to go through in the United States, that this is policy, that they're making law. How many Black people are going to die, wither, and suffer based on the policies of Donald Trump's administration targeting Black people? How many people are going to die because their vote is going to be meaningless because all of these states are co-mingling their district to blot out Black districts, to blot out Black representation in states that have a third population of Black people. How many Black people are going to die? Oh, they're Black people. Do they not count? Oh, they count as five. What is it? 5/8 of a man or something. So that's the way you count them. That's still more than the tens of thousands of Iranians that you're talking about right now, stupid bitch. Let's continue.
Their own citizens for the crime of peaceful protest, because they're unhappy with the quality of life or the lack of quality of life in Iran today. And
okay, they're unsatisfied with the quality of life in Iran today. How are the United States citizens feeling about their quality of life today, or lack thereof? How are the major part of the U.S. citizens in the United States feeling about their quality of life? Marco Rubio, we understand that you're living rent-free in government housing as you sit your ass up on a military base, living rent-free in a house that was for generals and colonels on our dime. So I'm curious. Are any American citizens able to do that? Are people being foreclosures in the United States? How's that going? How do these people feel about their quality of life? These people who have jobs, these people who are looking for jobs in a jobless economy under this administration's watch. These older people, all of these people closer to retirement, all of the hundreds of thousands of people, y'all allowed a billionaire to go through and take their jobs. The hundreds of thousands more people that these billionaires have said that they are going to lay off for AI. The audacity for these billionaires like Ellison to say that he laid off 30,000 workers in one day. Just boom, you got your layoff notice. Nice seeing you, get out the office. Because he wants to invest more money into AI than he wants to invest into paying workers. But you worried about quality of life? Is that what we worried about, quality of life of the Iranian people, when you don't give a fuck about the quality of life of the American people? And you have these oligarchs with the audacity to buy in to the Met Gala, a fashion event that they have nothing to do with. They didn't buy into it when they were struggling when the Met Gala first came out. Now that it's prestigious, we got oligarchs buying into the Met Gala, and you got these dumb celebrities that attended the Met Gala, well, they're billionaires as well. Everybody's a billionaire. So let's shit on the people that got us there. Let's shit on the people that work their fucking asses off delivering these Amazon packages. Fuck, Amazon worker just died in the warehouse. Turn your back and keep working. Turn around, get back to your station and keep working. Fuck this motherfucker that just died on the Amazon floor trying to get these quotas out. What about the Amazon workers that are sitting there working and they're getting electric shocks to their body because the machine deems that they are not going quick enough to it's not an electric shock. It's just a little tingle to let them know, hey, you're slowing down. So y'all care about the quality of life of people. What about the Amazon worker that has to pee in water bottles because they don't have enough time to pull over, stop, and go to a real restroom? Y'all care about the quality of life of people? Y'all trying to kill people in the United States, your goddamn selves. Let's keep it a buck. And you people still shop at Amazon. You people don't understand your own power. But hey, that's for another day. You can't keep the audacity of some of you people who open your mouth. I get packages almost every day from Amazon. And yeah, girl, I get packages almost every day. Amazon, Amazon, Amazon. Like you are, like that makes you some bourgeois type of motherfucker. No, that makes you a dumb motherfucker. That's what it makes you, a dumb motherfucker who is cutting your own fucking wrists. Let's continue.
So they're sitting ducks. They're isolated. They're starving. They're vulnerable, and at least 10 sailors have.
They're isolated. They're starving. They're vulnerable. Kind of sound like the American citizen. But what are we doing here?
Already died as a result of the civilian sailors. So already many nations privately and some publicly have asked the United States to help free their ships and to restore freedom.
Name those nations, sir. Be specific. You're not going to be. You're not going to be. Did they ask you, oh, can you please go in and open up the straits for us? Or did they tell y'all better fix this shit y'all fucked up because you are impeding on our nation now? Did they ask you like, hey, you big bad United States, only you can do it. Can you go in and get those horrible Iranians who are clogging up the strait in the middle of the war that you decided to start with them for absolutely no reason at all? Or which one was it, Marco?
Of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and this critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help.
As he always does, he answered their call for help. President Trump, as he always does, this is since they came to the, like he always does when he tariffs all of the nations across the whole world, even nations that only had penguins on them. President Trump, like he always does, ran to their defense. This is the bullshit that this motherfucker had the audacity to come out and say yesterday, when the reason that the strait is closed is because of President Trump. The President Trump sees no way out. So he thought the best thing to do was to say, hey, we're going to blockade the blockade. But the blockade is so bad. But the other nations, they just, hey, President Trump, please help us. No, the other nations know that President Trump is the reason for what they are going through economically. So you think they came to President Trump like, only you can save us? Hey, Superman, Batman, please save us. This is what your government is telling you. But your elected officials will not get rid of this government because they have too much power and they have too much access and they get too much shit free themselves. Your senators and your congressmen. Understand, they're not doing this alone. And understand why they are rigging this election. Understand why when it comes time to vote in November, this country is going to be unrecognizable. The shit that they are pulling, the fucking illegal shit that they are pulling to ensure that the Republicans stay in power in November, it don't matter. Everybody's like, yeah, well, we're going to vote them out. Yeah, but they're going to be voted out. Let them understand that they are losing these votes. And you're going to see they're going to start pulling these they're going to start pulling these voting machines, and they're going to go to some clandestine place and tell you that the votings was rigged, and they had to do this, and we're confiscating machines, and we've counted the vote. It's going to be some whole Vladimir Putin type of bullshit that's going to go on at these midterm elections, and they're letting you know right up front by pausing elections that are already going on. And the Supreme Court, not only did they strip the voting section 2 of the voting rights, which would allow these states to redraw their maps, they gave them, they further put their thumb on the scale and said to these southern states that they know that they need to gerrymander to make the whole state red. They said, we'll give you another 30 days and do what you need to do. You don't have to have an election for the primary election for 30 days. They gave them an extra 30 days. And what are they doing? They're taking these 30 days and they are reconfiguring their maps. And see, this is the part that should also have your blood boiling. The Democrat governors in these large cities they're not saying they're definitely going to do it. If this is the rule of the land, follow the rule of the land. If this is what they're doing in the Jim Crow, the new Jim Crow South, why are not all of these governors of these big states doing the exact same thing? Why isn't it definite that they're doing the same thing? Kathy Hochul of New York City talking about, oh, she's thinking about it, she's gonna ponder it. That should be obsolete. You should be doing that right now. There should be no question that these blue states should make every fucking election county a blue county. I don't understand why would anybody question that? Isn't that obvious? But no, not to your elected officials, because they're not trying to please their constituents. So this is why we need to vote in people who are not trying to please their donor class. We need to elect people in who are trying to please their constituents. You got everybody talk all of this good shit about Gavin Newsom, but when it came time to represent the people of California and tax the rich, the wealth tax, Gavin Newsom is against the wealth tax. Gavin Newsom said even if it passed, he will veto the wealth tax to tax the rich. Gavin Newsom talks a good troll game, but Gavin Newsom don't want to pay the piper. He don't want to upset his ruling class, the elites. Let's be real clear about everything. Let's continue.
Ships and to restore freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and this critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help. And he's directed the United States military to guide these stranded ships to safety, to provide a protective bubble under which they can operate and move products and get themselves out of there and out of harm's way. And this is the first step towards reopening the strait and bringing this regime's last-ditch act of economic arson, bringing that to a close. We're doing it not only because we were asked, but because we're the only ones who can. We have the power to sort of take the steps that we've taken now. Under this president, under President Trump, the United States will help our friends. We're going to stand up to rogue regimes like the one in Tehran, and we're going to be unashamed to use our power and our abilities to project military power in the service of our national interest above all else. Now, what's really important for you to report and for everyone to understand is this is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple. There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay, we're not attacking them. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to respond to that. You're not going to let some fast boat come up on the ship and shoot it up.
they're not going to shoot at you if you don't try to pass the Strait of Hormuz. What's your point? What is your point, Marco? But if they're shooting at us, we got to shoot. We got to do it. We just got to do it. They're not going to shoot at you. They're not going to have a fast boat run up on you if you're not trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. So what is your solution to that? Knowing that, what are you doing to get the Strait of Hormuz open? That it is the fault of the United States that it's closed. Let's be real clear whose fault this is. Poor preparation for a war, knowing with the knowledge that this would happen. It has happened. So what are you going to do to open it? We're not going to blame it on them. They're doing what they're supposed to do. You don't get penalized for doing what you're supposed to do. They're in the middle of a war. They were struck by the United States that they have done absolutely nothing for, or against. Your president admitted that he bought weapons to sneak into Iran for this uprising that he wanted to have that appeared to be like the people were uprising against their government. And your president has admitted that he shipped weapons to the region to give to the people in Iran. This is before any of this war shit happened. And then your president went on and made all of these messages teleporting you to Iran to rise up after he had thought that he was going to get these weapons into Iran. And then he comes back. I don't think all the weapons went in. I forget what nation. I think they kept a lot of the weapons. Well, we know that a lot of the weapons went in because a lot of people lost their lives to what? Gun violence in Iran. Guns that were smuggled in Iran from the United States. Are we going to forget all about all of that? Are we going to play games about all of that? You know, the thing that they always do in the Middle East in Africa to have people rise up. Are we going to forget about the Iran-Contra shit when they were bringing in weapons there? Was it Iran-Contra? Yes, the Iran-Contra affair under Ronald Reagan, where they were sneaking in weapons and getting paid in cocaine. And then they sprinkled the cocaine on the black community. Are we going to pretend like that didn't happen? Are we going to pretend like all of this shit didn't happen? But some people want to forget history. Some people want to forget the long fought things that the United States has gone through. And some people want to pretend like their government hands are so fucking clean when our government's hands are filthy. And who gets the benefits from this filth? And who gets the bullshit? Who gets the squirting hot green shit that comes out of the ass of America? Everybody else. Not the oligarchs. They don't have to deal with any of this. We're going to get into all of this. I am so sick of this bullshit that these people sit up and profess every fucking day. Let's continue. I'm going to let them in.
We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful at it. I don't know what the exact number is, but I know a number of those fast boats have now been targeted and will continue to be.
We've been successful at it. I don't know the number of small boats. Well, you just said we've been successful. That would denote that you have a number to compare and contrast failure and success with. But since this whole fucking war is a failure, how can you compare and contrast the failure of this whole fucking mission? You've been successful. You haven't failed as much as you failed before in this mission. No, this mission is an absolute failure.
They pose a threat to our forces. We'll shoot down drones. We'll shoot down missiles. But it's defensive in nature. This is defensive. So if you hear stories about attacks,
it's defensive. Understand, we're just defending ourselves. Oh, so now we're going to the Israel logic of things. We're killing people, but we have the right to defend ourselves. Israel has the right to defend itself. They can kill tens of hundreds of thousands of tens of hundreds. They can kill hundreds of thousands of people in Palestine because of the attack on October 7th, when under 2,000 people were lost their lives in the Palestinian attack. So therefore, every man, woman, and child in Palestine must lose their life under the guise of Israel has the right to defend itself. When does defending yourself stop? We see that defending Israel defending itself stop. No, it ain't even stopped right now. They're still defending themselves right now after this piece of fake ass peace agreement that they had, that they spent all of this money to go over to the Middle East and have all this pomp and circumstance about a motherfucking peace agreement that hadn't been signed by anybody from Hamas or anybody from Israel. How much did Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff make off in that fucking charade? Okay. Let me calm down, because this shit is ridiculous. Okay, let's continue.
And launching of firing back and forth. It's not back and forth. We are only responding if attacked first. This is a defensive operation, and that's what's occurring here.
U.S. has the right to defend ourselves. Understand, we're just defending ourselves. This is the sickest bullshit I have ever heard.
Here. Just about the importance of the Straits for a moment. This is approximately a quarter of the world's oil trade, along with significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer that operate through the Straits of Hormuz. The Iranian regime cannot be allowed to dictate who uses this vital waterway. I don't think this is also being reported enough. Maybe you are reporting. I don't read everyone. I don't know many damn outlets here. I don't know who you all are, but I mean, I know who some of you are, but I don't know all of you are. But I will say this about it. This is an international waterway. Okay, this is an international waterway. And international law is very clear. And I love it because everybody always talks about international law. And this international law on this is very clear. International waterways, no country can control them. There is.
Okay, we're talking about international waterways now. International law. International law is very clear, except when America is over in the Caribbean striking fishing boats. International law is about waterways is very clear. And while this was being posed to the United States as we are over in the Caribbean, saying that these fishing boats were narco drug traffickers, while we have recovered zero drugs, the United States is still over in the Caribbean striking fishing boats. Over 200 people have perished in these strikes that the United States is doing in the Caribbean. The U.S. recently tore apart a boat, and it had quite a few people on. It was a bigger vessel. It was a part of a fishing crew, and they had several vessels out there, but this one vessel was a bigger vessel, and it had like 20 to 25 people on there. They broke the boat in half, and then they they boarded the pieces of the boat, and they took everyone's cell phones, put hoods over these people. These people thought that they were going to die, and then they dropped them off. They stole everything that they could, because understand, on their missions they're being starved, so they could be being starved in the Caribbean as well. They sold all their food, their valuables, and their beers, and then they took them to a undescript island and let them all go. So what about international waters have laws and rules? All of this, we're designating fentanyl as what is it? A weapon of mass destruction. But you have showed us no fentanyl that you've captured from any of those people that you've killed in the Caribbean. So I don't give a fuck or what you can declare a motherfucking tuna, a motherfucking mackerel, weapons of mass destruction, and at least you would have a better chance of proving your case. But there has been no drugs. They have not even pretended like they are trying to find drugs. And understand that war crimes had actually admitted to I will show no harbor. And show no harbor means once you make a military strike on anybody, you are obligated to save anybody who survives. Now, they did not do that. They did not do that in the Caribbean, and they did not do that to that Iranian ship that had no weapons on it that was coming back home from an event that they had in India. They torpedoed that ship, a non-functioning military ship, and they had survivors in the water. And what did your military do? They did a military crime. They did not rescue the survivors in the water. And while Marco Rubio is sitting up here talking about international law to you, let's be clear, we're defending ourselves. Let's be very clear, we're defending ourselves. Let's be very clear. This is what your country is out here doing. Let's be real clear. And what the only thing he's doing is he's letting you know that the United States is very aware of what the law is. But remember all the bullshit that they told you about these narco crime boats. And we have the right to now. We're not going to board these boats. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to shoot these boats out of the water. They pose no threat to us. Not one time have you heard anybody from the United States military, any representative from the United States said that any of these fishing boats that they tore apart and killed the people on board. At no time have they even pretended that, hey, these people shot up on us, and therefore we had to defend ourselves. No, they're out there like they taking goose, like they playing skis ball or something with these boats, and your military, your taxpayer military, taxpayer military weapons. This is what they're doing. Shooting ducks in the water with military equipment just to steal oil from Venezuela, just to sell oil from Venezuela and put the money in a personal account for Donald Trump that only he can access in an offshore bank account in Qatar. And the reason why Donald Trump hasn't sold more of that oil is because a judge has blocked them from selling any more oil from Venezuela. But the first bout of oil that they sold from Venezuela is in a private bank account in I think it's in Qatar. A private bank account that only Donald Trump can access. We spent all of this money so we can arrest Maduro on some I don't know what the fuck. I don't know anything that Maduro was up to. So we can allegedly arrest Maduro on some drug trafficking charges a week or two after your president pardoned the former Honduras president who was tried and convicted in a U.S. court of law for trafficking over 400 tons of drugs to the United States. He wants you to believe that Maduro was such a drug trafficker, and y'all don't even blink. You don't even blink at the foolishness that he is. They don't even try to present anything with any common sense to the American people, because they know that they have did their best in the United States with their governing of the United States to dummy down the American people. especially you headline readers, especially you ones who just listen to the introduction of a story and have no interest in finding out information for yourselves as you walk around with a computer in your back pocket, in your purse, in your shirt pocket, in your hand all day long. You have no need to find out real information. Everything's good until it starts happening to you. Everything's good until, oh, these gas prices, this isn't what I voted for. I just voted for racism. I just voted to get these Mexicans out of the United States. I just voted for a white United States. I didn't vote for this. Let's continue. I'm just a stupid raccoon, and I just want to act like I'm bougie. So I'm talking about how the tax policy would benefit me, as if I'm in a millionaire's tax bracket. I want to tell you how his tax policy is a good policy. His tax policy was only a good policy for billionaires. Let's keep it a buck. But I'm a big black-eyed raccoon, and I want to make it appear like I'm some bougie ass motherfucker, like I make so much money that I need to be in another tax bracket. I'm just like Ice Cube. I'm just like Snoop Dogg. I'm a sellout motherfucker. I'm like 50 Cent. I'm like Rick Ross. I'm like all of these sellout motherfuckers that want to tell you about, I just worked with him for this. I just went to the inauguration for that. I just performed at the inauguration for this. All of these raccoons. Like that raccoon that I showed you that fired the first female black correspondent, black comedian for the White House Correspondents' Dinner upon demand. Because Donald Trump didn't want to be joked and had made fun of at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And you had a fucking raccoon fire this black woman. But what did he get in return? We see him every night on a panel of 16 to 20 hosts. Well, he got access. He has a show on MS Now. Oh, no, he has 2 shows on MS Now. He has a show with whatever, the other, Simone Sanders, whatever. He has 2 shows. A whole raccoon. And y'all proud. Oh, y'all proud that he sits up there in his double-breasted suit with no dress shirt and wearing a bunch of brooches and a big ass wig on his head. Oh, he made it. Oh, look, he made it. How did he make it? But you don't question how he made it. Let's continue.
That allows you to say, I'm going to put mines in an international body of water, and I'm going to blow up ships that don't listen to us and try to go through. That's what Iran is doing. This is a criminal act, and someone needs to do something about it. Something needs to be done. It's completely illegal, completely illegitimate, and completely unacceptable. And that's why the United States military is guiding stranded commercial ships safely through the strait and is working to restore freedom of navigation and putting an end to these efforts to hold the global economy hostage. So far, as a proof of
Hold on. Look at this ignorant. The Democrats are the party of slavery. They are race panderers. You sound so ignorant. Oh, do I sound ignorant? Or is it you that sound ignorant? Is it you that cannot talk on the topic at hand? Is it you who don't remember the switch in the parties? Are we going to be so ignorant to talk about history and leave out the context of this history? If you don't get your stupid ass up out of my face, and I want to know, when did I say anything favorable about the Democrat Party? I really want to know. When did I say anything favorable about the Democrat Party? See, this is another fool who cannot talk about what the content of my show is about. I said nothing positive about any Democrat. So while you want to, who sounds ignorant? When did you hear me say anything positive about a Democrat? A lot of the Democrats need to be voted out of office as well. So goodbye. Hit the like button on your way out. I don't support bullshit and propaganda in my chat. You're more than welcome to disagree with me. You're not changing no topics on me about some shit I never said, you dumb motherfucker. Hey, the Truth Cowboy, thank you for joining. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Marco do play polo. Eat at Chili's or a Map or Bezos. Obscuring sucker. I don't know what that means. Yes, we're going to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center. You're right. All of this is a smokescreen. I talked about the lawsuit that the DOJ has served on the Southern Poverty Law Center. Oh, yes. I definitely talked about that. Now it comes out. Now the Southern Poverty Law Center in its past used to pay informants to infiltrate groups, a racist group like the Klan, like the Proud Boys, like the Oath Keepers. They used to pay informants to get into these groups and give them information, which the Southern Poverty Law Center would then turn over to the Department of Justice to let them know what was going on illegally in these groups and who were in these groups and what they were up to. Now Todd Blanche turns around and tries to make you believe that the Southern Poverty Law Center was just paying people to or paying these racist groups. They were helping them survive these racist groups, supporting these racist groups. Can you imagine? And can you imagine that these people were actually given the FBI information on these groups, and then you got the DOJ information on the illegal things that these groups were up to, and then you got Todd Blanche. Now, the Southern Poverty Law Group, that you should understand that is one of the few places that blacks could go to that could not get their cases represented by a lawyer, a good lawyer, a bad lawyer. These are people who bought cases against and won cases for poor people who were being disenfranchised, who was suffering all of this shit under this racial bias intention. So what does the DOJ do in their trying to get rid of any representation to represent and to bring cases successfully against all of these racist entities? They bring a fake ass lawsuit against the Southern Poverty Law Center. And what has happened? What the most recent thing that has happened is that a representative have petitioned the court to hear what the DOJ told that grand jury. They got a grand jury indictment. Now, you understand that there's no judge in the grand jury when the DOJ presented its case, and there's no defense attorney in the room when the DOJ presents its case. So the Southern Poverty Law Center, with the understanding what their mission is and what they do about the information that they got against these racist groups, they said, no, that nothing about this sounds right. There should be no way that the DOJ presented the truth in law and the truth about what has been done by the Southern Poverty Law Center. So we want to see a copy of what they presented to this we want to see a copy of what they presented to this grand jury, and we also want to review what they said the law was. We want to see if they lied about in their testimony to get an indictment, and we want to see if they misrepresented legal things. Now, we know that this DOJ is absolutely capable of doing that, because that is what the unqualified Lindsay Halligan did in the James Comer and Letitia James case. The bitch who wasn't even qualified. The bitch who used to be in Donald Trump's beauty pageants as a teen. The unqualified lawyer that he put in to prosecute James Comey and Letitia James. After the person that he got rid of to put her in that position had already told him that there was nothing to prosecute them on. So this bitch, she actually didn't even have a court reporter in the room when she was winding up her case. So there would be what? No notes, no court written notes on her case. And then the whole grand jury didn't even sign off on the grand jury subpoena. So you're absolutely right. We were gonna talk about that. All of this is a smokescreen. They done found DEI Southern Poverty Law Center was playing extremists to agitate Dem protesters. People are connecting the dots. You should be worried about 2030, huh? 2030. What's happening in 2030? What's happening in 2030? They done found DEI Southern Poverty Law Center was paying extremists to agitate Democrat protesters. No, that's not what they found. I didn't read your message. That is not what they found. And you should not try to come in my chat and think that I don't know what is going on in the United States. Are you serious? The Democrats playbook simplified. No, that's the Republican playbook. Have a good day. Goodbye. Please hit the like button. Have a good day. What lie did I tell? What lie did I tell? What lie did I tell? Give me one lie that I told. And when you give me the lie that I told, correct it with the facts. If you want to say anything that I said was a lie, I need you to correct it with what the facts is to these alleged lies that I told, that you are asking people to report me for. See, but when you report me for a lie, you are going to have to say what lie you're reporting me for. So riddle me this. What lie did I say, George C? What lie? I'm waiting. George C. George C, you're talking about reporting people for lies. Be specific, bitch. Can you be specific? We're waiting. Hey, I spoke to you, the World Cowboy. See, they got busted in their Southern Poverty Law Center bullshit. Now they are coming on here talking about DEI in the Southern Poverty Law Center and all of this shit because they know that they have been busted. They know that it is before it's being reviewed by the courts. What exactly did this lying DOJ present in its filings? They want the information. They want the facts. They are scared that the facts are about to come out about this DOJ presentation to a grand jury to indict the Southern Poverty Law Center. And now they're already coming out with their bullshit and their talking points. They thought that they could, get me. You can't come in my chat talking dumb shit. You cannot come in my chat talking no motherfucking lies. We can agree to disagree, but you're gonna have to have some facts behind the shit that you're talking about. This is not the place for propaganda and dumb bitches. I'm still waiting on you to tell me, what did I lie about? And to be a racist, you have to have power to restrict access to banking, housing, schooling. So who would be the racist? Would it be this administration? Would this be to jobs? Would it be this administration? Huh? Who has restricted that under the guise of DEI? To be a racist, you have to have power. So that shows how stupid you are. No one cares about white people calling black people racist, and they don't even know what the meaning of the word racist is. They try to Joe, whom are you speaking about, Joe? Whom are you speaking about, Joe? Bring out the Epstein files. Okay, let me continue. I hope you are speaking about these idiots talking about everything else other than what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue. He got me off on the Southern Poverty Law Center part. I was already going to talk about that, but since he brought it up, I'm glad that I saw a DEI, then I saw Southern Poverty Law Center, and that made me think about what I was going to present to you about the Southern Poverty Law Center on today. The sham case, the DOJ is out. Todd Blanche. Well, you understand that the interim chair, interim, what is he? The interim guy over the DOJ who took Pam Bimbo's job, you understand that was 4547's personal attorney. And you understand that he appears to not be such a successful attorney in the shit that he is trying to represent 4547 on. Because Todd Blanche is absolutely the attorney that lost the trial that had Trump convicted on 34 felonies. This is that same failed attorney who is bringing these bullshit cases in the DOJ, who wants the permanent job, so is bringing all of these bullshit cases. And these cases are being shot down, shot through. This is a whole bunch of bullshit. And this is attorney has been his biggest case today. He has failed at, which is the reason your president is a 34-time convicted felon. This is who's over the DOJ. This is the meritocracy that they speak of. When people are going to get their jobs via merit, and we're going to fire all black people who work in the government, and we're going to try to extend that in business. We're going to extend that in colleges. We are going to make black people pay based upon what the Heritage Foundation has written up as our policy. I got a little something about the Heritage Foundation. Kevin, what's his name? Who is the VP of the Heritage Foundation? Who his whole life study has been in Black histories, and then he it seems like he created his thesis. His bachelor's, his master's, and his PhD has been in Black history, and this is the president of the Heritage Foundation that put out a big thesis of how to impact the lives and draw back all of the gains in civil rights in voting rights of Black people. Who this is the same person who wrote in this 2025 thesis that at some point the United States will be put under martial law to restrict you from protesting anything that goes on in this government. While Marco Rubio is sitting up here telling you how bad the Iranian people have it and how much they hate their way of life, how much they hate how they have to live. Like y'all living like what y'all living like. Hey, Liz. Clucky, this president has not funded HBCUs forever. Now, this president is the president that wants to get rid of HBCUs. Get the fuck out of my face with this dumb talking point. Who's talking about? But you talk about what I'm talking about. Talk about what I'm talking about. Talk about what I'm talking about. I don't do this what about ism. Talk about the topics that I'm talking about. Okay, let's continue. George, is somebody can anyone who has the keys that has George locked in my chat, can you release the keys so George can leave? I didn't understand people were demanded or locked in the chat. I didn't understand that you had people under lock and key in my chat. Can you guys release George, please? Oh, thank you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What you just said, I don't even know what you're talking about. Who's a liar? 1 billion what? 1 billion what? And who are you calling a liar? And what is this 1 billion referencing? What are you referencing with this 1 billion? What does this mean? Can you maybe write a complete thought, or do you have one? If you have one, please write your complete thought. Let's continue. Enough time with the bullshit. Let's get
of concept and as a proof of function, 2 U.S. flag merchant ships have successfully transferred the Strait of Hormuz in the first stages of this project, and they're now safely on their way. The U.S. military is deploying the necessary assets to extend this defensive umbrella over commercial shipping. But there should be no mistake. And as I said this already, this is a defensive operation. I want to reiterate that point. This is important to understand.
No, this is a cop-out. This is a cop-out. We have the right to defend ourselves. This is bullshit. You fucked up the Strait of Hormuz. Only 2 ships got through, and you're trying to take credit for it as if this fake-ass Project Freedom is the reason for it. And we're extending our red, white, and blue dome over these shipping. 2 ships got through when usually 130 something ships a day get through. So what are you talking about, you failure?
If no shots are fired at these ships and no shots are fired at us, we're not firing shots. But if we're fired on, we will respond, and we will respond with lethal efficiency. The assets supporting this project, by the way, include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 of the finest military service members on the planet.
Are you insane? Are you insane? It's obvious that you're not educated. For example, what might I need to educate myself in? What do you have to disprove anything that I've just said? Maybe you need to educate yourself in the fact that I am highly educated, stupid. Well, for example, all of this, you need to educate me. Educate me in something that I said that was wrong. Educate me. I'll wait. I'll wait. Still waiting. Still waiting. Let's be real clear. I am not insulted. I'm amused. I'm amused at all of this. I need to educate myself in. For example, in what? For example, what? Nothing? Still nothing? I'm waiting. No, I'm not holding my breath. Hold your breath. I'm waiting. Oh, nothing. Interesting. And you think that anything that you say to me is effective? Nobody buys into this low IQ because we know exactly who the low IQ people are who try to talk about what someone else don't know, but don't know anything to counter what the people are saying. See, a low IQ motherfucker tries to question the IQ of others, but you don't have anything to counter the facts that are given. So you think that you are saying something, talking about someone's IQ, and you don't have the IQ to find out anything that counters what is being said to you. So let's be real clear on who has the low IQ. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what you say about my IQ. Take you and your high IQ and open up your fucking channel and talk about the dumb shit that you are able to talk about, bitch, because nobody gives a fuck about you talking about IQ when you cannot talk about the topic, when you cannot compare and contrast or refute anything I'm saying with any facts that you have or you think you have. Those are the people with the low IQ. Let's be real clear. You notice when I asked anybody to be specific, then all of a sudden the finger tapping stops. Then all of a sudden, all they have is the same old dried, played out, dementia-ridden tricks that you're low IQ, you're an idiot, you're a dummy. They gave me a cognitive test and they told me to find an elephant, a turtle. It's very, very hard. These are the people who think that the solution to any argument is to tell people that they're dumb. But they cannot pontificate further on these facts. They cannot correct me in anything that I don't know. Tell me something I don't know about the subject matter that I'm speaking of. These are the what about this? What about that? What about? Exactly. Exactly. They think they are making great points, but they have no point to make. They think they are doing their best, but I'm not gonna ask you as long as you're not disrespectful. Okay, let's continue. Let's get to the questions. I didn't get to the questions. Marco Rubio.
These forces have already destroyed.
Marco Rubio is up here talking a bunch of dumb bullshit.
I told you earlier, I thought it was 6. It's 7 Iranian fast boats that failed to heed our warnings. And by fast boats, we're talking about, some of these things look like Boston whalers. Okay, so these are not like Navy ships. But nonetheless, they come fast at these boats, try to swarm them, try to harm them. We're not going to let that happen. So 7 of them now sit at the bottom of the sea, along with, by the way, the rest of Iran's Navy. That's where you can find their Navy today. And we're going to continue to systematically clear this passageway through the straits to restore freedom of navigation.
We're going to continue on our Project Freedom. We're going to continue to make sure that we open up the Strait of Hormuz. This was yesterday afternoon. This morning, Project Freedom is over. If you're not aware, Project Freedom is over. I just really can't. I really can't take much more of this with the under. I just want you to hear what they presented to you, the American people, on yesterday. And this morning, we're going to make sure we're going to continue. We got 2 boats through, and we're going to continue to make sure that these vessels get through. No one has the right to command international waters and do whatever they want in international waters, except for when we're striking fishing boats in international waters, calling them drug vessels that are bringing drugs to the United States when they're not even capable of getting to the United States in these vessels. Only we can do whatever we want to do in international waters. Let's continue.
Now, while this project steadily progresses, Operation Economic Fury, continues to impose maximum pressure on the Iranian regime.
Now he can't even get these fake bullshit names together. Epic Fury, which he told us that was already over, and now they have this Epic Freedom or whatever. Now Economic Fury. We've never even heard of Economic Fury. So there's 3 missions. So the first one has extended, has gone beyond its 60 days. So we have 2 more missions that are still in effect. When did Operation Economic Fury start? Because we need to count these 60 days that you don't have congressional approval. Now this epic something freedom that you're talking about right now. So that started on yesterday. So we have 59 more days left on the Epic Freedom. Oh no, we have no more days left on Epic Freedom because Epic Freedom is over the very next day after you announced it. But let's talk about economic whatever. What is this? What is this? What does he say? He don't even know himself.
Now, while this project steadily progresses, Operation Economic Fury. Economic Fury. Another one we've never heard of. So we have how many days? He said it continues. When did it start? So because we need to know the start date, because you got 60 days for these to separate everything they're doing in this war to try to make it seem like, oh no, this is not a war. We're doing tactical attacks. This is not a war. The fuck out of here. Continues to impose maximum pressure on the Iranian regime and what remains of their already frail economy. Today, inflation in Iran is 70%, and their currency is in total and complete freefall.
The U.S. dollar is in total and complete freefall. UAE just left OPEC, and the UAE said that it will start buying oil with the Chinese yuan. You think other people are not going to follow? What friend in the world do the United States have? Any of these people will tell me that I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about. Can you tell me what friend in the world does the United States have? I would allow you to even say Russia, but Russia is giving intel. It is reported that Russia is giving intel to the people that the United States is at war with. So surely Russia isn't our friend. What friend on the planet? What friend does the U.S. have on this whole planet? Wait. If you want to say Israel, okay, a fair weather friend indeed. Is Israel on the stage fighting this war in Iran? Or is Israel, what was Israel just the one who told Trump that he must go into war with Iran and Trump obliged? Are the Israelis doing any strikes in Iran? No, because the Israelis are too busy trying to steal land in Lebanon and do the same thing in Lebanon that they did in Palestine. But the gig is up on the genocide that Israel has been allowed to do all across their neighboring nations to create a bigger Israel. The gig is up. No one's buying it anymore. What did Lebanon do to Israel that they're going in and doing the exact same thing that they did in Palestine to Lebanon, southern Lebanon? Any of you astute people who say that I don't know what I'm talking about? Any answers?
U.S. sanctions enforcement is stepping up. It's moving in lockstep with the naval blockade to degrade Iran's capacity to generate, to move, and repatriate revenue. It directly targets the regime's primary revenue lifelines.
Okay, let's be real clear. Iran is a part of the BRICS. The BRICS do not trade or do anything in the U.S. dollars. This is why the United States is so afraid of the BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and a whole lot of other nations. They do not have to do anything in the U.S. dollar. So Marco Rubio, I understand that you understand that most ignorant ass Americans don't understand what the BRICS is and what they represent, and they are representing a larger swath of people who are trading and not having to stockpile the American dollars. You should understand since the UAE is totally getting out of APEC, which means that they do not have to sell their fuel under the what? The petrodollar. So you're talking about Iran's money is failing. No, the United States dollar is failing.
Blockade alone is costing Iran as much as $500 million a day in lost revenue.
But it's costing the United States, $1 to $2 billion a day. You notice that? You notice that? You notice what he's not saying it costs us? You notice how they try to pretend like they don't know the total cost, and they told you that the war up to this date has cost $25 billion, but they're not talking about rebuilding all of the bases. They're not talking about replacing all of the machinery that has been lost. They're talking about what they're spending allegedly day by day. It has cost $25 billion. Not when you factor in all of the losses of machinery and these satellites that satellite detection apparatuses. I don't know what they call them. They're not talking about replacing all of the shit that has been blown up. They're not talking about replacing they're not talking about replacing the munitions and the missiles and all of that. They're not talking about any of that, what it's going to cost to replace all of the shit that they just wasted away with no mission in sight. But so they put a $25 billion price tag on it. But he gonna tell you how much Iran is losing. I don't give a fuck how much Iran is losing. Iran is an oil-rich state. I care about what I'm losing. Going to a war for no reason. I don't give a fuck what Iran is losing. Y'all care?
80% of total Iranian trade has been halted, causing permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure as wells are forced to shut in. Again, all of this is in response to their piracy. Okay, it cannot be that you have these straits and they blow up any ship that moves and the only ships that get to go through are theirs. You can't have a situation in which the straits are closed to everyone else, but they benefit from the piracy. That can't happen. That's why the blockade is in place, and that's why these sanctions are crippling them. Any foreign financial, and by the way, Treasury is now identifying and cutting off every dollar of revenue that's flowing to this regime. And so, look, any foreign financial institution or commercial actor that enables Iran's sanctions evasion is going to face secondary sanctions exposure and a loss of access to the U.S. financial system. As President Trump has said, and the facts.
Okay, let's talk about these sanctions and these secondary sanctions. Are you going to put secondary sanctions on Russia? Oh, no, you're not. You took the sanctions off of Russia. Are you going to put secondary sanctions on Iran? No, you even took the sanctions off Iran so they can sell their oil. Now, we're supposed to shutter in Abu. Who else is under sanctions to have secondary sanctions put on them? You have to be under sanctions, first of all, to have secondary sanctions put on you. And let's talk about these sanctions. That is the reason why these nations created the BRICS in the first place, because unilaterally the U.S. Misused and abused their power to sanction different countries for doing things that they didn't like. You do something that we don't like, we're going to sanction you. How has that worked out for you, the United States government? How is locking up people finances that they must put in the World Bank to do their trading, because all of trading is done on the U.S. dollar? That has weakened the U.S. dollars because the BRICS have been created to make sure that these nations that you would seek to sanction at a whim's notice and lock up all of their dollar bills and gold in the U.S. Treasury after deciding that you're going to sanction them and you're going to lock up their money, they left you with the inability to do so. So how has all of this threats of sanction worked out for you thus far? And how many nations are trading with the United States? How many nations have you turned out? How many trade deals? Remember what happened to those 90 trade deals in 90 days? How has that worked out for the United States? They want you to forget about all of the trade deals that were going to be coming in to this country. But I know that the BRICS have made a lot of new trading partners. Since the United States decided to tariff different countries, and every other day, 45, 47, I'm going to increase their tariff by 10%. I don't like what they said. I'm going to increase their tariff. And if they say something else, I'm going to increase their tariff, when all of the while the tariffs were against the law. And so what country do you think is going to fuck with the United States if every other day this is what's going on? What country? Now you coming out here talking about the old practice about the tariffs. That's why motherfuckers make sure they got their motherfucking money out of the United States World Bank. And that's why motherfuckers are joining the BRICS hand over fist. That's why the BRICS is one of the bigger trading partner than the U.S. has ever come up against. Are we serious about this bullshit? Tariffs, secondary tariffs,
clearly bear out the United States of America. So, look, any foreign financial institution or commercial actor that enables Iran's sanctions evasion is going to face secondary sanctions exposure and a loss of access to the U.S. financial system. As President Trump has said, and the facts clearly bear out.
Well, if they are dealing with Iran to get around the sanctions, they don't give a fuck about you or your sanctions. They ain't gonna face shit because you are not able to sanction them in the first place because they're not dealing with you. They're not fucking with you. How are you gonna? And that's why they're not fucking with you, because you cannot tell the world who they can do trade with. Fuck you and fuck your sanctions. That's why that's why the dollar is dying. because of dumb shit like this.
United States of America holds all the cards. There is no scenario here in which if they decide to join a ladder of escalation, they wind up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be open, back to the way it was. Anyone can use it, no mines in the water, nobody paying tolls. That's what we have to get back to, and that's the goal here. Every day the conflict continues, however,
Okay,
our
let's
leverage
get to
on
the
Iran will
question.
continue.
Any questions?
Thank you, Secretary Rubio.
The enriched material, you know, they could have that if that's what they wanted. How do you know they don't mean it? Well, we don't mean it because they're doing all the things and historically have tried to do to innovate long-range delivery missiles that now in some cases found centrifuges for enrichment activity. There are countries, they've always had secret components of their nuclear program.
Let's get to the
alone
question.
is costing Iran as much as 5% of total Iranian force. We can't have a situation. That's why the block. By the way, Treasuries look, any foreign financial institution or commercial, every dollar of revenue, foreign financial, and by the way, Treasury is now identifying and cutting off every dollar of revenue that's flowing to this regime. And so, look, any foreign financial institution or commercial actor that enables Iran's sanctions evasion is going to face secondary sanctions exposure and the loss of bear out. The United States of America holds all the cards. There is no scenario here in which
there is a scenario here. There's trading with the BRICS. Get the fuck out of my face. He know you guys are dumb. And that's why the news media don't tell you who has bought in and started trading with the BRICS. That's why your for-profit media ignores the BRICS because they want you to believe this propaganda that is being spewed out by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who couldn't even bother to go to the negotiation. They sent Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who always have their pocket open for a billion or so dollars to go on these alleged negotiation for peace, and JD Vance, who don't know his asshole from his elbow. Because his head's so far up Peter Thiel's ass, the billionaire who got him in the positions that he has got in, who bankrolled every campaign that JD Vance had. And after his first stint in the Senate, miraculously, look who's our vice president. After a billionaire financed and bankrolled him and gave him every job he got after being in college, which his employers were unimpressed with the amount and the ability of him to do the job that were given to him via his connection of Peter Thiel. Let's keep it a buck. Let's not act like we don't know. This is why your for-profit media don't tell you a goddamn word about the BRICS. And so Marco Rubio can sit up here and be like, oh, well, we got them by the nuts and we're twisting our hand and they're going to cry uncle. Then your president said he just wanted to hear them cry uncle. You have to be able to put their backs up against the wall for them to cry uncle. All of this bullshit that Marco Rubio talking about, anybody who's helping them and this, that, and the other, motherfucker, the people who are helping them are the BRICS. And that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That's who's helping them. So we ain't got to figure out who's helping them. So go do your thing. Go get at it. Get to it. We ain't trying to pretend like we don't know who's helping them. You trying to pretend like you don't know who's helping them.
Which, if they decide to join a ladder of escalation, they wind up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be open, back to the way it was. Anyone can use it. No mines in the water. Nobody paying tolls. That's what we have to get back to, and that's the goal here. Every day the conflict continues, however, our leverage on Iran will continue to increase, and their position will continue to weaken, especially as the blockade really begins to bite in conjunction with the sanctions. So, look, the time's come for Iran to make a sensible choice. And it's not easy for them to do that, obviously, because they have a fracture in their own leadership system. And apart from that, I mean, the top people in that government are, to say the least, they're insane in the brain. And so we need to address that, and it's difficult because it's hard to get past that in their system. But it's important for them to make a sensible choice and the one that's right for their people. The president, our president, has proven time and again that his preference is peace. But Iran must accept the reality of this situation and come to the negotiation table and accept terms that are good for them, but ultimately good for the world. The diplomatic path, if there's a real diplomatic path, I'm not always going to be one, but if there's a real diplomatic path and we continue to explore it, Steve and Jared are working on that very hard. If there is one there, it could be one that leads them to reconstruction, to prosperity, and to stability, and to not posing a threat to the world.
Steve and Jared are working on it very hard. Steve and Jared, who has no government authority. Steve and Jared, who has no negotiating experience. Steve and Jared, who knows nothing about nuclear anything, have nothing about. First, it's about nuclear things. Steve and Jared are working on it, but Steve and Jared are people who are going across this country trying to make deals for their personal business, and have been making billions in deals for their personal companies. But Marco Rubio, what are you doing? That's your job. You're the Secretary of State. That's why when you send Steve and Jared out to negotiate for the United States of America, what is it saying? When Iran is sending a nuclear physicist out to negotiate for their state in this war, and you're sending Beavis and Butthead's daddies out to negotiate, what does that say? You have the audacity as the Secretary of State to tell us that you have negated your position as Secretary of State, and you're not even out here trying to negotiate an end to this war. And you tell us about, well, Steve and Jared that are out here working endlessly for this. Steve and Jared are looking to enrich themselves. Steve and Jared, do they even have a security clearance? Because their position does not allow them to have a security clearance. Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're really doing? Trying to negotiate the end to a war with motherfuckers who, to my knowledge, don't even have a security clearance? How that work? How does that work? You ever think about that? We're talking about nuclear enrichment, and motherfuckers who can't pass a security clearance as reported are negotiating the end to the war regarding nuclear capabilities. Make that make sense. Let's continue.
The alternative is growing isolation, economic collapse, and ultimately total defeat. I know what the right choice is for Iran. I hope that the people over there making decisions will make the right one. The last point I would make, and it really is important for them to understand this, is they really shouldn't test the will of the United States, at least not under President Donald Trump. He has proven time and again that he will back up what he says. And if they test him, ultimately they will lose. The hard way, the easy way, the long way, the short way, they will lose. And with that, it's time for your questions. So, Catherine, why don't we start with you first?
Hi, Catherine Herridge. I'm an independent journalist. Secretary Rubio, have you seen any recent indications that Iran is willing to give up its nuclear weapons program that is credible, verifiable, and that would lead to an immediate de-escalation?
Well, look, this is a long-standing problem for them, right? I mean, they have always said they don't want a nuclear weapon. That's because they've always said that, they just don't mean it. And why do you say, well, how do you know they don't mean it? Well, we don't mean it because they're doing all the things, and historically have tried to do all the things that you do if you want a nuclear weapons program. For example, they innovate and try to innovate long-range delivery missiles that now, in some cases, are capable of reaching much of Europe. They build these large underground centrifuges for enrichment activity. There are countries in the world that are involved in the enrichment business, but these guys do it in mountains and in caves and in hiding. They've always had secret components of their nuclear program undisclosed to the world. And we know for a fact that they retain highly enriched uranium at 60%, that they did so. And that has no civilian use, none, zero whatsoever. So they have an opportunity here to agree to something that will make it clear that they're not interested in. One thing is to say we don't want a nuclear weapon. Another thing is to do the things that prove you don't want a nuclear weapon. By the way, if what Iran wants is a civilian nuclear program for power plants and stuff like that, there are a lot of countries in the world that have that, and they don't enrich. They import the enriched material. You know, they could have that if that's what they wanted, but they're not acting like that's what they wanted. They're acting like they want a military.
Why would they import enriched material to power their country if they can enrich their own material to power their country? There's plenty of other countries that do that. If they don't enrich uranium, they bring it in. They purchase something that they can make. Bitch, what? Bitch, what did you just say? Oh, look at this fucking dumbass. I would hold my face like that after saying that stupid shit that you just gave. I would have a look on my face like that after some stupid shit like that came out of my mouth as well. Look at that face. Look at that puss. You understand how stupid what you said, what you just said. You understand how stupid that shit sounds.
You know, they have this civilian nuclear program for power plants and stuff like that. There are a lot of countries in the world that have that, and they don't enrich. They import the enriched material. You know, they could have.
They import the enriched material. Well, who's enriching it? Somebody's enriching it. So is enriching the material the problem? Oh, obviously, enriching the material is not the problem, because if enriching the material was the problem, they wouldn't be able to import it from people who do enrich it. So why do you have a problem with them enriching their own material to power their own country? Because you sound like a buffoon. Let's continue.
That if that's what they wanted, but they're not acting like that's what they wanted. They're acting like they want a military, nuclear.
They're not acting like that's what they wanted. Well, how are they acting? Now we're talking about the NSP M7. How you can be convicted of a crime based upon really subjective types of things. Like, they're not acting like they want it just to power their country. They're acting like, what is this acting like? We are going to war based upon NSPM 7 statute of pre-crimes. You appear based upon all of the things that we say that we have intel on you about, but we are not showing this intel. We're just saying, hey, we're just going to try to prevent them from committing a crime by going to war with them for a pre-crime, something of that. It doesn't look that way, so let's go to war on a pre-crime because it looks this way. But we have proven absolutely nothing. But the only thing that we proved is the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu has been in Trump's ears. Benjamin Netanyahu was in Trump's ears in his first term, told him to tear up the non-proliferation agreement that Barack Obama had made with Iran, that had inspectors going in there, and the inspectors said that they had not been enriching uranium at a weapons grade. And what did Trump do when Benjamin Netanyahu told them without any proof? He tore up the agreement. That's what we know. That is the pre-crime. Well, it doesn't appear. It looks like, but we have no evidence to prove what we're saying. In the meantime, we are totally ignoring that Israel is reported to have tons of nuclear weapons, and none of their nuclear weapons, they have not declared having any nuclear weapons. No, we're ignoring that. That's our partner. We're going to ignore that. These are our partners. Make any of this make sense?
Program. That's unacceptable. So that's the process we're engaged in now. To create, that's the object of this diplomacy, is to come up with some level of understanding about what are the topics that they've agreed to negotiate on. We don't have to have the actual agreement written out, and one day this is highly complex and highly technical. But we have to have a diplomatic solution that is very clear about the topics that they are willing to negotiate on and the extent and the concessions they're willing to make at the front end in order to make those talks worthwhile. That's what Stephen Jarrett and the whole team is working on. And I hope to have good news on it. That's the outcome we would prefer. That's the outcome we would have preferred a year ago. That's the outcome I think most of us would have preferred a long time ago. But that's not the option they've given us, given their activity. All right, there's no way I can figure out who to call on. I'm just going to like press right in the middle, right there, you right there. Yeah, right in the back row.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll go to you next. I can't get everyone. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio.
Keep going right.
Welcome to the White House.
What's that?
Talking to me, sir?
Yeah, to you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have two questions on two separate issues that
Do
come
they
under.
get two questions for these?
Two questions.
There's a lot of people in here.
That fall under your umbrella.
All right. Well, you answer. You can answer me two questions. I'll give you one answer. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. I appreciate
And I'll pick the one I like better.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The first has to do with the blockade. There are lawmakers from both parties who claim the blockade is an act of war. What do you say to that? And my second question has to do with the fuel embargo of Cuba. How long, Mr. Secretary, will that last?
Okay, two things. All right, good. I'll answer both your questions because I like the second one too. The first one on the blockade. And so why do we have a blockade? We have a blockade because they shut down the straits. So I don't know which members of Congress you're talking to, but here's what I would ask them. I would ask everybody here. It's very simple. These guys have shut down the Straits of Hormuz. This is what Iran is saying. We will shut down the straits. No one can go through. No country in the world can go through unless we allow you to go through, and you have to pay us. But our ships can go through, meaning the Iranian ships, as much as they want. That's crazy. Who would agree to that? So how are we going to have a situation where they get to close the straits to everybody, and the only people who are allowed to go through there 100% without paying anything are the Iranians? If you do that, they'll keep the straits closed forever. They're trying to make this some new normal. Okay, under no circumstances can we ever allow them to normalize the fact that they get to blow up commercial ships and put mines in the water. So the response to that is we're going to blockade your ships. If everyone's ships are not getting out, your ships are not getting out either. That's not an act of war. That's a defensive measure. It's a counter to what they have decided to do. You know what is an act of war? Putting mines in the water. Why don't the members of Congress, whoever it is complaining about it, they should be all over that. These guys put mines.
Why would Congress be all over that? Oh, you haven't gone to Congress for a war. How is Congress going to be over what Iran is doing when you have not gone to Congress for permission for war powers? So Congress should be all over this because look at what they're doing in this war that we say we are not in a war. How now he says Congress should be over what Iran is doing, but not over what you're doing as you come out and present this Project Freedom shit to try to evade Congress of approval of going to Congress to approve this war. And you telling us Congress should be doing something about what Iran is putting in the water as Iran is fighting a war with you that you don't want to go to Congress to get approved. The fuck out of my face.
Mines in the water, that alone, you mining in the water is illegal, period, under any circumstances, and they've done it. This is crazy stuff, but this is what they've done on Cuba.
Doing double strikes on a boat and when there are survivals is illegal, but that's what you have done. That's what the U.S. military has done. Saying that you will give no quarters is a war crime. But that's what Pete Kegbreath has said on TV in a press conference. And that is what he's proven that he would do when they struck that Iranian ship that was coming home from some exhibition that had no weapons on it, that they were in some marine show or something somewhere, and these people survived and they gave no quarters. They allowed these people who survived that torpedo strike to die in the waters. That's a war crime. You're talking, but they don't want to talk about the shit that the United States is doing. And they can't even tell you why they're doing it. Look at him. I look like a fucking fool. Let me tell you something. All of this, look at what they're doing. Look at what we're doing. Look at what the United States is doing. They want to they want to do like a lot of these white ignorants in the chat want to do. Look at this. Look, I got that from the amazing Lucas. If you not subscribed to his channel, subscribe to his channel. Very good. The white ignorants always want to tell you to look over here, look over there, look at what they doing. Don't know. We're looking at what you're doing. We're looking at what we're doing. Since we're paying for it, we may as well look at what we're doing. And we have no reason why.
Oil blockade on Cuba. There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba, okay? Cuba used to get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free oil. They would take like 60% of that oil and resell it for cash. It wouldn't even go to benefit the people. So the only blockade that's happened is the Cubans have decided, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can only imagine nowadays, the way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil.
Oh, wait a minute. Now his dick is hard. He's talking about Cuba now. Now you know his dick is real hard because Donald Trump has probably promised him that he can have any lots of land over in Cuba. This is the next place that they're talking. Now Cuba, his Cuba story is very suspect in the first place. Marco Rubio has told many lies about why his family left Cuba and thrown out of Cuba. I gotta I forget the exact thing behind Marco Rubio's lies about leaving Cuba, but he's standing up there. It's a wonder he didn't knock the podium over with his little hard dick. Well, he's little Marco. Maybe he's not standing close enough to the podium. His dick is hard while talking about Cuba. And no one's giving away free oil, especially at the cost of what oil costs. Why are the oil costs so high, though? You make no sense, little Marco.
So the only blockade that's happened is the Cubans have decided, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can only imagine nowadays, the way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil, much less to a failed regime. So the problem with Cuba is worse, okay? Their economic model doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're communists, that's bad enough, but they're incompetent communists. The only thing worse than a communist is an incompetent one. And that's so incompetent communists run that country. They don't know how to fix it. They really don't. And we have 90 miles from our shores, a failed state that also.
What do we give a fuck? What does that have to do with us and how we live our lives? You didn't want the Venezuelans giving Cuba oil. Who else is giving Cuba oil? Iran. You had those Cubans over there. They hadn't had oil in, I think, 3 months. People cooking outside in open fires and all of this shit to try to prove the fact that it's a failed state because it's run so poorly. As we go over to Venezuela, and Venezuela, they decided to stop giving them free oil. At the prices, who would give free oil? This is a buffoon. This is an utter buffoon. Why are we talking about Cuba, bitch? Because you think that Cuba is next on the striking block. As this administration asks for $1.5 trillion for the military budget. The same person who said we don't have money to pay for daycare, that should be done by these broke ass red states. The red states, you should have to pay for daycare, and we don't have money for that. We're in wars. Your president said that on Easter Sunday. We don't have money for all these little individual projects like Medicare and Medicaid. We're in war. We have to pay for war. The state should have to pay for things like Medicare and Medicaid. And the main people who get relief from blue states like California, when you always want to talk about California, is you broke ass red states that are always in the red because you don't make enough money. But your elected officials make you suffer, and they refuse Medicaid dollars, something that will give you a primary care physician to treat what ails you. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe a Medicaid doesn't cover mental instability issues, because you dumb motherfuckers continue to vote against your own interests. Now we talking about Cuba. We're done with Marco. The link is in my description box. I'm done with this stupid motherfucker because everything that he said yesterday, Operation Failure. That link is in my description box under Operation Failure. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go away from Marco Rubio. Let's go to what I want to talk about. This was leftover from yesterday. This happened yesterday. Oh, let me remove this comment. I apologize. This is left over from yesterday. I didn't get to review that yesterday. I am just, I feel so slimy after listening to that dumb shit from Marco Rubio. But here, let's talk about what we're going to talk about on today, shall we? And let's talk about it. Okay, let me pull this up. Operation Freedom is already. Let me share this with you. I will put the closed captions on. Trump announces a retreat from Iranian waters, abruptly abandons Project Freedom. Did you know that? Did you know? This link is in my description box under Operation Failure as well.
And it's not the first time we are witnessing this phenomenon. Immediately after So Donald Trump has capitulated to Iran, and it's not the first time we are witnessing this phenomenon. Immediately after I uploaded my video last night, Trump took to his social media page to announce that he was abandoning his so-called Project Freedom in the state of Oregon.
And if you do not believe that is what happened, let me help you out. I understand that some of you racists, because this man has a accent, will think that automatically he's lying. Donald J. Trump lies social media. Based upon the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally, the fact that great progress has been made toward complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran. Who are these representatives of Iran? The last we heard that he said that Iran had given him a piece of paper and he hadn't looked at it yet. But then he came back and said he didn't like what was on the paper. The last thing Iran said is that they gave him a 14-point proposal. That's it. You got a 14-point proposal. We had Pete Kegbreath coming out here announcing Operation Freedom. We had Marco Rubio last night doubling down on Operation Freedom yesterday afternoon. Last night, this is what your president wrote. Okay, complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran. We have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. President Donald J. Trump. Did I not tell you that Marco Rubio was talking a bunch of dumb bullshit yesterday? Yes, I did tell you that. And let's be real clear. It's unfortunate that we have a administration that just feels like it is just okay to sit up and lie to the people. The people who are being most financially affected by their lies. So let's continue.
So much for the world's most powerful military. This will be the broad focus of my video today. Also in this video, UK's left leaders face renewed smear campaign from the usual suspects in the pro-Israeli political class and the media. So please stay tuned. So as expected, the deranged occupant of the White House has once again proven all of us right. It was Tuesday yesterday, and we witnessed a classic Taco Tuesday moment as the Israeli lapdog abruptly abandoned his decision to take on Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. It took a couple of Iranian missiles and a firm resolve from the Iranian Navy for the world's most powerful military to run away from the Persian Gulf. Mind you, Motormouth Trump had told the world that he was out to end the dominance of Iran in the Strait of Hormuz, and his powerful military would escort all abandoned ships to safety by ending the control of the Iranian Navy over this crucial waterway. But by the end of Tuesday, he wrote this on Truth Social, and I quote, "Based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally, the fact that great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. President Donald J. Trump."
But wait a minute. Didn't Marco Rubio just tell you yesterday afternoon that they had requests from all these other nations that came to them and said, only you can save us, President Trump. Trump, help us. And Trump said, okay, I'll do it. It's just for you. I will be the bigger person and I will do it for you. Only 2 hours later, after he sent his boys out here to lie to you, he understands that he has no way out, that this war is failing, and he comes out with this bullshit statement. Oh, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I've already sit down and listen to the news. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've already had this prepared to show you the news of the day. But y'all stupid motherfuckers who want to say that I don't know what I'm talking about have no reply to what I'm actually talking about. Let's continue.
Since Trump invoked the ongoing talks in Pakistan to justify his meek surrender to Iran, let's hear from BBC's Jerry.
Hold on. Excuse me. I don't want everyone to think that I'm just talking about certain individuals who continue to try to type in a bunch of propaganda and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I am happy to have all of you. Thank you for coming in. Tap your computer, your TV. Tap your phone screen twice to hit the like button, and hit the like button while you're here. I greatly appreciate all you guys for being here. I'm just talking shit to the people who are talking shit about me not knowing what I'm talking about. Let's continue. We can agree to disagree, but we're not going to be disrespectful. You're not going to think you're going to be disrespectful to me and you don't get the same back in return. So I thank you all for being here. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but don't be disrespectful. Thank you.
Bowen about those ongoing talks. This is him on BBC Radio 5 Live this morning.
The only person who's saying that the talks are going brilliantly somewhere in the background is President Trump. Maybe there is a track going on that people are not aware about, but I think the point about the talks is that both sides would like a deal. The issue is they want different deals, that they have some pretty harsh red lines on both sides about what they're demanding. The Iranians want to really change the status quo. They want to cement their control formally and have it recognized of the Strait of Hormuz. They want they in the past they looked open to doing some kind of a deal on the so-called nuclear issue. And as for the Americans, well, you know, President Trump oscillates so much, it's quite hard to know what they want because he says different things on different days. But if you go back to the things that he said at the very beginning on the 28th, when they launched this war with the Israelis, of course, he had a whole list of things, including regime change, including Iran not supporting various armed groups around the Middle East, etc., etc. And the only one that he's really can say that they've succeeded in doing is sinking the Iranian Navy, which they have done. But the other ones, they haven't succeeded in doing. And if they're demanding in the talks that they want big concessions along those lines, well, clearly Iran has decided they ain't going to get them.
It seems like this has all morphed into being about the Strait of Hormuz, which was something that when this Operation Epic Fury was launched, I don't think was even mentioned.
Well, when this operation was launched on the 20th of February by the US and by Israel, the Strait of Hormuz was open and had been for many years. And while it was known that if there was some kind of a war, it was quite likely that Iran would try to close it, the Americans seem to have assumed that they would win so quickly, that Iran would capitulate so easily, that really wouldn't be a factor. It's impossible to believe that someone in the Pentagon or in the White House didn't say to President Trump and his close advisors, look, this is something Iran might do. And I think we have to assume that it was essentially dismissed. But what is sort of a bit of, if you like, kind of geopolitical irony, madness, I don't know what, is the fact that now the central factor in the war, which is the Strait of Hormuz, was an issue that at the beginning wasn't mentioned and was open when the war started. Now it's closed, and now the central issue in the war is reopening it. So it's a horribly deadly circular, and it's rather confusing because of course it looks as if an issue created by the war is now the centerpiece of the war.
We should have seen this coming, since Trump begged Iran to surrender during his press conference yesterday, when he asked the Islamic Republic to wave the white flag by praising his enemy.
That's not the way we play. No, we do it the old-fashioned way. And they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially that's already what they should wave the flag.
Also, when a reporter asked Trump's Secretary of Treasury, Marco Rubio, for an update on the second day of so-called Project Freedom and how many more ships the US Navy had managed to escort through the Strait of Hormuz, he had no answer. All he said was that he would update the reporters once those ships reached safety. Even while uttering this lie, the fear of Iran was palpable in his voice and his choice of words.
You mentioned the 2 U.S. ships that safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Are other ships being told it's safer to get back to regular levels, or are we still going to see limits in place for the foreseeable future?
For obvious reasons, I'm not going to broadcast who we're talking to or who we're telling them to move. I mean, we want these operations to be safe, and I think as it unfolds and ships get through, we'll make those announcements after the fact, just for operational security purposes. But the goal here is pretty simple. Establish a zone of transit that is protected by a bubble, the United States, both naval and air assets, and then allow ships who want to move through there and get to market. market to begin to increase confidence in the ability to do so. That doesn't happen in 12 hours. It takes time to set up that bubble and gain that confidence, but that's the goal. We have been in touch. We've been in touch, I don't know, with a bunch of different liners. About moving, and we're hoping to continue to improve the security situation, and we'll start to see some of that movement, and we'll announce it as it happens after the fact. We're not going to be like broadcasting, hey, tomorrow at 12, ship X is going to be coming through, for obvious reasons, because that degrades the security.
After Trump, even Rubio was seen begging countries around the world to come to America's rescue. Clearly, the Iran conflict has truly exposed the so-called bravery of the US military. No wonder, even genocide-loving German Chancellor, a friend of Donald Trump, Friedrich Merz, had recently said that Iran was humiliating the US.
Ich erkenne im Augenblick nicht, welche.
At the moment, I cannot see what strategic exit the Americans are now opting for, especially as the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully, or rather, very skillfully not negotiating, and letting the Americans travel to Islamabad only to leave again without any results. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian state leadership.
This had prompted Trump to announce that he was withdrawing his troops from Germany.
And Germany, I mean, he's doing a terrible job. He's got immigration problems. He's got energy problems. He's got problems of all kinds, and he's got a big problem with Ukraine because they're in that mess. And he criticized me for doing the whole thing with Iran. But I said, would you like to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran? He said, no, I don't. I said, well, then I guess I'm right. He didn't have any answer to that.
Faced with a strain in relationship with the US, Merz then issued another statement putting the onus of the conflict on Iran as he sought to explain what Iran must do to end the ongoing stalemate. Listen to this rogue Zionist as he pronounces his list of Iran must demands.
Bleibt. Unsere gemeinsame Botschaft lautet, der Iran muss an den Verhandlungstisch kommen. Er muss aufhören, auf Zeit zu spielen. Er darf nicht länger die Region und die ganze Welt zur Geisel nehmen. Das militärische Nuklearprogramm muss endgültig und für immer beendet werden. Und es darf auch keine weiteren Schläge gegen Israel und unsere Partner in der Region geben. Die jüngsten Angriffe gegen zivile Infrastruktur in den Vereinigten Arabischen Emiraten habe ich in der letzten Nacht schon auf das Schärfste verurteilt.
Earlier, Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi had tweeted, and I quote, "Events in Hormuz make clear that there is no military solution to a political crisis. As talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort, the US should be wary of being dragged back into quagmire by ill-wishers. So should the UAE. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock. End quote. Anyway, Trump's meek surrender shows that Iran was telling us the truth once again. Iran has said that it had forced the US destroyer to withdraw from the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's press TV had even released the simulated video of what transpired on Monday. Trump and his military generals kept denying, but the US president's latest social media post has once again validated the Iranian claims. Trump caused this mess for himself and for the rest of the world to please his war criminal Israeli master Benjamin Netanyahu. Not just Trump. The illegal settler colony of Israel has now activated its assets in the UK to go after those leaders whose political fortunes are predicted to grow significantly in days to come. Green Party's Zach Polanski, himself a proud Jew, is one of them. This Jewish leader of the Green Party was given grief by Sky News' controversial presenter, Trevor Phillips, this Sunday.
The person who is conflating anti-Semitism and criticism of the Israeli government is Benjamin Netanyahu.
No. Let's not get onto that. I asked you about the feelings of the Jewish community in this country.
Of which I'm one of them.
Almost nothing to do with what you just started to go on to. And you seem still unsure whether you believe Jews in Britain are unsafe or whether you think actually it's not as bad as some people are making it out.
That's not what I said at all, and that's not what I said last week. I said there are people who are unsafe, Jewish people, and that's clearly true. There are also people who feel like the marches are hate marches. I'm saying as a Jewish person who marches with many Jewish people against the occupation in Palestine, when people say that makes them feel unsafe, That's a distortion of what the march is. As I repeat, as a Jewish person, I march with many Jewish people on those marches. Now, there are already laws to deal with.
But you're not all Jews. I'm just saying that currently the policy is...
But why is my Jewish identity being erased from this conversation?
No, I'm not erasing it.
So many people on those marches.
Don't try that one on me.
Many wondered why Polanski didn't walk away from this interview. Others asked why he had even agreed for this interview and therefore given legitimacy to this show. What these left and liberal leaders do not realize is that the easiest way to discredit these propaganda-driven shows is by not appearing on them. These shows run on advertisements, and no advertisers would want to spend their money on programs that are one-sided. And by one-sided, I mean pro-Israeli and genocide-loving propaganda. What Polanski is facing now is how the British press had once hounded former leader of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn. Corbyn was falsely accused of promoting anti-Semitism. This was an attempt to remove him as a leader of the Labour Party at the behest of the Israeli lobby, although there was absolutely no truth in those allegations. Now, Corbyn has referred both Sky News and ITV's Good Morning Britain program to the media watchdog Ofcom for running a defamatory campaign against him. He wrote on Twitter, and I quote, "I have referred Sky News and GMB, which means Good Morning Britain, to Ofcom over disgraceful and baseless smears that have been made about me. There is nothing anti-Semitic about supporting the people of Palestine. I will continue to speak out against racism, apartheid, and genocide." End quote. During a discussion on anti-Semitism, following the stabbing of two Jewish men in London, Sky News' Cathy Newman had reportedly said to Labour peer Thangam Debonair that the rot of anti-Semitism really started under the previous Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn.
The rot really started under the previous Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, didn't it, in this country? This isn't, it's a homegrown problem. Is the current leader doing enough?
This was to imply that Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party in 2015 had marked the beginning of anti-Semitism in Britain, or that it became a far more serious problem after he was elected leader. This Cathy Newman woman was earlier with Channel 4, where she faced constant allegations of being easy on pro-Israeli guests while showing aggression against pro-Palestinian guests. Anyway, a day later, former Conservative minister and now Reform UK member Nadine Dorries has said on Good Morning Britain, this door to anti-Semitism was opened by former leader of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn. But Corbyn was wrong in not taking his critics to the cleaners then, and he is wrong once again with his soft approach now. This is a problem with the left leaders. Imagine if such a defamatory smear campaign was run against a Zionist politician. He or she wouldn't have relied on writing a love letter. Top lawyers would have been hired against the perpetrators
I'm just talking. Let me, Lord. Okay. I'm not going to repeat everything I just said. The reason I showed you that is because what's happening over in England is the same thing that is happening in the United States. You have seen it happening with our schools. You have seen it happen with private institutions. All of this talk about anti-Semitism. So let's get back on.
Operation called Project Freedom was suddenly terminating 24 hours. Donald Trump announced yesterday that his operation called Project Freedom was suddenly terminating 24 hours after Donald Trump said it is the single greatest American military operation in all of history. What
grand opening, grand closing
actually went down behind the scenes were two separate meetings by conflicting world leaders, but it applied the pressure on Donald Trump to submit and surrender. America first means America alone. You had the European Political Community meeting taking place in Yerevan, Armenia, where Prime Minister Carney represented Canada. It was the first time a non-European country attended a European Political Community meeting, and it was a big symbolic thing that this was happening in Yerevan. The world leaders joined forces together. Zelensky was there as well, who made a very powerful speech, and the world leaders who were there talked about moving away from the United States, forming a very strong and powerful bond of Europe with Canada, transatlantic, with Europe joining forces in this alliance. And you had them applying pressure. And when Donald Trump was saying, hey, we need you, step up, they were saying, get out of here. Europe is going to stand firm together.
Get out of here. Get out of here. 86, your ass out of here. Get out of here. Isn't it, what did you say that the mob bosses say 86 mean? They said 86 yourself out of here. Get out of here.
And we will have our own negotiations directly with Iran. We don't need the United States, and just, we'll be able to handle this on our own. Separately, you had Iran's foreign minister, Aragchi, meeting in Beijing with his counterpart, the foreign minister of China, and potentially Xi Jinping. This is a very big deal because at the exact moment where Donald Trump announced he was surrendering, that he was going to stop the Operation Freedom or Project Freedom in the Strait of Hormuz, at that exact moment, Foreign Minister Aragchi was meeting with China's foreign minister. And we know that Donald Trump so desperately wants his trip to China that's coming up with Xi Jinping to have the photo op. I mean, Donald Trump's done so much for that damn photo op. He wants to be standing there with Xi Jinping, with all of the Chinese soldiers standing at attention. And Trump really wants that photo. And Xi Jinping realized how desperate Donald Trump wants to be in a photo with him and have this trip and feel very strong in China with Xi Jinping. And so one of the things that I think went down is Xi Jinping, as foreign minister, Aragchi, basically threatened that not to allow Donald Trump to even show up in China, or that the trip would be delayed unless Donald Trump agreed to surrender and stop the operation or Project Freedom in the Strait of Hormuz. And I think that's one of the main factors. I think there was another thing going on behind the scenes as well. That's why we got to pay attention to a lot of geopolitical developments happening. This went under the radar, but I think it's vital that we cover what's taking place that you're not hearing anywhere else. So you had Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, basically Putin's number two, basically held I wouldn't call it a secret phone call, because once again, Russia's TASS announced that their state regime media announced that there was this call between Lavrov and Marco Rubio, where they were talking about developments throughout the world. And you didn't really hear about that from U.S. media. At the same time, Russia launched a major attack on Ukraine and killed a ton of innocent people yesterday in Ukraine. And then
okay, I just wanted you to hear the first part about the epic failure. Oh, let me see. This is talking about what is going on in Ukraine. This is also in the link to this. Midas Touch is also in my description box under Operation Failure. I have this comment Please go over there and check that link out. The Midas Touch is a great place to get information from. Now, I hope this person is still in the chat. Sweetie, you're dumb. Sweetheart, you're very stupid. Okay, this is a lie. The president is paying for it himself with donations. It won't cost the taxpayer a goddamn cent. The only way you haters can get off is to lie. No, you're stupid. The only way you can get off is to believe a bunch of dumb shit. The only way you can get off is shoving your head with a bunch of bullshit and lies. Now, if you are unaware, where's Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham said he thinks that the taxpayers should pay the $400 million for the ballroom. He thinks the alleged $400 million that was collected from these donors to build the ballroom, he thinks that that should go to buying dinnerware and china and fine crystal and all of that. That's what Lindsey Graham, big Disney ass going ass, had to say in the middle of a motherfucking government shutdown, sitting up in Disneyland with a bubble stick. He probably was going to use that later in a indiscreet area. He probably was going to shoot bubbles up his own ass with that bubble wand. Okay, I digress. You think that the United States is paying, should pay the donations are paying for this big, beautiful ballroom where there has been Republicans are trying to stick a what is it? They're trying to stick a little let me find it. The Republicans are trying to stick a little thing in the budget that they will pay, that the United States will pay, not the $400 million for the ballroom. They're trying to get the Americans to pay $1 billion for this Trump ballroom. And they try to sneak it in. Here we go. Let's hear this. Let's hear this. While this dumb bitch is sitting up here talking
the
about
Senate Judiciary Republicans put together their wish list for what they want in their portion of the reconciliation bill. And it's a doozy. There is
the reconciliation. I couldn't think of it. The reconciliation bill. You know, that's the budget bill.
Is a provision in there for $1 billion, that's with a B, $billion to allow for security adjustments and upgrades related to what they call the East Wing Modernization Project. All right, Bill, I have my thoughts. What are yours?
The megalomania, the narcissism, the wanting to put his stamp on things for the future.
The East Wing Modernization Project. Now, let's understand that the East Wing was torn down to build what? To build what? The ballroom. To not put it in the bill to make you say, wait a minute, I thought donors was paying it. The East Wing Modernization Project. They want the American citizens. They want to put this in a budget so that the American citizens will be paying $1 billion for something that your president told you that was going to be paid for by donations, private donations. And that, what else did your president tell you? The ballroom is on time and on budget. Isn't that what your president has been telling you? It was going to cost about $400 billion, and it's on time and it's on budget. But didn't nobody tell you that the Republicans are sneaking in something under reconciliation? Yes. They didn't tell you that they were trying to sneak in a way to pay $1 billion for this bloated bullshit ballroom.
Future has overcome the kind of normal political constraints, which if you're a Democrat is pretty good, because it means you can run on this $1 billion for the ballroom, for the rest of the next 6 months. He's making Republicans take something that's a Trump weakness and make it a Republican weakness. Good for Democrats. On the other hand, from a sort of next 2.5 years point of view, we've got a president who's less constrained than he was, because one of the reasons presidents back off foolish policies is public opinion turns against them. And in this case, and some of this stuff at least, the megalomania is overcoming the political calculation.
I mean, look, I find it outrageous. The whole premise of the ballroom, the whole salesmanship of the ballroom, was that this was going to be paid for with private funds, okay? Then it started at $200 million, and Trump said, oh, I get it done, under budget and on time. Then it got up to $300 million, then $400 million, and now it's taxpayer funded.
And it's $1 billion.
The Senate Judiciary Republicans put together their wish list for what they want in their portion of the reconciliation bill, and it's a doozy. There is a provision in there for $1 billion, that's with a B, $billion, to allow for security adjustments and upgrades related to what they call the East Wing Modernization Project. All right, Bill, I have my thoughts. What are yours?
The megalomania, the narcissism, the wanting to put his stamp on things for the future has overcome the kind of normal political constraints.
Okay, now look at this dumb bitch. You're utterly delusional, lady. Bye-bye, liar. Oh, I'm lying. I'm lying. This bitch is mad because she's a stupid bitch, and I'm lying. I think that this. Who is this? I am not giving you this. I am not breaking this story, but I'm lying. She's mad because she can't come in my chat and write dumb shit. And when she's fact checked, I'm a liar. As I'm showing her where the report comes from. This link is in my description box under $1 Billion Ballroom. Catch the link in anytime you choose to.
Which if you're a Democrat is pretty good, because it means you can run on this $1 billion for the ballroom, for the rest of the next 6 months. He's making Republicans take something that's a Trump weakness and make it a Republican weakness. Good for Democrats. On the other hand, from a sort of next 2.5 years point of view, we've got a president who's less constrained than he was, because one of the reasons presidents back off foolish policies is public opinion turns against them. And in this case, and some of this stuff at least, the megalomania is overcoming the political calculation.
I mean, look, I find it outrageous. The whole premise of the ballroom, the whole salesmanship of the ballroom, was that this was going to be paid for with private funds, okay? Then it started at $200 million, and Trump said, oh, I get it done, under budget and on time. Then it got up to $300 million, then $400 million, and now it's taxpayer funded.
And it's $1 billion.
The Senate Judiciary Republicans put together their wish list for what they want in their portion of the reconciliation bill, and it's a doozy. There is a provision in there for $1 billion, that's with a B, $1 billion, to allow for security adjustments and upgrades related to what they call the East Wing Modernization Project. All right, Bill, I have my thoughts. What are yours?
The megalomania, the narcissism, the want.
Are we clear? Is this my reporting? Yes, this is. I'm giving you the information that is being reported about the reconciliation bill that the Republicans are going to put in the budget to pay $1 billion for the ballroom. Let's continue. Now that stupid bitch is mad and gone. Are you mad? Are you gone? Oh, you don't have to apologize, sweetheart. You are one who lives in a fantasy world of what lies are told to you, even when faced to the fact. Bitch, I don't want your apology. I don't want you in my chat because you're a stupid bitch. Bye, bitch. Hit the like button on your way out. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Shall we? How rude of me. Oh, this is interesting. Did the Trump administration hide full damage from Iran attacks? Oh, we're going to have to watch that later. Okay, now let's get back to what I already had that I wanted to share with you. This is, hold on 1 second. Oh, goodness. Hold on. If you were here with me on yesterday, there was something that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the raccoon crew in our community. The things that I wanted to talk about is the simple fact that it amazes me. No, it really shouldn't amaze me. It amazed me how people are so bored with politics. And now when politics is kicking them in their ass, these same idiots want to come out here and talk about politics. And they have no idea what they speak of. I have been over here doing politics every day for over 2 years. But now all of a sudden different political shows are popping up and different political conversations are popping up and everybody wants to talk about things that they have no idea about. They want to sit on panels and have conversations about things that they know nothing about. But when I was over here doing whatever it is I do, giving you information, showing you the link where you can find the information, because everybody love to say that Black women don't know what they're talking about. Everyone likes to say, just like that stupid bitch that I just threw out of here, talking about the ballroom is completely paid for, and then talking about she don't make apologies. Bitch, I didn't ask you for not one apology, bitch. You sat up here and you were proven to be wrong, and you got mad about it. And you should have been thanking me. I didn't ask you for shit. Your apology means nothing to me. I didn't ask you for shit. But what I did do, I gave your stupid ass information, and you got mad about being given factual information. So that was some bitch, some white bitch with some type of covering over her head. Bitch, I don't give a fuck about you anyway. I ain't got time to give a fuck about you. I give a fuck about what this administration has done since day one of being in the head of this government, of the dismantling of my fucking civil rights, the dismantling of my voting right, the dismantling of DEI, which affect hundreds of thousands of Black people. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about people of color, because people of color don't give a fuck about Black people. But people of color will come into this country and discriminate against Black people when they are living off the fucking death and the fights of the ancestors of Black people to be able to come in this country and live comfortable. I don't give a fuck about people of color. I give a fuck about Black people. And it's unfortunate that not enough Black people give a fuck about themselves. It's very unfortunate. Everybody's all, oh, she's over there talking about politics. Oh, it's so boring. Oh, it's so boring. Politics is so boring. Who wants to talk about politics? All of you dumb motherfuckers want to talk about politics. But what you won't do is you won't go over to where politics is being talked about. Oh, you want to sit up and try to make believe that you are recreating the politics wheel. You won't share where you get your information from. You want to sit up and make it seem like you're some a great grand I am about politics. But you never drop down. You never hit the link of where politics has been talked about for years. But when you see that, hey, there may be some numbers in talking about this politics stuff, then all of a sudden you're so interested. I've always had the politic bug. Oh my God, you people are disgusting. You people really are laughable and disgusting. So let's talk about what I have been talking about, all of the losses that have been put upon the Black community. Since day one, all of these executive orders, who don't remember the executive order where 4547 said that people who get government contracts don't have to worry about, they can actually have separate work stations, workplaces. They can discriminate based upon race. They can actually make Black people and white people work in separate areas, go to separate bathrooms. They can actually segregate government workers who get government contracts. They were talking specifically about segregation. And you have raccoons who want to tell you how many government contracts they work under and that they are former military and I do jobs, I'm a contractor. And then when it's good policy that 4547 has put out, and that's why I'm going to vote for 4547. And the first thing 4547 does, it says that it is okay to actually not give government contracts to people based on DEI. Under DEI, who got the most contracts? Even under DEI, it was white women. It is okay. The first day, it is okay to segregate workers if you get a government contract. That was day one. And the raccoon who voted who tried to come out in a Black area and tout the goodness of Donald Trump, that motherfucker went silent. When I gave you the report about how your children will be automatically enrolled into the selective service, that motherfucker tried to come out behind me, but politics is so boring. And then all of a sudden, all of these motherfuckers who are trying to say, well, she's getting you upset. It's not like we're in a war or anything. And, you're supposed to do this. Well, we're in a war now. We're in a war now. And now it's people who don't pay attention to politics because politics is so boring. This law that said that they were going to automatically start enrolling everyone at the age of 18 into selective service, that came out somewhere August, late summer of last year. But now all of a sudden, when it's brought up again, people are like, oh, do you know what they're doing? Oh, they're going to put your children into selective. This is old news, bitches. This is old news. Old news from people who don't care about. They are so bored about politics. Politics is the only thing that is going to affect your life on a daily basis. You don't have to love politics, but you have to understand how politics plays a role in your life. We have all of these people who are talking about, oh, I don't vote. Ain't no reason to vote. This, that, and the other. We have all these people out here talking about, oh, well, we did what we were supposed to do. We're not going to protest. That's not our fight. As after day one, these motherfuckers are still talking about what is not their fight. And the only people who are being harmed by not fighting are Black people. Black people who want to act as if I've done what I was supposed to do, so I'm going to sit on my ass and then let the chips fall where they may. Let them FA and FO. But are they really FAing and FOing? Or are all black people rights being repealed? Who is FAing and FOing while you're sitting around talking about what is not your fight? If you don't fight for it, what has happened to it? You've lost it. Let me get into this. This is the thing that kills me. As you raccoons are still out here raccooning, doing what you do best, raccooning. Let me share this with you. Let's get a whole montage of things that has been lost by black people in this administration. As you raccoons are thinking that you are doing something out here raccooning.
Piles up of things at which they are failing. Today, for example, the Justice Department and the Homeland Security Department learned that their officials may be held in contempt of court by a federal judge in Rhode Island. The administration...
We're going to talk about that later. I want to get to the raccoon part of this. I want to get to the raccooning.
Even being terrible at what they're doing has still proven to be disastrous for our country. And it is, in part, the posturing and the messaging and the racist vibes from the White House and the president. That is stuff that validates and excites the worst bigots in the country, and that is consequential. But it's more than that, too. We are now about 16 months into what has been from day one a concerted and intense targeting of black Americans, specifically by this president and by this administration. On his first full day in office, he proclaims war on diversity efforts, not only in government, but in any institution in the country over which he can exert leverage, everything from schools and universities to law firms to private businesses of every stripe. He then immediately started firing some of the highest profile black public officials in the whole U.S. government, seemingly regardless of any other thing about them. I mean, right away, we get the firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Charles C.Q. Brown. We get the firing of the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden. And then it's Gwynne Wilcox from the National Labor Relations Board. And then it's Robert Primus, the chair of the Surface Transportation Board. And then it's Alvin Brown from the NTSB. And then it's Peggy Carr, the head of the National Center for Education Statistics. And then it's Willie Phillips from FERC, from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And then it's Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, and on and on and on. When Trump and his top political donor, Elon Musk, then started just lopping off huge swaths of the federal government to disastrous practical effect, the largest and most egregious cuts targeted federal agencies that employed a disproportionate number of black employees.
But people were bored. As I reported on all of this as it was happening, people were bored. RonyiQ didn't know what she was talking about. As RonyiQ always cite my sources. But everybody was so bored. Now, motherfuckers who don't even know what they're talking about is talking about a bunch of dumb shit. They were very inclined. They knew the ins and out of bullshit, of plays, of people running plays for money. They are very entrenched in dumb shit. They can tell you the ups and downs and the side stories and all of this of dumb shit. Now they're out here trying to talk about politics. I heard one dumb bitch who tries to be one of the I am so bourgeois bitch says that no one has been taking her rights away from her. Imagine that. Imagine that. No one has been taking my rights away. Which shows you what a dumb bitch she really is. That shows you that they care about what you think about them instead of caring about themselves. Raccoons. Let's continue.
Reporter Erica Green wrote about this a few months ago for The Times, noting that nothing had moved backwards in the federal government for black Americans.
Sweetheart, they have always waited for black people to get out. Do you think that the black people who got out and fought when we never had these rights, for us to establish these rights, you didn't think that they were getting out and waiting on them? Did they not get out and wait on them as they got off those buses? Were they not waiting on them on the other side of the what is this, Emmett Pettus Bridge? Were they not waiting on them then? So what the fuck are you talking about? They're waiting on blacks to get out so they can arrest them. Who are overwhelmingly in prisons and jails now? So you mean to tell me they not are arresting them now? Is that what you're saying? How stupid do you sound? As people who fought for rights we never had, got dogs, water hoses, beaten to get the rights that we have. And you talking about, oh, well, they're just waiting for us to get out and fight so they can arrest us. How stupid do you sound? And as our prisons and jails are full of predominantly black bodies already, how stupid do you sound? See, this is the ignorance that I'm talking about. And what has this sitting around saying that they're waiting on you to put you in jail? What this ignorance and this stupidness that you are projecting is getting all of your fucking rights that your ancestors fought and died wiped away. That's the ignorance that I'm talking about. Projecting ignorance. Oh, well, this is not my fight. You know, I'm not going to, this ain't my fight. I voted for Harris. This ain't my fight. Well, you don't fight. You see what's happening. All of your fucking rights have been wiped off the books. And they're going for your voting rights. They're going for your representation in voting. Louisiana start changing their map to black out all black districts to have no representation for the third of the population that they have in the states. Immediately after the Supreme Court wiped out Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, there was one black guy, I forget his position. There was one black guy. Louisiana had already started voting, but then the Supreme Court gave them an extra 30 days. Do what you need to do in these 30 days and get to voting on your primaries. Louisiana had already started receiving ballots back, had sent out mail-in ballots for their primary. They suspended the whole election on some rules of some emergency, some federal emergency. The federal emergency was they needed to rewrite their maps to eliminate any trace of a black district or black representation in the whole state of Louisiana. But it's one curious thing about that election that they halted was there was one black man who was running uncontested for a seat. I will look up the seat. And he was the only person, and he had over 1,000 something votes before they suspended the whole election. He was running uncontested. He was the only one running. Had over 1,000 votes. So obviously he was winning. He obviously no one was going to come up behind him and beat him because he was running uncontested. So what did the Governor Landry do about that seat as he was making sure that there is no black representation in the state of Louisiana? What did Landry do? He eliminated that whole position. So therefore, they did not need to vote on that in this new election that they're going to bring up. That he eliminated the whole seat from the state of Louisiana because a black man was winning it. Because it is so important for the state of Louisiana to have only white faces representing Louisiana. Let that sink in. Oh, but y'all want to talk about elections now. But the same bitches who sat up and talked about what wasn't your fight. But now you want to talk about elections, and some of you dumb bitches are too stupid to know that your rights have been taken away. Some of you stupid bitches never said a word to these raccoons out here telling you why Trump policies were good for you. But now you want to talk about, now you want to jaw jerk and be stupid and not have any information about shit that has devastated the Black community. But RonyiQ is boring. You bitches are laughable. Let's continue.
This quickly or this far in over 100 years, since Woodrow Wilson came in 1912 and resegregated the federal workforce. Quote, Black employees were fired or demoted to lower level jobs, relegated to separate and inferior lunchrooms and other facilities, and accused of making white women feel unsafe. Those who remained were humiliated. A Black worker in the Postal Service was surrounded by screens, so white workers would not have to look at him. Another employee had a cage built around him to separate him from his white counterparts. A clerk in the Treasury Secretary's office was assigned to rewrite all correspondence to address Black employees by their first names. The way Trump addressed the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, by her first name.
Yeah. If anybody has been over here watching the news with RonyiQ, I talked to you about the Woodrow Wilson administration. I specifically talked about the Black employee. He worked in the Treasury Department. None less. The Treasury Department. And they put a cage around his desk. But y'all didn't hear that. Y'all don't hear any of this. And we had Project 2025 rip through the federal government and have a lot of Black people who were making 6 figures out of jobs. But RonyiQ is boring. See, because the one thing about some raccoons, y'all can, and the reason why RonyiQ always drop her links, the reason why RonyiQ always cite her sources, because some of you raccoons cannot take getting information from your own people, because you're so raccoonish. That is the only reason why I drop my sites all the time. Because some of you can't take information unless you're getting it from a palm-colored person. And you will follow around a simple big mouth Black person who's who's espousing to be some great I am, who espousing that they have so much money and they have so much this and they living in the motherfucking ghettos of Baltimore. But y'all will follow this motherfucker as they profess to be some great I am. But you won't even do the minimal to try to make sure that your rights are intact for following a fool. This is what kills me about you raccoons. None of this is new information. None of this that Rachel is talking about is new information, because this stuff that she's talking about is the totality of things that you have been warned about. And now here, so belatedly, you wake up and realize, you're really going to wake up and realize when it comes election time and you have the motherfucking military out here seizing ballot machines. And then you're going to be like, oh, look at what's happening. No, this has been happening since day one. This is a accumulation of things. What is accumulation of things that have been happening in this United States of America since day one. But y'all too busy looking at dumb shit and bullshit. And as a dumb bitch has the nerves to say, who's taking my rights? Nobody's taking my rights. Nobody's taking your rights to be a dumb bitch. That's the only thing. Nobody's taking your right. You have the right to be a dumb bitch that don't know that your rights have been wiped out in this administration. You are exactly right. No one's taking the rights of a dumb bitch to be a dumb bitch.
When he crowed publicly about firing her for no reason. In the year of our Lord 2025 and now 2026, this president and this administration is not just inheriting that history from the Wilson administration, it's furthering it in its own ways. Since 1965, there has been an executive order in effect. It was signed by Lyndon Johnson, 1965. Since 1965, all federal contractors have been banned by executive order from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin. Donald Trump rescinded that 1965 rule on his first full day in office. Less than a month later, Trump announced another rule change. They rescinded Clause 52.222-21 of the Federal Acquisition Regulation, which doesn't sound like much, but I'll tell you what the title of that is. It's Prohibition of Segregated Facilities. That's what Trump rescinded less than 1 month into being back in the White House. That section reads, quote, the contractor agrees that it does not and will not maintain or provide for its employees any segregated facilities at any of its establishments, and that it does not and will not permit its employees to perform their services at any location under its control where segregated facilities are maintained. That anti-segregation clause has been in government contracts for decades. Donald Trump overtly reached out to rescind it, which means bluntly that the federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. Make America great again, right? Recently fired and sidelined employees in the Department of Housing and Urban Development have started sounding the alarm that the Trump administration is no longer, just bluntly, no longer enforcing a federal law known as the Fair Housing Act. Fair Housing Act, another pillar of the civil rights movement and its achievements. The Fair Housing Act dates to 1968. It says you can't refuse to rent to someone or refuse to sell a house to someone on account of their race or their color or religion or national origin or any other factor against which we're supposed to be protected from discrimination. According to current and former employees of the department.
The raccoons are out here telling you all is well. Raccoons are out here telling you all is well. If there is a raccoon who is over the HUD department, another raccoon. Hello, Mr. Trump. You know, you the best thing since sliced bread, Mr. Trump. Everything's going good, sir, at the house, House of Urban Development. Yes, sir. Everything going good, sir, Mr. Trump. Yes, I ain't letting no niggers get no fair housing, President Trump, sir. Boss, us not letting them niggers get in to any government housing. Oh no, boss. No, boss. We have fired all of those lawyers, and we are not taking any equal rights cases. Oh no, boss. Everything going good over here at HUD, boss.
Department of Housing and Urban Development under Donald Trump, they have dropped enforcement of the Federal Housing Act. In Trump's first year back in office, black unemployment spiked in this country from 6.2% all the way up to 7.5%, making it the highest of all racial groups. Under Joe Biden, black unemployment had been at a record low of 4.8%, spiking now under Donald Trump. Justice Department lawyers, but in Trump's Justice Department, that's kind of how they.
Oh, but they would have you to believe. They would have you to believe that under 45, 47, he has employed. He has put more black people to work, but they will not talk about the actual facts. The unemployment rate for black people right now is skyrocketing. But everybody want all these raccoons want to come around here and act as if everything is all good and dandy. So you motherfuckers who want to be counted are pretending like you are another one of these raccoons. Excuse me. There's a whole lot of faking the funk out here. Everybody's independently wealthy out here. And therefore, it's not our fight. No, you're too scandalous to fight for it. You want to rest on your ass instead of fighting for it. You want to pretend as if you're some elite motherfucker out here instead of fighting for it. But you'll go out and fight for dumb shit. You'll go out and look up people's personal information to bring it back to the internet. But you won't find some information that is going to benefit your stupid ass personally. But you'll look up other people's personal information. For what? What does that put? What does that gain you? It gains you popularity in a fucking a pit of misfits and uneducated fools. Let's continue.
To rent to someone or refuse to sell a house to someone on account of their race or their color or religion or national origin or any other factor against which we're supposed to be protected from discrimination. According to current and former employees of the Department of Housing and Urban Development under Donald Trump, they have dropped enforcement of the Federal Housing Act. In Trump's first year back in office, black unemployment spiked in this country from 6.2% all the way up to 7.5%, making it the highest of all racial groups. Under Joe Biden, black unemployment had been at a record low of 4.8%, spiking now under Donald Trump. The Trump administration, generally speaking, is bad at its work. It is bad at what it sets its mind to in all sorts of ways. But black Americans, African Americans, have been targeted by this administration in a concerted way that has nevertheless been devastating, even though the Trump administration isn't good at anything they set their mind to. And that was all before the conservative majority on the U.S. Supreme Court, including all of Trump's appointees, voted to effectively end the Voting Rights Act a few days ago. As soon as the court said they would take up that case, people started mapping the worst case scenario for what Trump and the Republicans would do, particularly in the South, if the court gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the crowning achievement of the civil rights movement. And the before and after looks like the snapback after the end of Reconstruction, after the Civil War. I mean, look at the state of Louisiana there. A third of the population of Louisiana is black. Louisiana's Republican governor canceled congressional elections that are already underway in that state to rush through new maps that will presumably make sure that even though 1/3 of the population of that state is black, there will be no black representation in Congress for Louisiana at all. South Carolina, 1/4 of the population is black. They have one majority-minority district represented by an African-American Democrat, Jim Clyburn. They are going to try to get rid of that one black district so that South Carolina is all white, all Republican in representation, while 1/4 of the people who live in that state are black. In Tennessee, 1 in 6 residents is black. Republicans now want to make sure all 9 congressional seats in Tennessee are white. All 9 of them. They want it to be 9 to nothing, white and Republican, when 1 in 6 people in that state is black. In her dissent from the majority ruling, Justice Elena Kagan said it will likely cause the largest reduction to minority representation since the end of Reconstruction. She probably didn't need to use the word likely there. The war on black Americans that is being waged by this president and this Republican Party is one of the only things they have put their mind to in this past year they've actually done pretty well at. A comprehensive attack on black public officials and black public power. A comprehensive attack on black public officials in the federal government, black employees in the federal government, black representatives in Congress, and now all around the country, where everywhere Republicans are in charge, they are scrambling to make sure that black public officials can no longer hold office. We're going to talk tonight about the pushback against that and the strategies to make them pay for it, both in Louisiana, which is ground zero here, and around the country. We're going to talk tonight about some surprising pushback from churches and the clergy. We're going to talk tonight about a blistering takedown of Trump and the administration in federal court in Washington in a most unexpected case. But big picture here, we are in the middle of something really radical in this country. Not just to get rid of our constitutional republic, to replace our form of government with something else, but to get rid of the multiracial democracy that our Constitution is supposed to protect.
So, do you ever ask yourself, why is the United States investing so much money in these warehouse prisons, these ICE prisons that they are continuing to construct in the United States? Do you ever ask yourself why they are buying warehouse that could hold 15 to 20,000 people? Who would even think about that if the intended idea is to deport these ICE detainees? Who is thinking to build all of these warehouse detention centers? And whom are they for? Who are they really for? Now, where are these people housed now? They're not housed in these detention centers, but because some of the purchases of these detention centers have been thwarted by people in Texas, for example, made the sale of one of these major warehouses close down and not be able to use their city to become a detention center. They didn't even have the plumbing to accommodate 15,000 people in this small town in Texas, where they wanted to warehouse human beings in a real warehouse. Who do you think these warehouse for? These fake raccoons out here acting like they're accustomed to so much. These fake raccoons are out here pretending to be accustomed to so much, but they won't fight for their own rights. That's not their fight. Now, you have no rights. Now, it is clear that this administration wants to make sure you have minimal rights here in the country of the United States of America. Now, we are already aware that in his last administration, 4547 told his defense secretary to put the military on protesters who were protesting in front of the White House. And that Esper, he said no, he would not do it. But what we have now is we have a drunken fool who wants to call the Department of Defense the War Department. Do you think he'll do it? And what do you think is going to happen to you since you decided that fighting for your own fucking rights was not worth it? That you wanted to pretend like you were some highbrow motherfucker and say that Trump administration had policies that were going to benefit you. And now you're sitting up here looking at the motherfucker. The ironic thing about a lot of this is the whole motherfucking carpet coated tongue motherfucker who was out here talking about how good Trump was for him is from the butt fuck state of Louisiana. Oh, poetic justice. Poetic justice living in the motherfucking ghettos of Baltimore. Sitting up here trying to act like he is some middle-aged white bitch. Working under contractors who can segregate his work areas. Isn't it ironic? All of these people who are doing contract jobs, who had nothing to say about politics. It's so boring. Who were enmeshed with all the minutia of bullshit. As black people are double pacing white people in unemployment in 2027. But RonyiQ doing politics is so boring. Politics is so boring. Oh, what? RonyiQ's getting numbers now? Oh, let me do a politics channel. What? You say she's getting numbers? What? We cannot say, oh, RonyiQ, you have 4 or 5 people in your chat. We can't make a joke about the information that you're giving. All we can say is you have so few people in your chat. We don't listen to the content of the warnings that you are giving our stupid asses because we are worried about 300 people in a chat listen to a lot of dumb shit, a lot of drug use, a lot of drinking, a lot of people running, doing hit and runs and all this shit and enjoying this as our rights are being taken away. RonyiQ, you're boring. Oh, you're getting numbers now? Let's start talking about politics. Let's start talking about politics. Bitches, I know you know what goes on over here because your fucking movements show it. But you can't say the word RonyiQ. You can't say, oh, I've learned this on RonyiQ. Oh, you have to act like you independently found out this information. When you can't even repeat the information. And if it's some information I can't remember exactly the ins and outs of, like all of this shit that Rachel Maddow bought up that is on the screen for Rachel Maddow, I've talked about all these stories. I just don't have a teleprompter in front of me. I just didn't write this shit down. Go back through my videos. You will find all these stories. I have a thumbnail of people in a white section and a black section, segregation, where I talked about how 4547 was making it okay to have segregation in government contracts. Let's be real. Let's keep it a buck. But you dumb motherfuckers, you raccoons are so bored. Okay, let's see how bored you are now, you dumb motherfuckers. Let's see how bored you are now. Let's continue. I think this is it. I think that's it. Now, yeah, that's it for Rachel. Now I want to talk about the Department of Justice. Shall we talk about what the Department of Justice has been up to? Yeah, sure. Let's talk about the Department of Justice. Hold on 1 second. Let's talk about the Department of Justice. Okay. Let's talk about the Department of Justice putting the life of a judge in danger. So there was a case of someone who was arrested. And after he was arrested, they found out that he had an arrest warrant. He was an undocumented immigrant. They found out that he had an arrest warrant. I think he was from the DR, the Dominican Republic. And allegedly it was for a murder. So when they put him in ICE, and when he went before a judge, you know what the DOJ decided to do? It was a Biden-appointed judge, if I remember correctly. The DOJ decided to withhold the fact that this person had a pending warrant in another country. And when the judge saw the man in front of him, the DOJ, they told the prosecuting attorney from Homeland Security, don't mention that warrant that he has back in the DR. So the judge did not know about it. It was not presented by the DOJ attorney, who was well aware of the information. And the judge released the guy to come back for a hearing. And then, you know what the DOJ then did? The DOJ then turned around and said, did a whole campaign about how a Biden-appointed judge released somebody who had a warrant out for a murder. Let's understand that the DOJ set this up to work just that way. Set it up to work that way to make you think, for their propaganda machine, to make you think that these Biden-appointed judges are letting people out. They had this information. They had this knowledge. And rightfully so, when they put out this campaign, they were like, well, how come, if the DOJ knows this, how come this wasn't presented at the trial that this person had a warrant in another country? Obviously, I wouldn't let him out. There was an investigation. Now, the lawyer who was at the trial representing the DOJ goes in and apologized profusely. I apologize, Judge. I apologize. I didn't want to do it, but the DOJ told me that that's what I must do. The DOJ told me I cannot tell you that this man has a warrant in another country. I apologize. He apologized after the DOJ put out a whole fucking news blast for people like Fox News to come and say, look at this judge. They let out somebody who was wanted for murder. And what happened after all of this right-wing propaganda was set out, and when it was a whole setup to show the public that a Biden-appointed judge was doing X, Y, and Z with immigrants. What happened with that judge? The life of that judge was threatened. So where are we now? Where are we today? There is an investigation into the DOJ about the handling of this. There is an investigation into law licenses at the DOJ to see if there will be any disbarment after this fucking disgusting act that happened in the DOJ. Let's get into this story, shall we? I don't want to bore you. Let's get into some interesting thing. Judge Mull's contempt over DHS patently false allegation in deportation case. So they wanted to make you believe that these Biden judges were easy on detainees. The Trump administration attacked the judge for releasing an accused murderer, but it withheld existence of the foreign warrant. So you're going to blast me for releasing an accused murderer. At the same time, you're withholding the information that the man is an accused murderer. Which way do you want to have it? Oh, it seems like they wanted to have it both ways. So let's get into this. This is going to be in my description box under DOJ setup. Okay. Let me, here we go. Let's get into that story. Okay, here we go. A federal judge said Monday that the Trump administration had put her security at risk by posting a patently false allegation that she knowingly released an ICE detainee with an international warrant for murder. Let's see. Let me see. What is this under the patently false? Oh, here's the release. The release came from Homeland Security, no less. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Yes, Homeland Security did a whole release. Let's see what this Homeland Security patently false release says. Let me zoom in. Let's zoom in for this DHS patently false release. Here it is from the Homeland Security, no less. Dated April 30th, activist Biden judge releases violent criminal illegal alien wanted for murder. Byron Rafael Gomez is wanted in the Dominican Republic for murder and has been arrested in the U.S. for assault and battery. Washington, the United States Department of Homeland Security, DHS, issued the following statement after an activist judge appointed by Joe Biden released a violent criminal illegal alien who is wanted for murder. You see how murder? Do you notice how murder is in deep text and homicide? They made sure, they should have just put it in capitals letters to scream out murder. Who is wanted for murder in the Dominican Republic. On January 24th, 2023, the coordination of the courts of instruction of the National District of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, issued a criminal arrest warrant for Brian Rafael Gomez for homicide. Homicide is darkly written. On April 4, 2026, the Worcester Police Department arrested Gomez, a criminal illegal immigrant from the Dominican Republic, for assault and battery. The detainer was honored, and after he was released on $500 bail, ICE arrested Gomez. On April 28, 2026, U.S. District Court Judge Melissa R. DuBose, who was appointed in the final days of the Biden administration, ordered Gomez's release. He was under ICE detention, and ICE had the knowledge of this Dominican Republic warrant. Well, when he came before Judge Melissa DuBose, the Department of Homeland Security did not inform her anything about this warrant, as they should have, obviously. Brian Rafael Gomez is a criminal illegal alien from the Dominican Republic with an international warrant for homicide, said Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss. But she did not say that in court. See how they're trying to pretend like the judge had this knowledge? You see how they wrote this up? They wrote this up as if the judge had this knowledge. But they're not telling you they never gave the judge this information. It's not the judge's job to go in and review and pull up information. That is the attorney's job to make sure the judge is aware of all circumstances surrounding the case. That's the attorney's job. But see, you see how they wrote this up? Brian Rafael Gomez is a criminal illegal alien from the Dominican Republic with an international warrant for homicide, said Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss, an activist judge appointed by Joe Biden, released this wanted murderer back into American communities. This is yet another example of an activist judge trying to thwart President Trump's mandate from the American people to remove criminal illegal aliens from our communities. Under President Trump and Secretary Mullins, DHS will continue to fight for the removal of criminal illegal aliens who have no right to be in our country. Gomez entered the U.S. illegally in 2022, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, I'm going to go back to the story. I wanted you to see what the DHS had put out on their own letterhead. So a federal judge said Monday, a federal judge said Monday that the Trump administration had put her at security risk by posting a patently false allegation that she knowingly released an ICE detainee with an international warrant for murder. So the judge has filed a complaint against the DOJ and the Department of Homeland Security for putting out a patently false allegation that she knew that this detainee had a warrant out in another country for murder. Justice Department Attorney Kevin Boland profusely apologized to the Rhode Island-based U.S. District Judge Melissa DuBose for the press release posted last week by the Department of Homeland Security, which Bolton acknowledged simply was not true. All of this to try to blame everything on Biden. And they intentionally did this to be able to talk about activist judges. Did you know about this? Okay. You bored? Okay. Okay, let's see. Bowden said that he didn't tell the judge about the foreign arrest warrant because immigration and custom officials instructed him not to. Did you hear the attorney who is apologizing and who is admitting that it simply was not true? The press release that I just read you, he is admitting that was simply was not true. And the reason why he didn't tell the judge, knowing when he wrote the press release that it was not true, he's now crying to the judge and he's telling her, I didn't tell the judge about the foreign arrest warrant because immigration and custom enforcement officials instructed him not to. The official, Boland said, were concerned that law enforcement in the Dominican Republic, where the warrant was issued, had not signed off on sharing that information. But DuBose noted that the Trump administration itself had publicly disclosed the existence of the warrant in a press release earlier last month. So you're trying to say that the Dominican Republic didn't put out the information yet? Bitch, you already put out the information in a press release trying to say that I did something improper. But Du Bois noted that the Trump administration itself had publicly disclosed the existence of the warrant in a press release earlier last month. She also, let me see the press release. Let's see the press release. Is it the same thing? Let me see if the press release is the same thing. We got to oh no, it's something different. Let's look at the press release, shall we? Shall we look at the press release? What is this press release? Okay. ICE Boston arrests 5 foreign fugitives wanted for murder in a month. All 5 foreign fugitives were attempting to evade homicide charges in their native countries. Burlington, Massachusetts. In the past month, ICE Boston has arrested 5 fugitive illegal aliens throughout New England. All 5 illegal aliens offenders have foreign arrest warrants for murder or homicide in their home countries, and some are facing additional charges. These fugitives, who were typically among the illegal aliens mislabeled as non-criminal by the media and activists, are not counted among the nearly 70% of ICE arrests with the U.S. criminal history, simply because they were committed. Simply because they committed their horrendous crimes outside of the United States. Okay. Even though some of these foreign fugitives have no criminal charges in the United States, all endangered our New England communities. A Boston acting field officer director David T. Wilson. We will continue to pursue these dangerous criminal aliens, and sanctuary politicians fight to that sanctuary politicians fight to protect. All 5 fugitive aliens illegally entered the United States under the dangerous open border policies of the Biden administration. Those arrested are Danny's Grandosas, Keely Christian, Mango Jose De Santos, and there's Brian Rafael Gomez. A criminal illegal alien from the Dominican Republic was arrested April 4th in Worcester, Massachusetts. Authorities in the Dominican Republic issued an arrest warrant for him back in January of 2023 for homicide. Okay, so there is the press release that they released. But Du Bois noted that the Trump administration itself had publicly disclosed the existence of the warrant in a press release earlier last month. She also noted that the April 30th release slamming her she also noted that the April 30th release slamming her as an activist Biden judge releases violent criminal alien wanted for murder remained online Monday. So they knew this. They knew they fucked up. And after admitting they fucked up, they kept that release up, saying that she was an activist Biden judge. This is what's going on. This is what they're doing to judges. So what the fuck you think they're going to do to you? What the fuck this is a federal judge. What the fuck you think they're going to do to you? Okay. The April 30th completely erroneous and dangerous press release is still on their website, the judge complained, adding it puts people at risk. It's a threat to judicial security. I am not trying to make this political, the Biden appointee added. It is also very important that the public has the facts. As long as this particular post is out there, it's setting up a false narrative. Du Bois appeared particularly agitated that Bolin knew about the arrest warrant and intentionally withheld that information from her. Although she later said that she believes that ICE is primarily responsible for what she called misconduct. I think that the attorney appearing before her is responsible for misconduct because he is not an ICE agent. The ICE agents can tell him to withhold the information. No, he works for the Department of Justice. He's an attorney. He's an educated man who had to sit for the bar. He's on his own. He is responsible for his own actions as an attorney. He's not an ICE agent. He's not a part of border security. That's bullshit. Well, she can have her opinion. It's about her. But I'm having my opinion about something that is about her myself. She noted that if there was a legitimate concern about confidentiality, Bolin could simply have filed something under seal to alert the judge. Of course he could have. But did he? No. The boy said that the hearing on the boy said at the hearing on Monday that she is considering whether to hold officials from DHS or the Department of Justice in contempt of court for their handling of the situation. There was a serious breakdown in the ethical codes here. The judge said she deferred until Tuesday a discussion of whether the immigrant Brian Rafael Gomez will be taken back into custody. The Department of Homeland Security spokesperson declined to answer questions about DeBoe's comments and Bolin's disavowal of the press release and instead referred political back to the release. So they say the press release that the attorney said was blatantly false. We're not answering any questions. Please see the press release. The same press release that the attorney said that was blatantly false. Please see the press release. The release that they said was, please see the press release. They have nothing to say. What is that? What is that? What are they doing there? They have the right to remain silent. They're making sure that they don't say anything that anything further. They're not saying anything at all. This attorney, they're going to go in there and try to say, nobody told that attorney that. He's lying to you. Who you think is going to take the heat for this? The Department of Homeland Security, the DOJ, or this lone individual attorney that did some fuck shit for some fuck administration? They're not saying a word. They ain't saying nothing. The only person who's saying that they knew anything about this is the fool attorney that stood in front of this judge and withheld that information. Who you think gonna lay down for this? Okay, I'm just curious. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security are not going to lay down for this. This individual lawyer who went on a fool's errand is going to be the only one who suffers from this. This episode is the latest example of a friction between the Justice and Homeland Security Department, which have frequently found themselves at odds in court when pressed by judges about violations of court orders, inaccurate information, and other missteps amid the Trump administration mass deportation campaign. Justice Department offices have complained that they were overwhelmed by the deluge of emergency lawsuits brought by ICE detainees, leading to drop balls, missed deadlines, and other mistakes. Political leaders of both departments have insisted that they have resources and bandwidth to execute Trump's immigration agenda, despite mounting evidence that multiple DOJ offices across the country have buckled under the weight. Du Bois said that the court has generally had strong relationships with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Rhode Island, but the false accusations and the withholding amounted to a massive breach of this court's trust. It is going to take a while to rebuild that trust. I believe that we can, the judge said. Girl, bye. Now let's see. Now I'm gonna drop this article in my description box because we have more. This has moved a little bit. I'm going to drop this under Judge Lied To, so you can find it. So you can find it in everything that is related to this. That article is in my description box. What if they're lying on judges? What they gonna do to you? Not only did they lie to her, they lied on her. They lied to her by not disclosing the information. They lied on her in their release, saying that a Biden-appointed judge had this information and made this choice to release this person. So I'm just curious. I am just curious. What do you think? Who you think going to pay for this? Let me find the update to this real quick. I want you to hear the update. Hold on one second. Here we go. Glenn Kirshner. He is an attorney. He has the update on this case. Let's get into it. Let me share this with you.
It looks like one federal judge has had just about enough of Trump DOJ lawyers who are misleading the court. Let's talk about that, because Justice Glenn Kirshner here. So friends, this legal development is pretty horrific in at least three ways. First, a DOJ attorney intentionally withheld critical information from a judge. Two, the misrepresentation resulted in a true danger to the community. And three, DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, then lied about what happened, endangering the judge herself. Let's start with the new reporting from the New York Times. And friends, just follow the bouncing ball of corruption and deceit in this story, because it is truly depraved. Headline: Judge refers Justice Department lawyer for possible discipline, calling out lack of candor. Officials withheld a detainee's overseas arrest warrant from a federal judge. When she ordered his release, they used the same information to attack her publicly. And that article begins. A federal judge said Tuesday that she was referring a Trump administration lawyer to face an investigation into potential misconduct for withholding key information from her about a case. The lawyer, Kevin M. Bolin, leads the civil division of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Rhode Island. In court filings and during a hearing on Monday, Bolin acknowledged that he had failed to disclose important information to the judge about an immigrant who had been arrested and had petitioned for release. Bolin has apologized, but Judge Melissa DuBose said that the court still needed to get to the bottom of the omission. Quote, "It's the candor and the lack of candor to this court that has to be addressed," the judge said. "And it has to be fully investigated so we don't have anything like this happen again." And friends, in Donald Trump's Department of Justice, do you think anything like this might happen again? My editorial edition. The judge said the referral would be made under the court's local rules that govern disciplinary proceedings against attorneys. Cases can be heard by a single judge or all active judges, with punishments ranging from private reprimands or fines to disbarment. At an earlier hearing on Monday, Judge DuBose also discussed the possibility of sanctioning Bolin's client, the Department of Homeland Security. The dispute arose after the Department of Homeland Security last month publicly attacked Judge DuBose for ordering the migrant released from custody, despite what officials said was a murder charge that he still faces in the Dominican Republic. But the judge did not know about the international charge, and Bolin has said that before her ruling, DHS had instructed him not to inform her, not to inform the judge about the charge. The migrant, Brian Rafael Gomez, was arrested by police in Worcester, Mass. On April 4 and charged with assault and battery. He was released on bail and turned over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In a court filing, Boland said he learned of the foreign murder charge, but after consulting with DHS, believed that a legitimate law enforcement reason meant he could not share that information about it with Judge DuBose. After Judge DuBose ordered Mr. Gomez's release on April 28, DHS went on the attack, deploying what has become a well-established playbook used by the Trump administration to single out judges who rule against its policies. Officials strongly suggested Judge DuBose had knowingly released someone accused of murder. And this depraved quote from a DHS official, quote, "An activist judge appointed by Joe Biden released this wanted murderer back into American communities." Lauren Biss, an acting Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security, previously said in a statement. On social media, the department called Judge DuBose's ruling insanity and amplified a Fox News report warning that this accused killer is back out in the streets. Many of the judges attacked by the administration in similar ways have reported receiving waves of violent threats. In court on Monday, Judge DuBose called the Homeland Security Department statement dangerous. Friends, do you see the depravity of what these Trump administration officials are doing? Let's break it down. This defendant comes before Judge DuBose on a motion to be released in his case. You know what the most important issue is when a judge is considering that kind of a motion, whether to release a defendant or detain a defendant? The most important issue is dangerousness, danger to the community if the defendant is released. The second most important issue is the defendant a flight risk? Will the defendant flee to avoid, continuing to participate in his case? But make no mistake about it, the most important issue is danger to the community. And get this, the Department of Homeland Security official instructs the DOJ lawyer not to tell the judge that the defendant has a pending arrest warrant, is wanted in the DR, the Dominican Republic, for murder. That's right, the DHS official and the DOJ attorney collude to hide that information that couldn't be more relevant to the judge's determination, hide that information from the judge. But then it gets even worse. So the judge, not knowing the defendant is a danger to the community, orders the release of the defendant. And what does DHS do? They start saying and posting these horrible, inflammatory, violence-inducing things about the judge. This judge just sprang a murderer back on the community. Can you believe that? When DHS orchestrated the judge not knowing the defendant was wanted for murder. There are no words for the kind of dangerous depravity that represents. And shame on the DOJ attorney for going along with it. Now, bully for the attorney. He apologized, but you don't lie to the court. You don't deceive the court. You don't fail to inform the court of the most important piece of evidence or information the judge needs to know when deciding a motion to release a defendant. This is institutional insanity. You're intentionally setting up the community to possibly be harmed. Why? Because you want to own the judge? You want to post something about this judge being, terrible. She should be removed from the bench because, she just sprung a murderer on the community. This is institutional insanity and depravity, and it's unforgivable and it's inexcusable. And these people must be held accountable. The good news is Judge DuBose is having none of it, and she is ordering an investigation. And I am quite sure the attorney will be sanctioned. And you heard in the reporting that the judge is also considering holding DHS in contempt, as well she should, for them orchestrating this insanity. But accountability must come to these people. Because justice matters. Friends, as always, please stay safe, please stay tuned, and I look forward to talking with you all again tomorrow.
That is really critical for our community at large.
I apologize. I've been talking all this time. If you are unaware, Elon Musk has a lawsuit in Colorado. And Elon Musk said that if his Grok AI is not allowed to discriminate on basis of race for things like health insurance, getting jobs, and what is it? One more thing. If Grok is not allowed to discriminate by race based on these things, that is interfering with his First Amendment rights of free speech. Now, understand that Grok and all of these AI modules are things that they are trying to interject into the ability for people to even find jobs. Understand that a lot of the applying of jobs is reviewed by AI. So Elon Musk said he wants his AI to be able to discriminate against race. And if his AI can't do that, he's going to say that it's against his constitutional rights. So we do know that Elon Musk don't give a fuck about black people because he has put his AI Grok data center in a black neighborhood in Memphis, Tennessee, and he has also started up over 33 carbine engines large enough individually to power a city in an emergency. He had no permit given, and now he is being sued by the NAACP about poisoning the air in this Memphis community, Black Memphis community. So it is apropos that obviously this racist feels like if Grok cannot discriminate, and let's not forget that Grok is these AI things are the things that are premiering your resumes for job positions. Let's not forget that Walmart was a part of this large-scale operation where AI will review your applications, and AI will not consider you for a job that you're applying for. AI will review your application and then tell you which job you are available to apply for. So can you imagine that if AI is allowed to discriminate against you in your job search, what type of jobs is AI going to be giving Black people? What type of jobs is AI is not going to allow Black people to apply for? That's why this is important. I reported to you about, Walmart, the largest retailer in the U.S., was the test case for this AI that connects the job seeker with what jobs that they are able to seek for. The largest retailer in the country is the test case that they allowed them to use their information about job seekers to perfect this AI that Elon Musk wants to be able to discriminate against Black workers. Let's get into it. If you didn't know, this is why I'm telling you. Let me get the volume. Hold on 1 second. This is apropos. This is why
Colorado's. It says
why they don't want AI regulated.
AI has to be fair when it decides your housing, your employment, your healthcare. That is the whole law. He sued to block it. Stadium tour in the summer, federal court in the fall. One has your attention, the other has your future. Elon Musk just told a federal judge that being forced to not discriminate against Black people violates his First Amendment rights. I'm not exaggerating. That's the actual lawsuit. Your entire attention is on a Chris Brown and Usher stadium tour right now. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is in federal court deciding whether his AI can reject you for your home, your job, and your doctor. This is why we're always missing at the table. The media pushes the concert, and while you're trying to figure out tickets you cannot afford, somebody is in federal court making decisions about your life, with or without you in the room. Same week, the NAACP sued him for running an AI data center in a Black Memphis neighborhood. No permits, hazardous chemicals, people cannot breathe. So let's be clear, he does not want you to breathe clean air at home, and he is in court right now making sure his AI can reject you for your job, your apartment, and your doctor. The law he is fighting, Colorado's. It says AI has to be fair when it decides your housing, your employment, your healthcare. That is the whole law. He sued to block it. Stadium tour in the summer, federal court in the fall. One has your attention, the other has your future. Elon Musk just told a federal judge.
So, what has your attention? What has you bored? Are you bored yet? This link is in my description box under Elon Musk discrimination. Musk discrimination. Let me share with you one more thing. Hold on. Let me share with you the standout a person that I will excuse, that I am glad that went to the Met Gala. I do not believe, I think it would have been wiser for the Met Gala to have been protested, but I think that this was a in your face at the event protest of the Met Gala. This is going to be in my description box under Met Gala. Let me copy it and paste it. If you cannot see it, I'm going to drop it in the chat as well. If you cannot see this well, this is a woman. I'm not familiar with her. Excuse me if y'all know who she is. I'm going to put this in my description box under Met Gala. And we're going to talk about this. Hold on. Because I think this is noteworthy. And I am glad she at least showed up wearing a protest garment. Well, here we go. Let me drop the link in the chat as well. You can go over there and peruse it. Here you go. I thought that this was noteworthy because this fabric of this dress is made of all of the Epstein files with all of the redactions, all of the pictures of Epstein and 45, 47 together, the girls' faces, which are for the most part X'd out. The girls' faces are for the most part X'd out. All of the Ghislaine Maxwell, all of the fabric of this dress is the Epstein files. Okay, so the honorary chairs at the Met filled with people that. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, my screen closed. Hold on. Here we go. Miss Lori Shante. This is her post. Let me see what she is talking about. I don't know if this woman herself is Lori Shante. Let me written as an Instagram user as described by the bio of the content creator. This is an AI. Oh, this is an AI generated picture. Okay. This community note was just added. I didn't see this community note prior to this. Okay, so this is her statement. The honorary chairs at the Met are filled with people who believe in patriarchy, capitalism, classism, amongst other constructs, while being pawns to the real evil men who hide behind them. Yet this is one of the world's largest events. Okay, so this is a AI generated picture. Thank you for the community note. Let's see what's beyond this. Okay. So yeah, that's why I wanted to give this an honorable mention. While I said that I am disgusted that anyone showed up at that Met Gala. Now there is something else about the Met Gala that I wanted to share with you though as well. I think it's this one right here. Yes. This is under in my description box under Met Gala as well. There was some people who stood on business. Unfortunately, it wasn't Beyonce or Venus Williams and the other raccoons that showed up to the Met Gala. But let's see who stood on business. Let me share this with you. You know, some raccoons are so busy cooning that they don't understand. Nobody's taking my rights away. Who taking my rights? They don't understand. So here we have Jennifer Lewis and Taraji P. Hinton. Taraji P. Hinton, calling out celebrities for attending the 2026 Met Gala, sponsored by Jeff Bezos, and how much more fame do we need? Is the question they're asking. How much more fame do we really need? Look at Jeff Bezos. Look at Jeff Bezos after a couple of years, 1 year being married to Muppet face Lauren Sanchez. You don't even recognize Jeff Bezos' face anymore. And we got some interesting pictures in this post as well. Hollywood Unlocked staff. Jennifer Lewis has joined fellow actress Taraji P. Hinton and others in calling out celebrities for attending the 2026 Met Gala, sponsored by billionaire entrepreneur Jeff Bezos. As we previously shared on Monday, May 4th, Taraji slammed her fellow A-listers heading to fashion's biggest night this year. The gala was controversially sponsored by honorary co-chairs Jeff Bezos and wife Lauren Sanchez Bezos. The Empire actress co-signed a social media post sharing by Meredith Lynch titled "A Warning for Celebs." In the video, Meredith warned those attending not to wear ice out pins, claiming Bezos is part of the reason we are in this fucking mess. Taraji shared several clapping emojis, adding, "I'm so confused by some people going. I am just like, what the fuck are we doing?" She continued to protest on her Instagram story. A day later, Jennifer Lewis joined in on the criticism. She took to her Instagram account with a video which she captioned, how much more fame do we need? Okay. Let me see. What else? In her video, she said they cut 30,000 jobs and gutting of the Washington Post, and they showed up anyway, posturing and posing, hoping to be the most. They cut $1 billion in funding for children's nutrition, and there they are, all vying for the next position. Now, with this report that Amazon founder reportedly contributed $10 million to sponsor the gala, bought and paid for by a billionaire. Because it's the most popular event in the United States right now. So he bought his way in with a measly, portly little $10 million. Okay. To support the gala amid reports of low wages and high injury rates at his Amazon job and poor work conditions for his workers. Bezos' sponsorship also arrives after massive layoff at his warehouses and the Washington Post, of which he acquired in 2013. So let's talk about it and let's go through this, shall we? I think this is, I want to make sure. Let me add this to my description box so you can peruse it in your leisure. I've already talked about all of this. I've talked about Jeff Bezos, Amazon, the conditions of the Amazon workers. But there is something, they were also projecting different films on the, I think it was a condo, a building across from where where the red carpet for the Met was. They were projecting some films and audio, and one of the things that they projected was so apropos. Oh God, let's get into this.
Any of it. I had been running around all day, and then my girlfriend called and said, Jennifer, they showed up anyway. I said, but they cut nearly 30,000 jobs and gutted the Washington Post. They showed up anyway, posturing and posing, hoping to be the most. They cut $1 billion in funding for children's nutrition. And there they all were, vying for the next position. Okay, so I hadn't seen any of it. I had been running around all day. We're at war. And so many people are dying. I said to my girlfriend, tell me you're lying. How much fame do we need, y'all? How much more fame? Wow.
You're a celebrity and you attend the Met Gala and you wear the Ice Out pin, please note that I will be dragging you in perpetuity. You cannot wear the Ice Out pin to the Jeff Bezos backed Met Gala. Jeff Bezos is part of the reason we're in this fucking mess. Jeff Bezos supports this fucking mess. Just a friendly reminder, I know that the funds from the Met Gala go to a good cause in that the Met is a wonderful institution in New York City. But it is wild to me that this event is sponsored by Jeff Bezos, who has backed Trump, who has slashed arts funding. If you're a publicist and at the last minute you're thinking, I don't know if my client should go to the Met Gala, let this be your video. Because I got two things for Monday night. Time and opinions, baby. Time and opinions. If you're a celebrity and you attend the Met Gala and you wear the Ice Out pin, please note that I will be dragging.
Let's look at this. This link is in my description box under Met Gala. Jeff Bezos super yacht, $500 million super yacht. Do you see this? Are you aware of this? Immigrant workers in Amazon warehouses face precarious conditions, low wages, and high injury rates. Are you aware of this? Can you compare and contrast this? As I told you about the worker that fell out and died at Amazon work facility, and what was that worker told? What were the other workers told as that worker lay dying? Turn around and continue your work. We will take care of this. Yes.
Dragging you in perpetuity. Listen. Cannot wear.
I guess it's on a
Okay, so
save. Let me see if I can. Here it is. Here we are, right here. One more. I want to be sure while people are ruminating over things that are not going to serve them and telling you what is and is not your fight. While broke bitches are out here pretending to be such fashionistas, while they got to lay their pussy on the line for handbags and clothing, and to make you feel like they are doing the most. Let me share this with you. They're not like us. When do these people that show up for the Met Gala show up for things? I didn't see these people who showed up for the Met Gala show up for children who 45, 47 decided not to give food assistance to in the month of November, trying to make a point. Did you see these Met Gala raccoons showing up then? No, you didn't. Here we go. How much is $1 billion? The scientific reasons why Americans keep protecting billionaires and their wealth. You know the scientific what the scientific reason is? $1 billion. Does that number mean anything to you? Most people treat 1 million and $1 billion as fuzzy, synonymous. But the difference is staggering, and science tells us that it is a number that far too many people just can't process. Let me help you process it. 1 million seconds is equal to 12 days. 1 billion second is equal to 32 years. You understand now? You get it now? Being a millionaire is nothing. These people have billions, hundreds of billions, not just 1 billion, hundreds of billions of dollars, and they are paying zero taxes. This is equating, putting your mind around $1 billion. What's the median U.S. household income in 2024? $83,780. The median U.S. household in 2024 was $83,780. To make $1 billion, the median household would need to work for 11,943 years. You get the math now? Let's get the math. If you can't picture it, you can't fight it. Constitutional level theory shows that abstract, distant concepts produce weaker emotional responses and weaker political will. When voters can't mentally experience the scale of $1 billion, they struggle to form strong opinions in the wealth policy. The gap of field theory. Okay. The U.S. has nearly a third of all of the billionaires on Earth. They have the most billionaires on Earth, and most of them are not American citizens and weren't born American citizens, shall I say. Let me see. A 10% wealth tax raises nearly $690 billion in taxes. And all 924 billions in the U.S. would still be billionaires in the U.S. would still be billionaires. There are 924 billionaires in the United States. If they had to pay a 10% wealth tax, they would still be billionaires. Just 1 year of taxes would end child hunger for a decade. That would cost $77 billion. Pre-K
free pre-K for every child under 5. That would cost $100 billion. Expand affordable housing nationwide. That would be $150 billion. Cancel all medical debt in the United States. That would cost $90 billion. But for some reason, the United States doesn't have the will to tax these billionaires. But they are figuring out ways to further erode your rights, your constitutional right, and make policies and rules and detention centers for you if you disobey the rules that they have set for you. So this is in my description box. Let me see there. Let me see what else I have in my description box. I thought it was one more. I guess I don't have it. I apologize. White House is holding secret meetings. It seems like they finally understood that the stuff that they are doing in this administration may get them in jail. If by chance there is a blue wave and Democrats get in power. So they are holding a little secret meetings, advising with the White House counsel, advising these people in the White House what they should do to cover your ass. Now it's cover your ass time with White House attorneys, and you're paying White House
for what life will be like under a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives. Now expect mass investigations and mass.
Hold on. I want to start it from the beginning. It always starts with the volume off. Let's go.
Is setting in the White House as White House officials are privately holding secret meetings to prepare for what they expect to be a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives, which would mean a Democratic barrage of investigations of Donald Trump, his family members, and those inside the executive branch. According to New Washington Post reporting, these secret meetings have been held by White House counsel, who's been briefing privately executive staff members for what life will be like under a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives. Now expect mass investigations and mass subpoenas. Now that Donald Trump himself can get away with certain things, right? He has immunity, he's the president, but staff, they're not immune. Family members, they're not immune. And expect mass investigations. And as a result, you should expect panic levels in the White House to rise continuously between now and November. And while the meetings are already being held, spread the word, follow for more. We have some big news this evening. It seems like panic is setting in the White House.
That link is in my description box, just in case you didn't know. Ha ha ha. Right on budget. From free to 250 million to 18. Grab your ankles and bite down on something, folks. To 1 billion. Oh, you're talking about the ballroom? Yes, and they expect they have put it in the reconciliation bill for taxpayers to pay $1 billion. And they don't call it the ballroom. They call it the East Wing expansion and improvement project. You know, the East Wing, what he tore down. That should tell you $1 billion from 200 million to 250 to 300 to 350 to 400. It's all paid for. It's all under budget and on time. And now they're trying to sneak it in so that the taxpayer will pay for it. I'm Donald Trump. Don't believe what you see. Believe what I tell you. Okay. We definitely need. I think you were talking about Jennifer Lewis or me. Me or Jennifer Lewis. I don't know who you were talking about. First. Okay. Okay. Let me I want to review. There were 2 days that I didn't get to all of the things that I wanted to share with you. So I want to make sure that I get all of this out. China says screw
Joining us
you
now
to
to
the
talk about the
sanctions.
global economic.
China says screw you to the threat that Trump is making about sanctions. Let's get into that.
Economic impacts from the Iran war is Professor Richard Wolff. He is Professor of Economics Emeritus at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He's also co-founder of Democracy at Work and host of their syndicated show, Economic Update. Great to see you, Rick.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much, both of you. It's a pleasure to be back.
Yeah, of course. So I wanted to start with the specific news item, and then we can sort of broaden out. But this seems very noteworthy
I'm
from
gonna have
China.
to restart this. Hold on.
Joining us now to talk about the global economic impacts from the Iran war is Professor Richard Wolff. He is Professor of Economics Emeritus at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He's also co-founder of Democracy at Work and host of their syndicated show, Economic Update. Great to see you, Rick.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much, both of you. It's a pleasure to be back.
Yeah, of course. So I wanted to start with this specific news item, and then we can sort of broaden out. But this seems very noteworthy from China. We can put E1 up on the screen. This is from our friends over at Dropsite. They say China invokes blocking statute for the first time. China's Ministry of Commerce has for the first time activated its 2021 blocking rules, ordering all Chinese firms and individuals not to comply with U.S. sanctions targeting 5 independent Chinese oil refineries accused of purchasing Iranian crude. Beijing called the U.S. measure imposed under 2 executive orders an unjustified and improper use of extraterritorial law. The move puts multinational companies operating in both markets in direct legal conflict. Compliance with U.S. sanctions now risks violating Chinese law and vice versa. Global banks and firms with dollar exposure face secondary sanctions risk if they continue dealing with the affected refineries. So help us understand, if you could, the significance of this action from the Chinese.
Well,
now you heard Marco Rubio talking about putting secondary sanctions on people if people are still colluding with selling Iranian oil, or buying Iranian oil. But what Marco Rubio did not tell you what China said about fuck you, and what you're talking about these sanctions, what you're doing is illegal.
Well, my judgment is it's very
Who is the United States to tell people what country they can or cannot buy oil from? If you don't want to allow them to sell the oil, if you want to block their money, so be it. Who are you?
significant. It marks a change in the way that the Chinese are approaching what has been the American foreign policy now for quite some years. I would describe that policy as very provocative interferences in a way previous American governments have not felt entitled to do. The Trump administration prides itself on doing what previous governments didn't do. I mean, the war in Iran is a grosser example of all of that. And what the Chinese have done until now, excuse me, is tiptoe around it, make believe they didn't know about it, urge their banks and others to find evasive ways of getting around it. Now, that is most of the time enough. Sanctions are a very crude instrument. We have been applying sanctions as a nation, and the United States does that more than any other country on earth. Nobody else is even close. We have been applying sanctions, as folks know, on Cuba, on North Korea, on Russia for years and years and years.
Sanctions and blockades. I also want you to know that if you need to know more about the BRICS, how it was created, how it has expanded, and the power that the BRICS have, go over to Richard Wolff's page. This is where I got all of the information, not all of it, but most of it. This is where I found out about the BRICS. And he breaks it down and he explains it very, very clearly. And you will know what precarious situation the United States is in, the way they have treated other countries and other world leaders. And as you hear about, or if you're paying attention, all of these other countries saying they're no longer going to trade with the U.S., you will find out how important this is to you and how you live your life. Or not. Some people are bored.
in years, and they have found very quickly ways around it. And so they can pretend not to notice and get around it, and no more feathers get ruffled. What the Chinese just did in the clip that you just showed us was to say, if you allow me to paraphrase our president, no more Mr. Nice Guy. We are not going to, tiptoe around you. We are simply saying to the world, no more. We, the Chinese government, will not permit our banks to be threatened in this way, to be inconvenienced, it costs a little to get around sanctions. It's not that it's free. It's a nuisance. But we're not going to allow that anymore. And we're serving notice on the whole world that this is no longer our problem. We are not alone. The Chinese going to figure out how to dance around Mr. Trump. We're, throwing down a kind of gauntlet, if you will, saying no. And so this raises enormous questions, because now the next issue is, how seriously will the Chinese government pursue any Chinese or other entity that conforms to what the United States wants and thereby violates what the Chinese just did? So we'll see. And, it's another one of these little, not so little, maneuvers around the chessboard, and we all wonder who's going to yell uncle first. Right now, I have to tell you, though, as an American economist, worked here all my life, and I'm glad about that this is embarrassing, that this is not the way international trade ought to be conducted. And it looks to the whole world, my colleagues around the world, including many that are very friendly to the United States, it really looks like a country that can't compete in the old ways, having to do it in these ways. And when you look at it that way, then the sympathy begins to move towards China as being the victim of this change. And they're all worried that they will be the next victim of the change. And it's shifting the whole world balance in ways that, if I were a policymaker, would worry me.
Professor, let's zoom out more. You just spoke there about China, but what does this mean generally? You were talking there about the international trading system, U.S. dollar hegemony. Like, the basis of the American empire has really rested on its economic might, not just to compel countries, but to do business with a lot of these countries. When you combine this with the current Iran situation and the level of damage U.S. consumers are taking, for example, let's put the gas price up here now on the screen. We currently have it at $4.44 or about $4.45 a gallon at the national average, over $6 a gallon in the state of California. So we're punishing our own domestic economy. We're also doing, kind of like you said, embarrassing ourselves on the international front. Some sort of new order will emerge from this. What's that going to look like? And how's that going to affect us all?
Well, things are going very, very fast, and they're going downhill for the dollar. Yeah. I don't want to be misunderstood. The dollar is still the most important global currency, but it is nowhere near as powerful, as dominant as it once was. So comforting yourself by saying, well, over 50% of the central banks of the world keep their reserve to back up their own currency in dollars, true enough, but it used to be 80%. Right. And that is a sea change in terms of what is counted as secure. We just crossed a milestone a few days ago when our national debt exceeds our GDP. That's a usual warning sign. But to whom is it a warning? To the people who lend to the United States, countries, companies, banks, Americans, foreigners. They all now have to ask a question: is this declining role of the dollar something that ought to make me either stop lending to the United States the way we've been doing for the last 30 years, or lend but demand much higher interest payments to compensate for the rising risk of the number one debtor country in the world? And now let me add to that Iran. The Gulf countries, the half dozen countries out there, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, all of that, they have taken a shellacking in this war. Americans don't perhaps grasp it, but the Iranians have been extraordinarily successful, far beyond anything that any of us foresaw, in damaging American bases in those countries, damaging gas and oil facilities in those countries. Those are all key players in what's called the petrodollar system. The fact that for many years, oil was priced in dollars, requiring everybody anywhere in the world to have dollars. Wonderful for our country, because everybody has to get their hands on dollars. And if they have dollars and hold them, the nicest way to hold them is to lend them to the American government, because you get interest when you hold your dollar that way. Well, let me just give you a footnote as a strategist. If the United States had to fight the wars in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, or anywhere else with money taxed from the American people to pay for the war, the opposition to those wars would have been greater than anything we can imagine, for obvious reasons. Instead, the whole world lent us the money with which we could fight those wars without taxing our people. We could use the borrowed money. And if you want to really understand the craziness of this, the Chinese, who are major lenders to the United States, because they sell us so much stuff and get so many dollars that they then hold as treasury securities, that the Chinese government, on the other side of every one of those wars, was helping the U.S. pay for the war against which the Chinese were fighting. But the craziness of our global economic system makes those things happen. And right now, they are happening to diminish the standing of the dollar. And while it hasn't yet hit us, it will. And if you want a taste of where it's going, then you just have to look at Europe. Europe is a kind of basket case now of where we are going. We're not yet there. We have advantages in this country the Europeans don't have. But the Europeans, this morning's headlines all over Great Britain, are that the cost of living is literally out of control. It's as if you showed those statistics you had in front of us a few moments ago, but it covered many, many more commodities than gasoline. And it together was really hurting the standard of living of the mass of the British people.
So let's talk a little bit about who is going to cry uncle here, because right now the Iran war is predominantly being engaged as economic warfare. There are some indications this morning we may be going back to hot kinetic warfare, but as of right now, it's predominantly economic warfare. You can put this next element up on the screen. This is gas prices. This is the way most Americans will interact with the war. This was from a little while ago now. The gas price is up a little bit more. It's at $4.46 for the national average. And so the bet from Trump is that if they can enforce this blockade against Iran, that's going to curtail their oil exports, that their economy is really going to struggle. They've been fed this line that their oil wells are going to explode and they're going to run out of storage capacity very quickly, and then it's going to be a big problem for the Iranians. And that the U.S., although consumers don't want to pay these prices at the pump, will be able to withstand the economic pressure longer, and that it will be less of a problem for the U.S. to deal with than the Iranians. What can you tell us about your assessment of those dynamics?
Well, it's a little bit like a problem I had teaching mathematics. The odds are that there's an immense array of possible outcomes. I mean, the more we use our imaginations, we human beings, the more we can foresee it could go this way, it could go that way, and all of that's true. But the job of the brain is to try to focus in on what are the most likely, because you can't prepare for everything, and you have to make choices, and so you do. And we live in a country whose leadership, I'm talking now about the Trump people, has been systematically hostile to other forms of energy and systematically favoring oil, fossil fuels, gas, all of that. The problem is when you do that and you then give to places like Iran a weapon they didn't have before, you really can't be claiming surprise if they use the weapon. They knew, like everybody did, that a quarter of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. They can't possibly fight the United States on a military basis. They're an infinitely poorer country, not to mention smaller and all the rest. Mm-hmm. So they either have to come up with some other kind of weapon, or they're not going to be able to pull off anything in this situation. They'll have to do what Mr. Trump says. They figured it out. He emphasizes oil and gas, and they can control effectively the price of that. And so what we're seeing is the screaming of all those in America who thought they had a big friend in Mr. Trump because he tilted in their direction, their kind of energy, their commodity, the gas-burning automobile that uses it and so forth, not imagining, failure of imagination, what kind of vulnerability goes with that.
What kind of jobs that were lost with him? Oh, those windmills. Oh, we hate those windmills. This link is in my description box. We're gonna drill, baby, drill. Let's get back to the Epstein files. What we are trying to get you guys to remember, what this administration don't want you to ask for. You remember Howard Lutnick, who is the Commerce Secretary, who it has been reported his sons who took over his business, Cantor Fitzgerald, is making a killing on all of the refunds for the illegal tariffs that were paid. That Howard Lutnick was right there, shinning and grinning like that deputy dog, that little laughing dog. Howard Lutnick was right there with his chin stuck out and laughing, and every joke that Trump said was funny about the tariffs and lying to you about all the money. Now it's time to give refunds back. Howard Lutnick children are scheduled to make a killing because they bought out all of the debt from companies that initially paid the debt before they passed the cost of the debt to you. So Howard Lutnick, look, boys from Cantor Fitzgerald came to these companies that had to pay increased tariff and said, hey, you are in the whole $5 million for these tariffs you have to pay. We'll give you $500,000. You know, and then the person who paid the tariffs like, well, shit, it's better than nothing. Now, now that the tariffs have to be repaid, guess who's going to get the $4,500,000 that has to be repaid because the initial person who paid $5 million shouldn't have had to pay the tariffs, and they're getting the return. Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick's son of Cantor Fitzgerald, have made a smooth $4.5 million with any company they could make these deals with. So, Howard Lutnick was asked about his position in the Epstein files. And you remember he didn't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that today. I came to talk about the budget. I will be meeting with the Senate in about 2 weeks, and we can talk about it then. Well, 2 weeks are up. But what Howard Lutnick failed to tell you, and what I told you that day when he kept on deferring to around 2 weeks when he's going to come before the House to talk about everything Epstein. The House is not convening a official quorum. James Comer has decided from now on they're going to have these round table thingamagigs where the people who they speak with, there's not going to be an official quorum. The people who they bring in to question, to talk to, or whatever, will not have to be under oath. How convenient. Don't you think that's convenient? So anything that Howard Lutnick is saying today, he's not under oath. Anything that Howard Lutnick said that in that finance committee meeting, he's not living up to. So this is a whole bunch of bullshit. But let's see what Howard Lutnick is talking about on today, shall we? I think let's go back to Howard Lutnick and what success have they had? Speaking with old Howard. Let me find the link. I apologize. Let's see what Howard has been up to today. Okay, let me remove that. Let me go here. Here we go. Howard the Ass Clown. Here we go. That's not the one I want to show you. I will share this with you. That is not the one. I want to go here. Let's go here. Let's see what Howard Lutnick is up to. Here we go.
He then admitted that he was in the room with Jeffrey Epstein. I had to ask him whether he and I were in the same room just now because I couldn't understand his meaning of we were in the same room together. And then he said that Jeffrey Epstein was a sick man, that he would never want to be in the room with him again. Yet he was in the room with him again when he visited his island where Jeffrey Epstein raped women underage women, and he brought his kids and his friends with him to that island when he met with Jeffrey Epstein. He said he never met with Jeffrey Epstein again.
Obviously, they're not allowing cameras in the committee because all we're getting is people speaking outside of where they're having this round table with Howard Lutnick. I hope some footage comes out about it. We are unable to hear or see the questioning as it happens live as of right now. So let's continue. This will be under Epstein files.
Again, socially, yet he admits that that was a social visit to his island. And so he was clearly being dishonest. He was clearly being evasive. And finally, he doesn't remember why he went to Jeffrey Epstein's island, which is also mind-boggling. He somehow remembers going to the island after pictures surfaced of him being at the island, but he doesn't remember why he went to the island. And we had the emails. That's why we found out he was at the island. This is absolutely absurd, and he should resign.
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Ansari from Arizona's 3rd District. After what we have seen so far in this transcribed interview, I feel very comfortable saying that Howard Lutnick is a pathological liar who is enabling the most egregious cover-up in American history. We have now gone through the timeline of events with him in detail, an excruciating detail, from when they met in 2005. This is Howard Lutnick and his wife meeting Jeffrey Epstein. He described it himself in great detail on a podcast last year where he said that they went to his home, they took a tour, and allegedly were so uncomfortable after seeing the massage tables in Jeffrey Epstein's home that Howard Lutnick went on this podcast to tell the American people that he himself, and my colleagues referenced the definitions he tried to change of what he meant there, but he said that he would never socially or professionally be involved or be in a room with Jeffrey Epstein again. Then in 2012, he took his family and his staff to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I focus my questions today on how he could have done that if him and his wife were truly so uncomfortable, especially when in 2008, we know that Jeffrey Epstein was accused and the sweetheart deal took place for soliciting a minor. Howard Lutnick tried to tell us in that room that he essentially didn't know any of that. I asked him, how did I, as a child at the time, see this all over the media about Jeffrey Epstein, and you, an adult who was this person's neighbor who had engaged with him before, how could you possibly not have known? I mean, the level of the lies that are taking place inside that room without video is unbelievable and part of this egregious cover-up. I recommend that every single American, when this interview is released, read the document in full. You will see Howard Lutnick use phrases like how it's inexplicable and unsettling that he went to the island. That's how he defines it himself. It's inexplicable how this happened. He also tries to define all of their interactions as quote unquote meaningless and inconsequential. I think he's used those terms about 20 times so far and continues to use them. So I will just end by saying that there are real victims here. There are potentially over 1,000 women who were abused and raped when they were children. And even at the bare minimum, Howard Lutnick was aware of these things. He knew. It just demonstrates the culture of enabling these crimes and allowing rich and powerful people like Jeffrey Epstein and all of the other disgusting rich and powerful men who committed these crimes to continue. Because people like Howard Lutnick knew these things were happening because they were all over the news and continued to engage and legitimize somebody like Jeffrey Epstein.
Earlier today, Chairman Comer said that he hadn't seen any evidence of wrongdoing by Secretary Lutnick. And that's actually the problem with the Trump administration, this Republican majority in Congress, because lying to the American people is wrongdoing. And Howard Lutnick lied to the American people. I hope today that we would have heard some remorse, some contrition from Secretary Lutnick for flat out lying to the American people. Instead, what we've heard thus far is hours of testimony where he's attempting to redefine the meaning of the word I. He claims that when he said, I would never be in a room again with Jeffrey Epstein, he meant only him and Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was so gross to him, so disgusting, that he wasn't willing to be in a room with him, but he was perfectly okay with his wife and family being in a room with Epstein. He's lying. And today's transcribed interview is part of the ongoing cover-up, because the American people deserve to see the video of what's taking place in there. They deserve to see the sweat on the secretary's brow as he struggles to answer basic questions about his lies to the American people. So we're going to continue to listen and ask tough questions, but unfortunately it appears that Secretary Lutnick is not going to take any responsibility for lying to the American people today.
Can you explain for just a moment, when you talked about the trip, and I'm happy to ask this to interview, can you explain for a moment when they took the trip on the boat, and you're saying that he's saying, oh, we were okay doing that, but he didn't want to be in the same room with him. Characterize what his remarks were, his response. He said, wait a minute, isn't this inconsistent with this travel if you're uncomfortable with being with this person?
We asked him over and over again, oh, why did you go to the island? He says he doesn't remember, that it was inexplicable, and he simply didn't know how to answer the question at that point.
Right.
Can I follow up on the island? On the island, did he say that he saw anything from his time there that now in retrospect raises alarm about Epstein's activities on the island? I mean, he mentioned in his 2005 visit to Epstein's apartment that he saw massage tables that made him uncomfortable. Did he see anything in his time on the island? Did he mention any specifics about what he saw there?
Those questions were specifically asked by the majority during the first hour, and he said no to all of it.
And also, it's important to note, he could remember nothing about the visit to the island. Couldn't remember why he was there. Couldn't remember anything he saw. Apparently, he could remember in great detail the 2005 visit to the townhouse and the massage tables that were there. Now, 2005 is 7 years before 2012. So his memory was sharp with respect to 2005, but dull with respect to 2012 and the visit to the island.
And this is why this is such a cover-up. I mean, he refused to say there was any blackmailing, even though he thought that happened in the past. He refused to say that there was any video recording, even though he said in the past that Epstein was video recording these young girls. He refused to say anything abnormal about Epstein's island. So someone obviously got to him from the administration. In fact, he said he talked to people in the administration, and that's why he's changed his tune. And the question is not just why he's lying. The question is why he's covering up, why he's no longer willing to share what he knows about Epstein's abhorrent behavior.
Can we follow up where you just said about, did he talk to President Trump ahead of this interview? Did he talk to people in the Trump administration?
He said he did not talk to President Trump.
Why do you think Secretary Lutnick agreed to appear voluntarily? Did he address that at all? It is significant that he's the only cabinet secretary that hasn't appeared to us.
Well, he didn't want to be subpoenaed. I mean, he knew that we have the Republican votes to subpoena him, just like we did with Pam Bondi. And it's the first time that a cabinet member has been subpoenaed. What I expected, honestly, I expected him to say, well, you know, I regret what I said on the podcast. I should have had been transparent about this incident with the family. Nothing happened that was terrible, but you know what? I should have had better judgment. And here are the things I know about Epstein. He was a disgusting person. Let me try to help in the investigation. He did none of that.
Can I ask two questions to follow up on what you just said, Congressman Khanna? You mentioned that he spoke to members of the administration and then he changed his tune. Did he say who exactly he spoke to and when he spoke to them?
You want to take that? You asked that question? Yeah.
Sure.
He could not recall who he spoke to in the administration. It's also important to note he was asked by a number of us if he spoke to President Trump about today's testimony, and he refused to answer that question. He did say he didn't speak to President Trump or Donald Trump when he was not president, but he would not answer the question as to whether he spoke to President Trump about today's testimony.
And then secondly, the secretary had told you guys that he found the invitation to the island to be unsettling. How his assistant knew that he was in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Did he talk about why he accepted an unsettling invitation?
This is what I was asking during my line of questioning. Why did you go when you were so clear on this podcast and you described in great detail that you and your wife were so alarmed by this person and did not want to ever be in a room with him? And to the point of the statement that he had made, I mean, they were very clear statements that I would never in a social professional setting be in a room with this person. And then we later got him to admit that visiting someone's island and having lunch with them is in fact considered a social situation. And so no, he would not. And I find that extremely unbelievable. I mean, I think of all of the depositions that we have done so far, I find Howard Lutnick to be the least credible with the way that he just refuses to acknowledge how misleading his statements were. I mean, quite frankly, he lied in the podcast, but he refuses to acknowledge that. He still is trying to stand by the fact that he was truthful in those statements.
Behind you, did the secretary, I haven't gotten a question yet, sorry. Did the secretary indicate whether or not he had any business dealings with Jeffrey Epstein, and more specifically, whether they invested in the same company?
Yeah, the Republicans asked that in the first hour. He did admit that a subsidiary of his company was invested in a company that Jeffrey Epstein was invested in as well. And they did have an email exchange about that.
And then as Democrats, are you all planning to do anything to compel the secretary's testimony on camera going further, since you don't seem satisfied that this was...
That may be coming, but well, stay tuned.
Meaning the idea that you might ask...
Chairman, you inquired as to whether... Sorry, I haven't...
Go ahead.
If I may go, thank you. You said that you believe that he's covering up. Do you have any indication, or in your questioning, were you able to zero in, or perhaps you've seen in the documents, who you believe he's covering up for and how extensive that cover up is?
I think he's covering up for the administration. And let me give the exact exchange that, and Representative Walkinshaw can elaborate on it because he really drilled down on it. First, Secretary Lutnick said on the podcast that there was blackmail going on, right? Then he says to my inquiry, well, no, I was just speculating. I said, well, what was your basis for speculating? Well, I didn't have any basis. I take it back. You know, it seems like this is the administration's modus operandi, just speculate with no basis. But here he's saying, okay, I take it back. So then I said, well, why did you take it back? Well, I talked to administration officials. Then Representative Walkinshaw asked him, well, who did you talk to? And he says, well, no, I just learned about this in public. I didn't talk to the administration officials. Well, Massey and I have been doing this, and all of us have been doing this for months. I've never seen a single public statement that there was no blackmail. So the question is, why is he changing his tune? Who is getting to him in the administration to basically have him say nothing was wrong? Let's move on. That's what he was saying.
That's right. No, I think you nailed it. That's good. Representative Khan, the Justice Department last July said that there was no blackmail in its memo. So why do you keep saying that there was no blackmail said by the administration?
We have not. We have not. That is not what the survivors believe. That is not what the testimony has been of other individuals. And there has not been investigation of people like Les Wexner, or people like Leon Black, and many other people. That's why we're calling for investigations. And he certainly did not reference that memorandum.
If Democrats win the midterms, what changes with regard, if this investigation is continuing, what do you see changes with regard to this investigation and how you get more answers should the Democrats win?
Well, for starters, these interviews are going to be on video, and we're going to make sure that the American people get to see what we got to saw as legislators today. We're going to be completely transparent and honest when it comes to this investigation.
So to be clear, you're going to try to have him come in again and try to maybe do this under a subpoena, which we could.
I didn't say that. I said generally that we're going to make sure that these types of interviews are on video and that the American people get to see them.
Just in the future.
I'm not ruling out him again. I'm just saying generally.
Can we get your reaction on something else? On the other investigation dealing with the DC and the investigation with the police department. 9 officers have now been put on leave or an investigation. Just want to get your thoughts on that investigation and where we're at on it.
That's a great question for another day. I think that was the last question.
Well, I just wanted to see what.
Thank you.
That was chicken shit, man.
Well, it seems like someone was mad. I heard somebody say, "Oh, chicken shit." What happened with the DC stuff? Now, Hamdabuya is in the chat, giving us some great tea.
A group of House Democrats is demanding that the United States break the taboo.
Is giving us some great tea on Howard Lutnick's son, who has taken over Cantor Fitzgerald, and some big billionaire in AI being spotted together, walking some little desolate tract of land in Texas. And then Howard Lutnick,
Ben admitted that he was in.
We have some big Epstein news. There has been a breakthrough where an Epstein victim says that she has tapes of Donald Trump doing things that will force him to resign. And there must be something in the air, because Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and exposed the truth about Donald Trump and Epstein. And House Republicans are considering giving Ghislaine Maxwell clemency. I think all of these things are related. Let's get to Marjorie Taylor Greene first, who went viral for this speech she made about Donald Trump and how he reacted to her trying to get to the truth about Epstein.
So, wow. When we started talking about releasing the Epstein files, I'm like, this is a no-brainer. President Trump will just roll them out on a big cart himself. Stacks and stacks and stacks of the Epstein files, because obviously Bill Clinton is all in there and Hillary Clinton. That's what I had been told all along, right? Well, it was the most shocking thing when I sat in a conference meeting and I learned that the president didn't want to release the Epstein files. I was like, what? Yeah, come to find out, he was very much against it. So we kept on trying and kept on talking about it. And then the president told Mike Johnson, no, do not bring that resolution to the floor for a vote. He told the Rules Committee, and Johnson told the Rules Committee, no, you will not mark up any bill in the Rules Committee that will allow the Epstein files to be released. And the resistance built and built and built. He told Pam Bondi, don't release the Epstein files. He told everybody, don't release the Epstein files. So we persisted because that's what we promised. That's what we campaigned on, transparency and accountability, especially to pedophiles. How is that complicated? So it got to be such a gigantic amount of resistance coming from the president and the speaker and everyone, the DOJ. I said, fine, I'll do the unthinkable. I'll go over there and I'll sign my name on a discharge petition that all the Democrats are signing their name on. Talk about crossing the aisle. Me, a general in the MAGA army, crossing over to sign my name with a bunch of Democrats. Yeah, I did. Because women were raped when they were 16 and 14 years old. And he was a convicted pedophile, and we knew there were many with him. So I signed my name on the discharge petition. Oh, did I get my name on the naughty list then? Let me tell you. That became a real issue at the White House. Well, I'll never forget it. I was in my office in the Rayburn building, and I got a phone call from the president. And he was at the White House, and he wanted to talk to me about the discharge petition that I'd signed my name on. And he said, Marjorie, you're going to have to take your name off that discharge petition. We can't let, this is a hoax. We can't carry this. This is a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax. And we've got to just put this away and stop doing this. And he said, my friends are going to get hurt. He said his friends would get hurt if we release the Epstein files.
Marjorie Taylor Greene went on and said this about being threatened by the president.
I sent him to all these people. I got no response from Susie Wiles. None. And she's a mother and a grandmother and a woman. I got no response from James Blair because he only cares about making money on campaigns. I did hear from Kash Patel. He said on it, but I haven't heard from him since. I don't know what he's on. JD Vance was very nice to me, compassionate and kind, and reassured me that he would do everything we could to find out what's going on. And then I heard back from Donald Trump. And I've saved these text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump proceeded to tell me that it was my fault and that I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it because I was a traitor to him. That is our president of the United States.
Now, as she said, Marjorie Taylor Greene was the general of MAGA. She was one of the leading soldiers in the movement. And for the president of the United States to come out and say that to her and try to gaslight Marjorie Taylor Greene about what was actually in the files and his unwillingness to release them, to me, is very interesting. I mean, we now know a lot more than we used to, and it's all looking like the president of the United States is very much so wrapped up in all of this. Now, we can't assert for sure because they've done a good job of hiding a lot of the evidence, but witnesses are still speaking up. Now, I'm going to go through what one Epstein victim has asserted that she knows about Donald Trump and Epstein. This is just her story that I'm retelling. And we're also going to censor some of these words because otherwise YouTube tends to suppress these videos, and we don't want that. We want as many people to see them. So Epstein victim says she has tapes of Donald Trump doing things that will force him to resign from the presidency. Jeffrey Epstein kept blackmail videos that showed Donald Trump having with many girls supplied by him, according to the latest bombshell claims in newly unsealed court documents. And the latest dump of papers made public last year are emails sent by Epstein victim Sarah Ransom to columnist Maureen Callahan in 2016. At the time, Callahan worked for the New York Post and was reporting on Epstein. Ransom claimed in those emails that Trump had sex with many girls, including a friend of hers who is not named, who she says also slept with Bill Clinton and Virgin billionaire Richard Branson. In 2016 email, Epstein victim Sarah Ransom told Maureen Callahan that her friend had sex with Trump, Clinton, and Richard Branson. She claimed Epstein took videos of the encounters, that she had seen the footage. And here's actual evidence from that email. Saying here, when my friend had with Clinton, Prince Andrew, and Richard Branson's tapes were in fact filmed on each separate occasion by Jeffrey. Thank God she managed to get a hold of some footage of the film tapes, which clearly identify the faces of Clinton, Prince Andrew, and Branson having course with her. Frustratingly enough, Epstein was not seen in any of the footage, but he was clever like that. Now, Ransom also claimed that Trump did this stuff during sex. I cannot say this out loud. I'm going to leave a screenshot here for you. We are going to put it up for a moment. Perhaps if you want to pause.
Okay, he says he cannot say this stuff out loud. Let me see if I can paraphrase. Donald Trump, taking his finger back and forth and, flickering and, suckling on her nipples until they were raw. One evening when we were showering together, she showed me her nipples. They looked incredibly painful as they were red, swollen, and I remember wincing when I looked at them. I also know that she had adult relationships with Trump at Jeffrey's New York City mansion on regular occasions. As I once met Jeffrey for coffee just before she was going to meet Trump and Epstein together at his mansion.
Pause and read this. Please go ahead. But if I read this out loud, I do feel like YouTube would delete the actual video. So we're just going to leave this up here for a second. It's disgusting. It's not unlike other things that we've heard asserted that Donald Trump has done. And it's just another, to me, evidence point that there's something going on here with him, with Trump and Epstein. Now, Michael Wolff actually came out just yesterday. So there's been a huge movement in this story. And here's what he had to say about Ghislaine Maxwell and Trump. And as I said, Republicans in the House may be moving forward with some sort of clemency for Ghislaine after this came out.
Now, this is a key issue right now in the way the White House is looking at the Epstein scandal. The fear is that Ghislaine Maxwell can tie Donald Trump to the details of what Trump and Epstein called the Pussy Committee. The Pussy Committee consisted of Trump and Epstein in their efforts to get girls for Prince Andrew.
Yeah, and that is one reason why it might be that Republicans are moving forward what The Guardian is reporting on is clemency for Ghislaine. A House panel is actually dividing whether Trump should pardon Maxwell so she can cooperate with the Epstein investigation. This is how it happens, folks. This is how it happens. They're starting to make the permission structure happen in real time.
We're trying to make the abnormal seem, it's not okay. We got half of the people. Oh, we got a 3/4 of the people. Oh, it's a deal.
Recent reporting that a pardon for Maxwell is now being discussed supportively in some circles, however, has highlighted how Epstein and Maxwell remain a political minefield for Republicans and Donald Trump while presenting yet another blow to survivors' fight for transparency. News broke in late April that representatives on the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee had split opinions on whether the president should pardon the convicted trafficker Maxwell so she could cooperate with their investigation into Epstein. Said one person, any talk of clemency of Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for testimony turns justice on its head. It risks rewarding the very person who helped enable abuse. And it says here, too, that while Congress has no power to grant a pardon, even entertaining that conversation signals to victims that their suffering is still being treated as secondary to political strategy. Justice should never be transactional when it comes to crimes of this magnitude. And this to me, all of this to me is like, they want a story like this out here. They want this story out here. Why? Because we're past the point of being like, of course he shouldn't do it. They're serving up a narrative of like, oh, they're debating, like as if like there's anything to debate. So it moves.
Yeah, they're trying to make you, oh, well, you know, when you look at it this way, understand that this woman had a trial and was convicted, and they put her in a soft prison based upon her interview with Todd Blanche. And we're going to get into Todd Blanche. This link is in my description box under Epstein files. I'm just totally disgusted by this whole administration. Let me make sure. Let me make sure there is. Here we go. More about this.
Donald Trump and his weaponized Department of Justice are freaking out that there are multiple whistleblowers who continue to leak information to Democrats in the House of Representatives and to the press about the conduct of Donald Trump's weaponized DOJ. They're trying to find who these so-called leakers are versus actual.
We have some big Epstein news. There has been a breakthrough where
Donald Trump and his weaponized Department of Justice are freaking out that there deeply frivolous involving the Trump regime prosecuting the Southern Poverty Law Center in Alabama. We believe this entire prosecution is tainted by grand jury misconduct, as the Southern Poverty Law Center has raised numerous red flags in a court filing to a federal judge, saying that numerous false statements about their involvement with confidential informants have already been made in the underlying pleadings and in public that are just very easy to rebut. For example, Donald Trump's Department of Justice says the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, never informed the FBI, local police, or the Department of Justice about paying local confidential informants in various situations about these payments or about the fact that the Southern Poverty Law Center was involved in an informant program in order to determine extremist groups that could be involved or were involved in very violent acts. And the SPLC says, what are you talking about? Like, we've literally worked with the prosecutors who are bringing this criminal case against us for over a decade. For decades, we've been working with you as your like partners in this, whether it's like informal partners or whatever. But what do you mean? We've given you this information. We've prepared dossiers for you that have led to criminal prosecutions. And same thing with the FBI, same thing with local police. And before you went to the grand jury, when we became aware we were potentially targets of a frivolous criminal case, we then provided you with information again that showed you our program worked hand in hand with you. And so a whistleblower, though, went to Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin and informed Congressmember Raskin and other Democrats, because they're the only people who are going to listen to these whistleblowers at this point, that there seems to have been a rushed indictment of SPLC. And this was part of a broader plan that Attorney General Todd Blanche, or Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, wanted to endear himself to Donald Trump, to try to become the Attorney General after Pam Bondi was fired. This is the article from MS Now. It talks about this whistleblower letter. DOJ rushed indictment of SPLC, according to whistleblower reports, after a whistleblower expressed concerns about the strength of the case against these civil rights organizations. Member of Congress have questions for prosecutors. A senior Trump administration Justice Department official ordered federal prosecutors in Alabama to rush through a controversial indictment of the Southern Poverty Law Center, despite concerns about the strength of the case, according to a description of a whistleblower account obtained by MS Now. Congressmember Raskin, a ranking Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, and Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, ranking Democrat on the subcommittee on the Constitution and Limited Government, described the whistleblower allegations in a letter sent Thursday to Kevin Davidson, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Alabama. According to whistleblower information provided to this committee, Associate Deputy Attorney General Singh ordered your office, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Alabama, to rush through the indictment of the SPLC, despite serious concerns about the strength of the case. The letter said the letter asks Davidson to turn over records regarding his use of SPLC informants and information in criminal or civil matters from 1996 through 2026, as well as all communications, including emails, phone calls, and text messages among his office, among the top DOJ officials, Singh, who's very close to the Trump regime and has a high position at the DOJ, Justice Department leadership, and others from January 2025 concerning the investigation and indictment of the SPLC. And we've heard from current and former kind of Trump loyalists at the DOJ that they believe that this is part of the deep state whistleblower community that is working from within to undermine the Trump federal prosecutions, when in fact, the Trump federal prosecutions undermine themselves by being part of a weaponized plan to grab headlines and capture a media cycle, but then quickly fall apart. I mean, y'all remember when Don Lemon was prosecuted?
I apologize. Yes, we remember. Don Lemon being prosecuted. There's breaking news right now that the Democratic senator in Virginia, who said that Virginia should play the game that Texas are playing, and they should call for redistricting. Remember, they put that on the ballot for their constituents to vote on. The constituents voted that yes, they should change their maps, and then a Republican activist judge just wiped out all the votes and said your votes didn't matter. Well, guess what's going on now with the Democrat senator who said that we should play their game. Right now, the FBI is now searching her office. Let me give you this. They have raided the Democrat senator who said that Virginia should do what Texas is doing. And now her offices are being raided by the FBI. This is your government at work. She made a suggestion. They put it to the vote. The people said, yeah, activists, the activist judges that they want to talk about all the time, this unvalidated your vote. And now the FBI is raiding the senator who had the idea that we should do what Texas is doing. This is your government. Let's get into this.
Breaking news right now, the FBI is now raiding the offices of the Virginia Democratic State Senator who led the effort to redistrict Virginia and drew Donald Trump and Republican ire. Fox News, which is conveniently on the scene and was tipped off seemingly by the FBI ahead of this raid, says that Luis Lucas's offices are currently being raided as part of a, quote, corruption probe, that the FBI is serving multiple search warrants that have been approved by a judge at her office and at a cannabis dispensary next door. Luis Lucas has been a thorn in the side of Virginia Republicans for a long time, and she was the reason why Virginia successfully passed that constitutional amendment. And just about a month after, not even 2 weeks after it passed, the FBI is now raiding her offices. I'll have more updates for you very soon. As always, spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. There'll be more to come soon. Breaking news right now.
Let me see if I can find more on this. Let me see. Oh, who we have here? 13 News. They're alive. Who do we have here? 13 News, Fox News. It seems like Louise Lucas is a black woman. Let's see what this is.
Senator, is there anything you can say?
Here we go. Let's get into this. Your government at work. Your elected officials at work with this racist government. Let me. I'm gonna copy and paste this and put it in raid. That last link was in under raid in my description box. Let's see what they're talking about. They are approaching Senator Lucas to ask her if she has anything to say about the raid.
Senator, is there anything you could say?
Well, it doesn't look like she has anything to say. Let me see. Now, why was
Hey, everybody, it's me, Sam Stein, managing editor of
the
Ballroom.
name of this video is why was Fox News already at the FBI raid in Virginia? This link will be in my description box under raid. Breaking news under
I'm joined by
raid.
Will Southon. We're here to talk about some breaking FBI news that's happening as we are recording this. A couple stories, actually. I'm going to start with the most recent one, which is there is news that broke this morning that the FBI is on the scene in Portsmouth, Virginia, raiding the offices of a very prominent, very successful Democrat in the state, that's President pro tempore, Louise Lucas, who is the Democratic leader of the State House. She is responsible, not chiefly, but primarily, for the successful redistricting effort in Virginia. FBI is raiding what appears to be, according to early reports, we're just going off of early reports, her office in a cannabis store that she owns next to it. There's a lot to unpack here, a lot of weird things happening here. Chief among them, Will, that Fox News happened to just be in Portsmouth, Virginia. And not just Fox News, that according to the person who tweeted this, Bill Malugan, who is their one of their top correspondents, he says that it's a correspondent named Alex Hogan who's on the scene. Alex Hogan is Fox's foreign correspondent in London. She happens to be in Portsmouth, Virginia. So, make of it what you will. But look, Louis Lucas is an obvious target for the administration. It does strike me as a potentially, we don't know any of the specifics. It does strike me as potentially as one of these issues of retribution and not the law here.
Yeah.
But I reserve judgment. I reserve judgment.
So obviously we have very limited information at this point, but the information that we have. So one possibility is Louise Lucas is extremely corrupt and there's a legitimate, investigation and there are crimes here. That's one possibility. The other possibility, which seems more likely given the track record of the FBI, especially under Trump, is that this is being used for retribution. We have the evidence. First of all, we know that for the reasons you just gave, she led the redistricting that screwed the Republicans out of 4 seats. There's a reason to want retribution against her by the Republicans, right? And the other thing, of course, is so she's connected to this weed shop. If this is really about weed, Sam, it seems like a pretty thin weed to hang an investigation on, Like
now,
really, you're going to...
It may be about weed. The early articles are, pointing to the weed shop as potentially selling illicit, untested weed at her hemp store and things like that. A local report says they are looking at the hemp store that she runs. I mean, again, you might be right, though. It could be, we just don't know what we don't know. And it could be that there's, a real compelling case against her for doing some corrupt act. But this is the problem, right? Like the track record of the FBI and the Justice Department is that they are going after their enemies. And not only that, but that they're pardoning in corruption cases, Republican lawmakers. They are commuting their sentences and pardoning them. And if you do that for 15 months straight, it becomes a bit suspicious after a while.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this because I'm a rule of law guy. I mean, all of us here at the Bulwark, we believe in the rule of law. But at a certain point, the behavior of an administration...
Let's see. Recreational weed is obviously legal in Virginia. Okay. The man who just pardoned someone from Nicaragua, wherever that former president, I think it was Nicaragua, just got pardoned for bringing 400 and some tons of drugs, cocaine into this country. Now, weed is illegal in Virginia, and you mean to tell me that they are saying, "Oh well, she's selling weed," so we have to attach this stigma of a black woman in drugs who's running a legal business. But we have to sully it to make it seem like, oh, there's something underhanded about her child. She's selling a strain of weed that has not been tested. But let me tell you something. I used to be a bud head many years ago. Before all of these dispensaries came out and all of this type of stuff, I had tried. Some of my younger people around me was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna get me a weed card. I'm gonna go to the dispensary," and I taste that shit and it tastes like chemicals. If she is, if the question is tested or untested to be sold in a dispensary, I would rather some great old Mexican Indo that comes from Mexico. I don't want that chemical shit. I don't know what all of these chemicals they putting in that motherfucking weed. Maybe that's why they only want you to buy that weed from these dispensaries with all of these fucked up chemicals in that shit. I want me some straight up lumped up Mexican indica. I don't want that shit from no dispensary. Maybe that is the problem. No, you have to sell this chemical weed. You have to sell this chemical weed because we are putting something special in this weed. Why do you think we made it legal? Why do we made it so easy for everybody to get a hold of? Why you think that we invested so much in making marijuana legal and then to putting something into your educational system? That's just my opinion. But let's see what else we have on this. This is slow rolling.
Senator.
This is a slow rolling story. Let's see what we. Let me see what else we have. Who am I going to watch? I'm not going to watch Fox affiliated news. Let's see. Virginia Insider. Let's see what they have to say.
The woman who brought us the April 21st gerrymander redistricting election here in Virginia. The woman who yelled to the top of her lungs, 10 effing 1, 10 Democrat districts to 1 Republican.
No, I'm not going to watch him. He seems like he has an axe to grind. He seems like a mad Republican. Let's see who we're going to watch. Let's see.
Again, an FBI raid happening at State Senator Luis Lucas's office in Portsmouth, Virginia. She is the president pro tempore of the Senate of Virginia. She represents the 18th district right here in Hampton Roads and is chair of the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee, a very, very influential voice here in Virginia politics and in Hampton Roads politics.
Truly, we're just steps away from where this action is happening. But like you said, Connor, what we know right now is very limited. But what we can see is we've got this white vehicle right here that's got some FBI agents inside of it. You can see that those agents are working inside of that vehicle right now. We've also seen agents come in and out of this building that they're parked in front of. That's the cannabis outlet. That's right next to Senator Louise Lucas's office. So in front of that office right now and in front of that cannabis shop, what we can see is that we've got 1, 2, 3 black trucks, SUVs parked out here. There's also that tactical gear that you see as well, that green FBI vehicle that has had agents coming in and out of it. They do have this entire parking lot that is marked off right now with tape, so you can't get any further than where we are right now. We truly are as close as we can get to the action that's happening. We've also got some agents that are blocking off entrances right over here to the left of us. As you can see, Luca's going to pan over here to show you where they're blocking off some more traffic here. But we haven't heard any word from any of the officials that are on the street, but this is drawing a little bit of a presence for the people in the community. Again, Connor, like you had mentioned, Senator Lucas is a very affluent person in this community, and she is very known to be a stir maker of some political issues as well. But we've got people in the community who are out here watching this. I want Luca to pan over here to the streets for you. We've got some people standing in a parking lot across the street. We've got a locksmith's company across the street and a couple other different buildings. But as you can see, we've got some people out here with their cell phones that are watching what's going on. You've got people standing here talking with others in cars, just wondering what's happening, just like we are right now. But again, this scene is very active. The information that we have is limited, but what we do know is that it was confirmed that right now they are investigating Senator Louise Lucas's office in an investigation of which right now is unknown to us, but we're working to find that information and reach out to FBI spokespeople right now to get a little bit more word on what's going on. But once again, right here behind me, this is where the bulk of the action is right now. And this is what you guys want to see right now for all the people at home who are wondering what that FBI presence looks like right now. Again, we've got 4 or 5 different trucks in this parking lot, all marked officers here as well. All of those marked officers that we've seen have been FBI marked officers as well. So we'll stay on top of what's going on and unfolding over here in Portsmouth. But for the latest, we're live right here.
Again, an FBI raid happening at State Senator Louise Lucas's office in Portsmouth, Virginia. She is the president pro tempore
Let's see what else we can find. And for the fool in my chat, this is Donald or someone. Report whatever you choose. Report whatever you choose. I don't give a fuck about what you report. When they come see what you report, they will see that it was reported, it was supported by an actual news story. Bitch, I don't write the story. I'm giving the information. Do with it as you choose. So you think I'm supposed to be, oh, I better stop talking like this. I better stop telling these true stories that they have put a what is it? What did they put? What is it? What type of act did they put in it? They have put in the budget that they want to charge the American people $1 billion for this ballroom. They're changing the name to some type of East Wing improvement and safety thing. They want to now charge the United States citizens $1 billion to create this ballroom that we were promised by 45-47 that was under budget and on schedule. I don't give a fuck what you report about me. Reconciliation. What is it? What is it under the reconciliation? That this is what they're doing with the American budget. So you think I give a fuck about you reporting me? Think again. And report me also report me for this story. Report me for this story. You know that golf, while we're talking about the East Wing, you know that golf course that 45-47 had them dump all the trash, all the broken down junk from the East Wing. He had 45-47 had them to dump it in that golf course, that DC golf course, the first integrated golf course in DC, the first public place that they have where people from all races, income, use this golf course. He had them to dump all the trash from the golf course, from the East Ring to this golf course. But now he's eyeing the golf course and he thinks like, hey, since Live Golf said, fuck you, bitch. We're not doing no more golf tournaments with you, you motherfucker. You didn't protect us. Now, all of a sudden, 45-47 is looking at this Washington, D.C. Golf course, this first integrated races, looking at the first integrated golf course to turn it into a private Trump golf course, reports have revealed. Additionally to that, it is being reported that all of the trash that they dumped in this now public golf course is leaching heavy metals above and beyond what is ever recommended to be in the ground. And it could be possibly even poisoning the citizens of Washington, D.C. Report that, bitch. Go report that. Since you're reporting, report that too, ho. You think I give a fuck about what you reporting? I'm reporting what I'm reporting on the news, bitch. The links are in my description box about everything I report on. So go report it. Silly ass bitch motherfuckers. You're supposed to be a man too. Silly ass bitch boy. Talking about what he's reporting. Bitch, I'm reporting this shit. The links are in my description.
We have some big news tonight. Donald Trump's ballroom is actively polluting Washington, D.C. with toxic metals. New reporting from the Associated Press has confirmed that the debris from the ballroom construction has been dumped in a Washington, D.C. golf course, a place where many D.C. residents love to go. And the rubble, it's toxic. The ballroom has tested positive, according to a new report observed by the Associated Press, for lead, chromium, and other toxic metals. And these metals were detected at levels above laboratory limits. The National Park Service has been dumping more than 300,000 cubic yards, more than 800,000 cubic feet of debris onto the golf course. And the dumping could eventually lead to harmful residue for DC residents, could seep into the ground. This is very serious. The ballroom is literally polluting Washington, D.C. in real time. I'll have more updates for you soon. As always, spread the word and follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some big news tonight. Donald Trump's ballroom is actively polluting.
Did you spread that word? Did you report that? Did you report that? Make sure you report that. I need that to be reported. Can you report that for me? Let me go back here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, please. Let's see why Jeffrey or whatever his name has his panties in a bunch. If you guys have not heard about these passengers on this ship who are sick with the Hunter virus, it comes from rat droppings and mice droppings. There is a large amount of people who are sick, including one captain of a ship that are sick from the Hunter virus. These cases have been confirmed on these ships, and they don't know exactly what they're going to do with the patients or whatever. They're hoping, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a bigger outbreak. I wonder what cruise line this is. But the reason why this could also be happening is because President Trump cut all full-time staff from the CDC cruise inspection program. Did you know that? Report that. You're going to report that? Report that. Why don't you report that? Report something worthwhile. Why don't you? Let's get into this CDC story. Hold on. Let me share this with you. Since people want to report something, if you want to report the news, bitch, start your own channel. Report that. Report your news stories. Because, motherfucker, all the news stories that I present on my channel is a fact check by where I get my news from. Because I know weak bitches are all around this motherfucker. I know weak hating bitches have always been around this motherfucker. Go report it. And report the link that I sent you to find what exactly I'm reporting on, bitch. Go report it. I'm scared. Let me share this with you. Okay, I'm sharing the screen. Hold on, let me put the volume up.
Now, it comes at a time in the United States of America where there is now new news circulating for that over the past year, the Trump administration cut a substantial number of full-time employees from the CDC's vessel sanitation program. Essentially, the CDC's cruise ship inspection program when there are outbreaks on cruise ships. And in the past year, the Trump administration cut all full-time employees from this inspection program. And what's interesting is this program wasn't actually funded by taxpayers. It was funded by the cruise ships themselves. And so instead of having 24 staffers in this program right now, it's only about half. And experts honestly say that reducing the staffing has hindered outbreak investigations, inspections, and public health oversight. Now, would that impact this hantavirus situation? Probably not, because it's not a US-based ship. But if there was an outbreak on a US-based ship, the United States would not be fully equipped to counter it. Spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some news right now. The number of confirmed hantavirus cases this afternoon has grown to 5, including the 2 that had been previously evacuated, according to the World Health Organization. Now, it comes at a time in the United States of America where there is now new news circulating for that over the past.
Now, let's see why. Let's see why the threat of this big reporting is going on. Let's see what really has them mad. World Health Organization evacuate 3 people with the hantavirus. Now they got on full, they got on full rubber gear all over the place. Let me see. What health authorities race to contact a trace after man tests positive for hantavirus. Okay. Oh, so this is a big thing. And look who we have over Health and Human Services at the wrong time. RFK Jr. Does he have a rat in his hand? Pulled out of the World Health Organization. RFK Jr. Responsible for disease response.
We have some news. RFK Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services responsible for disease preparedness, says that he rescued a starling at the Dulles Airport. This rescue comes as a lot of you have questions about the United States of America, the World Health Organization, and response to the possible hantavirus. Well, I have some answers for you. Number one, the United States is no longer a member of the World Health Organization. As of earlier this year, the United States officially pulled out under Donald Trump and has no participation.
He rescued a starling. It looks like he has a rat in his hand. What the fuck is a starling? Let me Google that. He rescued a starling. This same man who had said he had worms eating his brain, cut off a raccoon penis to examine later. What else? 8 brains or something, all types of shit. You see him sitting up here with some, what is a starling? Let me Google. What the fuck is a starling? I've never heard of that. With his bare hands. Oh, that's a bird. Okay. That's a bird. But still, they have all types of lice and all of this on it. A starling is a medium-sized, highly social bird known for its glossy, iridescent plumage, complex vocalizations, and remarkable flocking behavior. A starling. That is a starling. Okay. So let's get back to the story.
In the World Health Organization, which is leading the contact tracing and a response to the hantavirus. The United States is responsible for disease preparedness and spread within our own borders.
And this man, RFK Jr., would be leading that charge. He is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He was appointed by Donald Trump. Now, there are no known cases.
Okay, let's get into why this person. A man in Switzerland has tested positive for that. But hantavirus is spread by a rat and mouse poop. I think it's really rat poop. But the fact that there are rats contaminating sea ships is kind of disgusting. Okay. Let me see what has this person. If you're not subscribed to Aaron Pirani's page, you see how many times a day he posts. Very, very, very good information. Let me see. Oh, how can I forget this? How can I forget to talk about the West Palm Beach Airport has changed its name to the Donald Trump Airport. In addition to that, how is Donald Trump is going to profit off of his name being he has received the trademark, and included in the trademark deal of the airport being Donald Trump Airport, it is also included that everything sold out of the West Palm Beach Airport must source all of their things from an official Donald Trump seller. Isn't that wonderful for him? You know, shit is high as fuck in the airport anyway. So not these are not going to be independent sellers. No, these are going to be real Donald Trump merchants that are selling for his pocket in this deal.
We have some news right now. A Trump company has reached a trademark deal with the Palm Beach International Airport. Not only is the airport going to be renamed after the President of the United States, but now airport stores can only buy branded merchandise from Trump organization approved retailers. And it gives Donald Trump veto power over any biographical information that goes inside the airport material. New reporting from the Miami Herald confirms this trademark deal and shows that Donald Trump and the Trump family, they're going to be taking over the Palm Beach International Airport. When you're flying in and out of, you're going to see Trump-themed merchandise, anything inside the materials for the airport, biographical materials. It's going to have to be approved by the president. He has veto power over anything that goes in it. Now, remember, previously, essentially lawmakers renamed PBI, Palm Beach International, to President Donald J. Trump International Airport. It's unclear when that name actually takes effect officially, but just be prepared, especially if you're flying through South Florida. As always, spread the word, follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that your president will now be profiting off of this? Let me see. Let me see what else is that I wanted to show you. Here we are. I'm going to be reported for what I said about the ballroom. I'm going to drop this link I've already dropped it in my description box. I'm going to drop this link in the chat.
We have major news right now.
This stupid person came in and said that I was telling lies, and I'm going to be reported for the lies that I tell. What lie was talking?
Republicans are trying to sneak through $1 billion taxpayer dollars to fund Donald Trump's ballroom, among other Secret Service related projects, and they did this without you knowing about it. Here's the text from the new reconciliation bill that Senate Republicans are actively considering. It funds the United States Secret Service to the tune of $1 billion through September 30th, 2029 for
Here is the text that is actually in the bill. Let's read. Can you read?
The purpose of security adjustments and upgrades include
United States Secret Service appropriation. In addition to amount otherwise available, there is appropriated. Hold on. His head is in the way. I wish he would.
Within the perimeter.
There is appropriated to the United States
fence of the White House compound.
the Treasury and otherwise
to support enhancements
appropriated $1 billion for what?
by the United States Secret Service
To remain available until September
relating
of
to the East Wing modernization.
September 30, 2029 for the purpose of what?
Project. That
Security
is the Trump White House
adjustment
ballroom. Now, the bill does stipulate that it could only be used for, quote, security purposes, but theoretically anything can be considered security purposes.
It's gonna have the biggest building. It's gonna have the biggest windows ever, and they're all gonna be bulletproof and drone proof. The ballroom is gonna have the biggest windows ever, and they're gonna be bullet and drone proof. That's security. That is security measures. Hasn't he told you that already? There's going to be a bunker underneath, a high-tech bunker. There's going to be a high-tech bunker underneath. That's security.
This $400 million ballroom, which was supposed to be funded by private donors, now may be funded up to the tune of $1 billion.
Okay. And annual and upgrades including
with your money. Spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have major news right now. Republicans are trying to sneak through $1 billion taxpayer dollars to fund Donald Trump's ballroom, among other Secret Service related projects. And they did this without you knowing about it. Here's the text from
appropriation in addition to amounts otherwise available. There is appropriated to the United States Secret Service for fiscal year 2029, I believe. Opposes security within the perimeter of what?
From the new reconciliation bill that Senate Republicans are actively considering. It funds the United States Secret Service to the tune of $1 billion through September 30th, 2029 for the purpose of security adjustments and upgrades, including within the perimeter fence of the White House compound, to support enhancements by the United States Secret Service relating to the East Wing modernization project. That is the
East Wing modernization project, which is the ballroom. Any questions? Go report that, bitches. Anyway, I think that is all that I have today. Let me see. I think that is all that I have for you guys today. Let me double check. I may have to dump a couple of things. I want to double check. I appreciate you all being here. Let's leave on a high note. How you doing? How is this economy treating you and your family and your loved ones? It's supposed to get real dicey after the midterm elections. See, because that's when all of the cuts to that big bloated bill are scheduled to show up. You know, they wanted to pretend like they weren't cutting this. We're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting Social Security. Yeah, until after the midterm elections, because they thought that, hey, we may still have a chance at this thing that they call midterm elections. So I definitely want to share this with you, just to let you hear from the non-Black woman how the economy is doing. I talk about this all the time.
Say the least when it comes to the U.S. economy, not even the U.S. economy, the global economy at this point. But take a look at this. In the last 5 days, Michigan's average diesel price has soared 90 cents per gallon to $6, a new record. Just as farmers are getting into their fields, Illinois has also set a new record, and Indiana and Ohio are poised to be next. $6 in Michigan for the average diesel price. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but the regular gas around here, it's over $4.25. Right? Like, we are nearing $5 a gallon for regular. We're shit I've never fucking seen before is what we're nearing in this moment. And like I said, there is no off-ramp here for this illegal war against Iran. And so I don't see a way in which this ends anytime soon. I think Americans are going to be permanently squeezed and, you know, desperate for any sort of positive change. I think there's a massive anti-MAGA tsunami coming in the election. And the bottom line is you got to make it too big to rig anyway because they're going to try to steal it. That's kind of what they do. That's kind of their thing. Okay, more. Breaking. Brent crude oil prices surge above $119 a barrel after the UAE announces that an Iranian drone attack has hit one of their petroleum facilities. Uh-oh. So it's only getting worse. Gas prices in the U.S. have moved up to $4.45 per gallon, their highest level since July 2022. The 49% spike over the last 9 weeks from $2.98 a gallon to $4.45 a gallon is the biggest we've seen in the past 30 years, bro. 30 years. Look at this chart, son. Look at this chart. Okay, more. While all that's going on, the New York Times reports Trump's vision for Garden of Heroes keeps getting bigger and higher in cost. Plans for the project include formal gardens, reflecting pools, and plazas alongside the statues of 250 notable Americans, according to documents obtained by the New York Times. So this is what he does now. As the world falls apart around him, as his illegal war spirals out of control, as the economy falls apart, as his ICE Gestapo thugs shoot Americans in the face and build concentration camps and torture people, he keeps going inward. And so what does he do? He focuses on stuff like the Trump Kennedy Center, which he slapped his name on, which was totally fucking insane. He focuses on stuff like his Epstein Memorial Ballroom, his Arc de Trump, right? And now there's a new one, Garden of Heroes. Is this what people want to see? Do people want to see Trump putting up a golden statue to himself at his golf course in Doral, Florida, at the same time that people can't afford groceries? I don't think so. I don't think so. So this is really not looking good. Okay, but then we get this. Tech layoffs are skyrocketing. Tech companies announced 81,747 layoffs in the first quarter of 2026, the highest quarterly total since at least the first quarter of 2024. Layoffs have more than doubled from the previous quarter and have risen 580% since the fourth quarter of 2025. March alone saw 45,800 announced job cuts, the worst single month for tech layoffs in at least 2 years. The tech layoffs are set to remain elevated, with Meta's recent plans to cut 8,000 employees. Furthermore, Microsoft is offering voluntary retirement to 7% of its U.S. workforce, which could transition into layoffs if participation is low. This comes as tech giants shift spending toward AI chips and data centers, trimming staff to free up capital for infrastructure. U.S. tech employment is rapidly contracting, and here's what that looks like in chart form. So, ladies and gentlemen, the AI apocalypse is looming. The AI apocalypse is upon us. And this is like one of the early waves of people who are going to lose their jobs because of AI. And it's not even a question of whether or not AI can actually do these jobs that they're replacing these people for. The fact of the matter is the Epstein class is going to try to replace these jobs either way. Even if it fails, even if it doesn't work, even if AI is ill-equipped, even if it can't handle it, they believe AI can do it, and so they're going to fire these people and replace them anyway. So all the right-wing bullshit about the thing you have to fear is the immigrants are going to come take your jobs. That's always been horseshit. It's never been true. Immigrants are nothing but a benefit to the economy and the country more broadly. But what is not is this AI horseshit where they're openly saying we're going to try to take everybody's job. We're going to try to take everybody's job. And then also, we're going to take your job, and then you're also going to have nowhere to go to the government for social safety net support. We're like, hey, I'm on hard times. Can I get unemployment? Hey, make sure Medicare is there and Medicaid's there, and we have these programs for people. No, they're cutting.
We don't have these money for these programs, Medicaid, Medi-Cal. We're fighting wars. So the immigrants were your problem. The immigrants who were being hired by millionaires and billionaires, who always made sure that there was a steady flow of jobs for them to cut the American worker, having to pay the American worker a living wage. But you're mad at the immigrants. But nothing ever happens to those who had been employing the immigrants to undercut your wages. You're mad at the immigrants. Well, the immigrants was getting taxes taken out of your checks. Taxes for Social Security, contributions to Social Security that they were not eligible to receive, that was helping keep Social Security solvent. How much money, how much tax money is coming from billionaires to keep Social Security solvent? Huh? It can't be any coming out of their checks to keep Social Security solvent if they're not paying taxes, if they're not paying income taxes. However, they want you to believe that the immigrants were your problem and not these billionaires, these titans of business not wanting to pay the American worker a living wage. So therefore, they kept it very easy for an undocumented immigrant to come to the United States and make enough money to live 12, 13 to a house and send money back home rather than pay you a living wage. But y'all don't say nothing about them. The chickens have come home to roost.
All of those things at the same time, they're bragging, we're going to steal your job. That's what we're going to do. So you're looking at a scenario where we have Gilded Age level of income and wealth inequality, and they're going, let's exacerbate that. Let's make it worse. And they're begging for fucking pitchforks to come out. They're begging for guillotines to come out. That's what they're begging for. And it's only going to get worse. All right, how about this one? Farm bankruptcies soared under Trump and fell under Biden and then rose again under Trump in 2025. Here's that in chart form, okay? Way high up there under Trump, down under Biden, back up under Trump, and it's going to go up colossally, y'all, colossally. And wait, you'll see these numbers I give you in a second. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. All right, an aluminum crisis is roiling the auto industry. America's top-selling vehicle, the Ford F-150, bears the brunt of metal supply chain woes. Sky-high aluminum tariffs plus a war that knocks out Middle Eastern aluminum supplies plus pissing off one of the world's largest aluminum suppliers and your next-door neighbor equals inarguably one of the biggest industrial-owned goals in recent memory. So here we go. The shortages begin, and the shortages are only going to accelerate, because we're being run by a bunch of fucking baboons. These are some of the dumbest, most incompetent people I've ever seen. And this is one of those areas, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say, where there is zero comparison between Democrats and Republicans. Zero. I don't want to hear any fucking both sides bullshit. I don't want to hear any false equivalence bullshit. When you look at the Democrats for all of their flaws, they are technocratic managers. That's what they are. They are technocratic managers. Now, sometimes I wish they'd be more revolutionary. Guilty as charged, right? But when you fall on hard times economically, it's not a coincidence that every time Republicans get in power, they crash the economy. It happens every single time.
Every single time. This link is in my description box under the economy. And let's give you one last caveat of this inequality in wealth. Y'all want to blame let's talk about how Hunter Biden manipulated his closeness to the president, shall we? Let's take a look at what that means. Since everyone likes to talk about, but Biden, let's talk about but Biden for a second, can we? Let's talk about but Biden. Okay. Let me turn up the sound on here. Excuse me. Here, let's start all over. Let's start over with him. Hold on. Let me put the volume up. But Biden, this is going to be in my description box under but Biden. Since everybody wants to say, but Biden, this is under the description box, but Biden.
People. I posted this video that has now made its way across to the other side of the political aisle, where I call out the fact that Don Jr. and Eric invested heavily in drone manufacturing companies right after Trump took office and right before we entered the war with Iran, which means they're going to make a lot of money. And a lot of people are going into my comments saying, what about Hunter Biden? What about Nancy Pelosi? You really don't want to force me to do research, you guys, because you're not going to like the outcome. This is what MAGA is upset about regarding Hunter Biden's laptop. It's about $3.5 million from Burisma Holdings and $1.3 million in Soho art sales. Mind you, this was done when Joe Biden was VP and was not president. Comparatively, this is how much Trump's kids and his son-in-law are estimated to have benefited from his second term. You've got crypto ventures, you've got Eric and Don Jr. and their investments, you've got Jared Kushner and his shady dealings with the Middle East, you've got Trump properties, which are new properties that he's secured deals with, and then you've got merchandise, all the idiots wearing the red hats, and the Bibles, and the coins, and the trading cards. It's really hard to do a side-by-side comparison because if you just visually looked at this, it looks like Hunter Biden has way more corruption than Trump's kids. But this is really to do with the fact that I don't think Americans can necessarily compute how much the difference between $1 million and $1 billion is. So let's zoom in. That's the side-by-side comparison. You can't even see the blue line anymore. It's so small that this is how much you have to zoom in to just see the little blue sliver. Oh, but what about Nancy Pelosi? Do Nancy Pelosi next, like this person is demanding I do. Okay, I'll do Nancy Pelosi. There it is. There's Nancy Pelosi's husband and his stock trading. And also, that is since
What about Biden? What about Nancy Pelosi?
78.
What about the Trumps and the Jared Kushner? What about that? What about that? What about we're in the war at the same time we're being robbed by these crime families in the administration? What about that?
This is just this year. I want to give further context to just how much money these four individuals have made in the past year. They made double the amount that the entire corporation of Starbucks pulled in terms of net profit in 2025. And just for context, I posted last week about the need for a stock trading ban. I literally am saying we need to get the stock trading ban passed. Keep fucking around. You will find out.
That's all I have for you today. I appreciate you all being here. I hope you have a great remainder of your day. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. And tomorrow, Thursday. Most likely, I will be here on tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Patch R. I think that's Patch R. Will you tell these people who are going to report me because I gave the facts that the ballroom is not being privately funded, if they can sneak it into a appropriation bill in this budget? I've been threatened that I'm going to be reported for lying on YouTube. Oh my God. Even after I drop the receipts. It's hard out here for a Black woman, but I'll be okay. Smooches, if you'd like to support the channel, you can become a channel member. You can support the channel by Cash Apping $ RonyiQ, RonyiQ. You can support the channel by showing up tomorrow, watching a video, watching a commercial on the video. I appreciate all of my new supporters. I definitely appreciate you, and I hope you appreciate getting us independent news from barrage of independent news reporters who are not reporting the same old milquetoast bullshit that is being repeated on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week cycles in your for-profit media. With that, please check out some of the links of the people that I've shared in the description box. Not only check out the link that I shared, check out their channels. These are channels that I go to. If you have heard something that you have not heard before, please, give a shout out. You can tap me on the what is that? The super chat or whatever that little button is. Just let me know. Hey, I didn't even know that. You know what's the most profound thing that a person can say? And a lot of people get it mixed up. See, hey Leonard, how you doing? I'm on my way out, Leonard. I got the people mad today, Leonard. I don't know why. You know what the most profound things that people say, but they always get it backwards? Because people want to act like, oh, I know that. Oh, I know that. One of the most profound things that you can say is, oh, I don't know. Because that shows that you're willing to learn something new. You don't know everything. I don't know everything. We can agree to disagree. We understand that no one knows everything. But when you have the willingness to open up and understand that you don't know everything and there are some things new that you can learn, that's the only reason why I do this show. That's the only reason I do this show. So I hope all of you guys have enjoyed whatever section of this live that you have entered into, listened to. I thank you people who watch me on the replay. And I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. It's good to see you, Leonard. It's good to see all of you. Hit the like button on your way out. And I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Thank you.